Retrofit Analysis, a Silver Fox Romance. Written by Lainey Davis, narrated by Carly Robbins and Tom Taylorson.
Chapter 1. Kellen.
You should get out there again, Dad.
My daughter's words ring in the air like someone struck a gong. I drop the wrench in the driveway, distracted and overcome by what she's said.
I mean it.
Orla stands with her hands on her hips, shaking her head before stooping to pick up the tool and check it for nicks. She hands me back the wrench and leans over my shoulder, peeking into the hood of her car where we've been investigating a clicking sound. I blink and lean on the edge of the car, still stunned.
Dad,
She says, her voice softer this time.
you've got a lot to offer, and you're all alone here.
She gestures toward the house. Alone? Did you not sit crammed around my table last night with your cousins and uncle? What I wouldn't give for an evening alone. I'm exaggerating. My brother and his boys are over once a week. Orla a few times more than that. But I'm not lonely. Am I?
Uncle Mick goes on a ton of dates,
She says.
Maybe he can introduce you to someone.
I snort and take the wrench back from her. My brother is a hopeless ladies' man. He burned through 2 wives in 4 years, and has spent the past few decades in a series of month-long, expensive flings with women who always seem to hover around, well, Orla's age. I'm not interested in anything my brother has to say about romance, I say, shaking the wrench at her before leaning back into the hood. I think I need to adjust your valve train, sweetie.
Show me.
She says. I smile, proud of her endless curiosity and drive for independence. She reminds me so much of her mother. Helen always wanted to know how to fix basic things in her cars, too. I let myself wonder what it would be like if all 3 of us were out here together, looking inside Orla's vintage hatchback. I sigh. 15 years. That means the crappy car is the same age as our grief. I show Orla how to check the push rod and the camshaft. I hand her the tools and stand close by, quietly offering instruction and then waiting for her to make the adjustments. Beautiful, I tell her, planting a kiss on top of her head. She smiles as she lowers the hood, and we wipe our hands on a rag before heading into the kitchen to wash up. Orla grabs the green tub of mechanic's soap from the labeled bin on the wall by the door, pushing into the house with her elbow so as not to get the paint greasy. Who has time to date? I think, looking at all there is to do to clean up after our project. By the time I get the garage back in order and everything swept, I'll have just enough time for a run before this week's documentary. I'm working my way through Ken Burns' film series about the history of radio. I make a mental note to log into the social media site where my film group is chatting about the program and sharing outside resources.
Dad!
Orla shouts, snapping her fingers and waving the soap in my face.
Hello?
Sorry, kiddo, I say, taking the tub from her and cleaning my hands. I was just thinking about my film group.
See, that's what I'm talking about,
She says.
You could meet a nice lady who also likes nerd movies, and you two could sit in real life and talk about the impact of alternating current on modern society.
I talk about alternating current all day at work, I remind her. The engineering firm I started with my brother has grown to include divisions for civil, electrical, geotechnical, mechanical, and structural teams. For the past few months, I've been guiding my nephew through a massive new inspection program, checking over the power grid in the Pittsburgh region and making connections with power companies in a tri-state area. That's another reason I haven't pursued any sort of relationship. My work is very important to me, and I like to be available to my family in my downtime. When Helen died, I was bereft. I totally broke down. I could barely take care of myself, let alone Orla. My brother, newly divorced for the 2nd time, insisted I move in with him, and together, we raised our 4 kids as best we could.
I just want you to be happy, Daddy,
Orla says, stretching up to kiss my cheek. Her eyes search mine, checking, as if she can verify my emotions like she might the presence of knob and tube wiring. I am happy, I say, and I mean it. Surely this is all a man could ask for. I have an amazing daughter, an extended family who relies on each other. I have a great house all to myself, with 2 small bedrooms and a basement that doesn't flood. In Pittsburgh, that's really saying something.
Well, thanks for sharing your driveway with me, she says. And your expertise, I guess.
I just wish they still taught basic engine repair in schools. I chide as she grabs her things. Orla would have come over today to do her laundry anyway. The machines in her apartment building are down in the basement and only take quarters. Together, we decided that spending that sort of money and making special trips to acquire quarters just for laundry was inefficient.
You're such an engineer, Dad, she laughs.
Well, I would hope so, after about 30 years on the job. I watch Orla back out of the driveway, waving, and notice a moving truck swaying down the street. I hold my breath, worried the driver doesn't see Orla, or that Orla doesn't see the truck. But my baby girl brakes. The truck makes a screeching turn into the driveway across the street, and I exhale. What could I possibly offer a woman right now? The threat of a potential fender bender has me breathing hard and feeling anxious. I decide I'd better get that run in sooner than later. I quickly change and take off down my street, peering over my shoulder to see who was making trips to and from the truck that could have smashed my daughter. Shaking my head, I see the stubby ponytail of a woman as she and a teenager carry a sofa toward the house. Moving is tedious work. I should offer to help. I decide I can squeeze in a few miles and still get back before they've unloaded their mattresses. Then I remember that not everyone packs a moving truck with an engineer's eye. Kellen do not loop back to judge their packing choices. I sigh and cross the 4-way stop, heading toward Highland Park. Plenty of time to be a good neighbor. Right now, I have to clear my head.
Chapter 2. Elizabeth. I stand in the parking lot of the van rental place, staring at the giant box truck. It looks much too big for me to drive. I wish I'd decided to hire movers, but a small voice inside had urged me to drive the truck myself, to physically be the one to drive my life away from my husband and all his bullshit nonsense. Ex-husband. I say it out loud again, hoping this time the truth of it sticks. I am free. I wave to the rental guy, staring at me with some trepidation as he taps his pen on his clipboard, blowing my bangs up out of my eye. I swing open the door and climb inside. I pull the seat up as far as it goes and adjust the mirrors. Slowly, painstakingly, I make my way to the house I've never liked much. A sprawling brick monstrosity on a rolling suburban lawn. The house is situated in an upscale neighborhood, which has never meant much more than uppity rich people moaning about the state of the world as they sip gin at the club. As I turn into the driveway, I sneer at the topiaries Todd insisted we plant. Looking around, seeing no one, I give the wheel to the truck a quick jerk, and I giggle as the front tire crushes the green shrub. Let the realtor deal with it, I think. Jake and Lisa are making piles in the driveway when I pull the truck to a stop. "See?" she says, ruffling my son's hair. "I told you your mom could manage perfectly fine." Jake frowns. "Is a commercial driver's license required to drive a truck of that size?" I shake my head. "Nope. We're good." We get to work loading our things in the back. It's not much. His bed, the couch, our clothing. Todd and his lawyer were relentless in cataloging marital property and insisting it all be sold and the proceeds divvied up according to our divorce agreement, which is fine with me. Jake hates change, but admits to feeling excited at the idea of selecting his own furnishings with me. We can sit on the floor to eat for a few weeks until the sale closes. Between the 3 of us, we get the truck loaded up in a few hours. I try not to notice as Lisa sneaks a few bottles of wine from Todd's collection. "He must have drunk them himself when he went out with Slutty Malone," she says, referring to the leggy blonde Todd had been screwing on the side, Until I discovered them. Now he's screwing her exclusively. I walk inside, wanting to make sure I get everything this one trip. I don't ever want to come back here. The walls seem to pulse with my years of unhappiness and loneliness, of years of infertility heartbreak, and the unraveling of my marriage in the 15 years since Jake finally arrived. I don't care that Todd is trying to wheedle out of paying alimony. Not really. I'm glad to start fresh. Start relying on myself. I've got some good leads on jobs, and between the child support payments and the soon-to-come proceeds from selling the house, Jake and I will be comfortable. I smile now, excited about the house we're renting. We drive to the city with Lisa following, winding our way over the Highland Park Bridge and around the impossibly tight turns leading into Morningside, the sweet neighborhood full of elderly Italian families and cute houses with postage stamp lawns. I grew up in this neighborhood, you know, I say, smiling at Jake while trying to navigate the big truck down the narrow street. He rolls his eyes. "You've told me that 17 times, Mom," he says. I'm sure I have told him exactly that many. He keeps track of such things. I open my mouth to emphasize some more benefits, but he cuts me off. I can walk to see Grandma and Grandpa if I want, and I can walk to Rite Aid to spend my allowance, and there are 3 bus lines with regular service. I laugh at his summary. See, I say as much to myself as him. We're going to be just fine here. I slow down a bit more to make sure I don't miss the house. I see its yellow siding up ahead. Nearly too late, I spot a car pulling out of the driveway across the street. I gasp and make a screeching turn into the small driveway. Checking the mirrors, I see that the small car had stopped in time and is now zooming down the street. Whew, I say, turning off the engine. I do not love driving this. Probably because you do not have a commercial driver's license, Jake points out. He walks around the back, eager to work his way through the checklist he's been studying. We prepare for today over and over again, reciting the steps we'd take. Pack our things in boxes, put them in the truck, drive the truck to the new house, and on and on. Jake quickly figures out the mechanism for the rolling door on the back of the truck and seems relieved to notice his things right where he put them. Methodically, he begins to unload and carry one small item inside at a time. Lisa drapes her arm around my shoulders. She must have pulled up while I was catching my breath. "You've done good, Beth," she says. I nod. Together, we start hauling inside some lamps and most of the clothing. Jake and I struggle with the couch, but I love how perfectly it fits in the small living room. It seemed such a small piece of furniture under the cathedral ceiling in the suburbs. Here it fills the room, making the space seem cozy. I turn around the room, deciding where we will put the television and the lamps I'd like to buy, when Lisa nudges me and gestures out the picture window. "Check out your neighbor," she says. There's a man about my age across the street, stretching long, muscled legs, looking like he's ready to take off for a run. There's something familiar about him, and I squint, trying to see if I know the man beneath the graying stubble. "Geez, Beth, I didn't think you were going to lick the damn glass." Lisa startles me, and I realize I have indeed pressed my face against the window to see him better, but I want to be sure. He grips the mailbox as he pulls back his heel to stretch his quad, and then checks his watch in a gesture I recognize immediately. "I know him," I tell her. "Can I meet him?" she says, staring after him as he starts moving. I swat at her. "He was my high school boyfriend," I tell her, watching him go. "Well, this just got a lot more interesting," she says, pulling out one of the stolen bottles of Todd's wine. She twists off the cap and drinks from the bottle, passing it to me. I take a swig, thinking about Kellen Brady for the first time in over 30 years.
Chapter 3. Kellen. I never did go across the street to offer to help the new neighbors move their heavy things. I got back from my run and kept talking myself out of going over there. So now, this morning, I stand in front of my picture window drinking my coffee, staring across the street through my blinds like some sort of weirdo. Why didn't I just walk over there and introduce myself? I'm not unfriendly. Most of the neighbors on this street have lived here for decades. Orla and I bought this house about 8 years ago. Once I felt like I could move out from my brother's house and face the days alone with her, without her mother. I think of the boxes in the basement, Helen's things, or what remains of them. She whittled most of it down before she died. Any time she had a good day, she dragged at least one trash bag of clothes or accessories to the porch for the charity pickup. Maybe that's why the idea of helping a woman move in vexed me so. My phone rings and startles me. It's not yet 7 on a Sunday, so it's either a dire emergency at work or else one of my nephews in a bind. Quickly walking to the dining room, I see Callum's name on the screen. I wince and then feel bad for it. The boy is so much like his father. Not even a boy, really. Hell, he's 31 years old by now. "You late for the family run?" I say by way of greeting. Mick, the boys, and Orla hit the pavement early every Sunday. The roads are too much for my old knees anymore, and I typically do my miles on the wooded trails in the park. "Uncle Kel," Cal blurts, "the Bronc is dripping oil again. Can I borrow your driveway in like an hour?" I tell him. The last time Callum brought that rust bucket over, he left a spill that still hasn't been mitigated. I try to remember what I've got in terms of drop cloth. "Please? I'll bring you a scone." They must be running in Frick Park, near my favorite bakery. "Only if they have the chocolate almond kind," I tell him. "I'll see you in a bit." I set about protecting the driveway and gathering the tools I think my nephew will need to keep his beloved Bronco running for another day. No one in the family can understand his attachment to the ancient SUV, especially now that he lives in a fancy condo where I'm sure the affluent residents don't much like him dripping oil in the parking garage. I see the teen boy across the street standing at the top of their driveway, squinting around the neighborhood. I give a wave, but he mustn't see me because he doesn't return the gesture. Soon enough, Cal rumbles into view and hops out of his vehicle nearly as soon as it groans to a halt. "Hell, Uncle Kellen, you already got the ramp set up and everything." He grins and tosses me a white paper bag from the bakery. I lean against the garage, munching the treat while he slides underneath his car and sets to work. It occurs to me that the neighbors must think I'm running an underground garage with all the Brady kid car repairs this week. "You think after I'm done here, Ferrari will hire me for their pit crew?" He jokes as he works under the car. Cal is a mechanical engineer and has always had a particular love of automobile engines. He was the only Cub Scout in Pittsburgh to win the Pinewood Derby 5 years in a row. As the adult helping him build his cars, I'm proud to say I didn't have much of a hand in his work. The boy might be a mess, but he knows his moving parts. I'm so wrapped up in admiring him, I almost don't notice my new young neighbor stroll into my driveway until he speaks, not making eye contact. "Is that a 5th-generation Ford Bronco?" Cal wheels out from under the car. "Oh, hey, dude. You're damn right it is. 1995. He squints at the teen. "You like cars?" The boy doesn't answer, but frowns at Callum. "Are you a licensed mechanic?" Cal laughs. "I'm a licensed mechanical engineer. Will that do?" The teen's face lights up. He sits on the driveway with his elbows on his knees as Cal slides back under the car. "This was the first Bronco to feature airbags," he says. I hear Cal groan, and I laugh. The airbags are a family sticking point. When he found this car in the junk lot, that was the first thing his father made him replace. His mom still cringes when he drives it, despite my assurance that we found a suitable replacement. I finish my treat while the boy and Cal talk about the features of Rusty, Cal's nickname for his red beast. "Jake?" I hear a woman calling frantically and look up to see my neighbor dashing across the street. The boy stands up and she clutches at her chest. "Shit! You scared the hell out of me." I could say the same thing. I feel like I've seen a ghost when the slim woman with short graying hair steps closer. "Is that a euphemism?" He frowns at his mother and I stare at her. not wanting to admit she is who I suspect. She drags him against her for a hug, muttering that he must always let her know where he's going if he leaves the house. I try not to judge, because he certainly looks old enough to wander the neighborhood on his own. But the woman, she conjures up memories of sunscreen and cotton candy, of wild nights riding roller coasters, and steamy explorations in my parents' borrowed car. Can it be her? Elizabeth? My voice comes out in a croak as she turns and smiles. It is her, and I know in her eyes that she remembers me too.
Kellen Brady, she says. It's been a long time.
We stare at each other in silence for a long beat as Jake peels out of his mother's embrace and sits back down in the driveway. Ha! Cal yells. Found it! Need to reseal the crankshaft. He rolls out from under the car and stands. Well, hello there. Neither Elizabeth nor I moves, and Cal looks back and forth between us. That your mom? He tilts his chin at Jake, who nods.
Can I see the crankshaft?
Elizabeth blinks and shakes her head quickly.
Jake, no, you mustn't bother the Bradys.
Oh, it's no bother, I say, reaching for her arm to reassure her, and freezing with my hand in the air. I can't just casually touch Elizabeth Burns, like the past 30 years haven't passed. Like she's still mine to touch. She swallows.
Machines, cars, mostly are a special interest of Jake's.
She starts. Cool, Cal says. Me too, obviously. He gestures at the Bronco. Elizabeth grimaces.
He tends to hyperfocus. You really mustn't feel like you need to let him. I have Asperger's,
Jake says in a monotone voice, not turning his head as he tries to crawl under the Bronco.
Technically, that term does not exist anymore, but some members of the autistic community still claim it as an identity label.
Elizabeth closes her eyes as if she's embarrassed. Cal nods. Well, it's got ass and burger in the word, so that's fun. He looks at Elizabeth. Seriously, though, half the guys at our work are probably on the spectrum. If Jake wants to come pick my uncle's brains about crankshafts, it's really fine.
Uncle?
Elizabeth looks at me, her eyes sharp.
I thought...
She shakes her head.
Forgive me. Let's start again.
She holds a hand out toward Cal.
Elizabeth Gaston. Burns!
Jake yells, his head under the vehicle. She nods.
Right, I forgot again. Elizabeth Burns. We just moved in across the street.
Cal pumps her hand. Kellen Brady. I just mooched my uncle's driveway when the Bronc acts up. She squints at him and thinks for a bit.
If he's your uncle, you must be Mick's boy. Is that right, Mick?
Cal and I both roll our eyes. He says, I apologize in advance for however it is you know my pop. This gets a laugh out of her. I still can't find the words to say anything. Where to begin? How have you been for the past 30 years? Who did you marry, and why are you changing your name back? Do you have any other children? May I tell you all about my beloved wife, God rest her soul? Sorry again for anything inelegant I may have done with our bodies as teenagers. Elizabeth tucks her light hair behind her ears. It's cut chin length and suits her. Her face is the same as before, but wiser. What must she have seen and experienced since we last were together? I stare at her as these thoughts circle endlessly until she excuses herself and drags Jake home for breakfast. Once they're inside, my nephew thwacks me in the chest. I look down at his hand, startled again. That's twice today he's frazzled me. Uncle Cal, he says. What the hell's gotten into you? Into me? His eyes bug out. You were like totally aloof. You didn't even offer tea or whatever. He starts to clean up his things, handling my tools carefully for once. Who is she? I clear my throat and help him clean up, wondering how best to explain Beth Burns to my nephew. We used to work together at Kennywood, I tell him, smiling at the memories of my teenage summers driving the train at the amusement park. She ran the ticket counter. He grins. No shit, teen sweethearts? Is that what it's called? He shakes his head. Anyway, why'd you break up? 'Cause you met Aunt Helen? I sigh and shrug. There was no reason, I tell him. I think again of riding the rides with Beth after the park closed for the night, after everyone else went home. We'd sit in the back of the Thunderbolt, and I'd kiss her as the bottom of the world dropped away, loving the rush of energy that came equally from the ride and the pleasure of being with her. I was going away to college, I tell him. She was going away to college. I hold out my palms and shrug. We didn't keep in touch. He raises an eyebrow at me. From the looks of things, Uncle Kel, you'd like to touch her right now, Cal says. I smack his shoulder. Watch your manners, son, I say. If you only knew, I think.
Chapter 4. Elizabeth. Beth! Lisa huffs into the phone. I told you not to buzz. Just come up. I'm meeting her at her office for lunch, and always feel out of place when I go someplace professional. I haven't been part of the business world since Jake was born. By the time he was born, after all the years of infertility and struggle, I was already planning to stay home with him. That choice seemed like an even bigger blessing when I was so sick for so long, and then an even greater blessing when Jake turned out to be... I sigh. My son's mind works very differently from the mainstream culture, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of time to help him be successful. I walk up the stairs to Lisa's office and tap gingerly on the glass door to her company's suite. She's on the phone and waves me inside. Lisa is 10 years younger than me, but we met when Jake and her oldest son, Dhruv, were in preschool. Lisa went on to have 2 more children in rapid succession, despite the challenges of her oldest having autism like Jake. I pretty much think she's a superhero who sort of lets me tag along beside her. I smile and sit in the chair opposite her desk. Lisa stayed home with her kids when they were younger, but rejoined the work world about 5 years ago. I've sorely missed our long swaths of time together during the week. This lunch feels like even more of a treat, since Jake and Dhruv are at day camp together, and I'm not anxious about getting a call about Jake's behavior. The boys both do better when they have each other around. Let me just grab my sunglasses, Lisa says, tossing down her phone. Let's sit outside somewhere. I nod and follow as she points to different staff members, letting them know where various projects stand and what she's expecting when she gets back from lunch. Project management suits you so well, I tell her, knowing that she runs her household with the same efficiency. All her kids' schedules are color-coded, and she's got reminders in her phone for everything from med refills to auto payments to their housekeeper. I love keeping these geeks in line, she says. We walk across the way to a new restaurant serving Korean street food. I don't have to remind Lisa that Todd never approved of strong, garlicky foods. Just eating this meal is an act of rebellion, of independence. I smile, enjoying the company and the adventure. Talk to me about the silver fox across the street, she says, slurping a bubble tea and pointing a finger at me. Skip nothing. I shrug, munching the pickled veggies on our table. We went to high school together. Burns, Brady, he always turned up in my classes. Things got hot and heavy senior year, but we were both headed off to college. Lisa squints at me. I roll my eyes. Neither of us felt like we wanted anything long distance. I honestly haven't thought about him for 30 years. What I don't tell her is now that I've seen him again, seen how he's grown into a sexier salt and pepper version of teenaged Kellen, I can't stop thinking about him. Did he swipe your V-card? Elizabeth burns. She leans closer as the server brings our food and flushes uncomfortably. I wait until we're alone again. He did not, I tell her. I shrug again. I had done some experimenting before we got together. My insides flutter, remembering the way Kellen and I had been together, though. All desperation and wild passion. What he lacked in finesse, he made up for in enthusiasm. I hadn't meant to share that last bit out loud, but Lisa throws her head back and laughs. Yes, she shouts. I love this for you. What's his deal? Wife and kids and such? I'm actually not sure, I say, telling her about the incident in the driveway. He and his nephew were very kind to Jake, showing him things about the car. God, it's hot when people are nice to my kid, Lisa says. I mean, people should be nice by default, but let's face it, the world is full of assholes. I nod, digging into my rice and beef dish. Bibimbap, it's called. The flavors are amazing, bold and crisp. The vegetables are so bright against the rice. Jake has a very limited diet, and strong smells upset him. So when we eat at home, it's usually much more bland. I bite right into a pickled spring onion and savor the strong taste as Lisa talks about the various assholes she's encountered this week. Hey, she says, speaking of assholes, when is Todd going to start his custody? I frown. That's been a sore spot throughout this process. Neither Jake nor Todd, frankly, wants to spend much time together. Todd seems to think he'll earn brownie points at work by having weekend time. I don't even know. He's supposed to pick Jake up after camp Friday. Jake hasn't even seen Todd's new place yet. What are you going to do with an entire weekend to yourself? Lisa leans forward on her elbows. Her weekends are filled with swim meets, frantic errands, and yard work. I know she's rooting for me to have some free time to tell her about. Honestly, I'll probably read a book and hold my breath, waiting for Jake to have a meltdown and Todd to call me to come get him. She squints at me. I'm thinking Sexy Buns across the street is single, and you should spend this weekend getting reacquainted with him. Lisa, I frown. The ink is barely dry on my divorce papers. Oh, come on, Beth. You haven't had sex since you conceived Jake. It's way past time. My eyes widen. I'm not about to go have casual sex with Kellen Brady. I may have been a teenager the last time I saw him, but there was nothing casual about him. No, he's not the man you call to scratch an itch. She slumps back in her chair. Fine, fine. Let's talk about your career options instead. She arches a brow at me. You know you'd be a damn fine project manager somewhere, too. I shake my head. I haven't had as many balls in the air as you. You slipped right into this role. You said it yourself, that those computer programmers are no different from children who need to get to the orthodontist and soccer practice all at the same time. We pay the check as she scolds me about downplaying my skills. Just because you only have one kid doesn't mean you haven't been the goddess of your date book. How many other people do you know who can manage an autism therapy schedule, along while arguing with the insurance company about covering medication and getting an autistic teen ready for a new school? I look down at my lap. When she describes these things, it makes it sound like I've been doing so much. Jake is really excited about high school, I admit. This is what I'm saying. You got a teenager to be excited about something. You helped him find a school in the city with engineering classes and advanced math. You got him on a tour. You'd be a major asset to any office, is all I'm saying. I'll think about it, I tell her. She points a straw at me as we get our things to leave. You should spend this weekend starting your resume, she says. I'm going to call you 6 times and check until you send me a draft, so I can tell you how awesome it is.
Chapter 5. Kellen. I've become a hermit. Worse, I'm a peeping Tom hermit. I seem to spend all my time sitting in my living room, peeking between my blinds to see if Elizabeth is coming or going. I have no idea why I'm behaving this way, and haven't had the energy to sit and ponder what has me so worked up about seeing her again. There was something jarring about her eyes, once filled with light and laughter, and now so tired. She just seems really tired. I'm tired, too. I wonder about the boy's father, whether he's gone like Helen or just gone from their lives. It's clear she and Jake live over there alone, although I remember that her parents live in the neighborhood. I grin, wondering if their basement still has the bright red linoleum floor. She and I used to sneak down there through the side door and make out, careful not to get loud near any of the ducts in case the sound traveled. I wake earlier than usual on Monday, feeling restless. There are no lights on across the street, and I slip off to work as the sun is rising. I settle into my office to review the progress we are making with our new endeavors. Beltane Engineering, the company my brother and I started together, recently brought in a guy who studies machine learning. The whole thing was my nephew Zach's idea. He met this guy in college, Ray, who is showing us all sorts of things about how his sensors can supplement our inspection processes. He's got computer programs analyzing days and days' worth of video footage, checking out everything from landslides near mining operations to rust on highway overpasses. It's been a long time since I've been out making calculations. At this stage of my career, I'm doing more big-picture work, making sure all the gears are turning. When my nephew Liam got the idea to add power infrastructure to our inspection catalog, I was simultaneously thrilled for him and his brainstorm, and jealous as hell that I hadn't thought of it. As I stare at our numbers, I realized that my brother and I had planned for our kids to take over leadership of the company, and it's happening. Liam and Zach have found their groove and are proving to be both brilliant engineers and good stewards of Beltane. It should feel better to realize this. How many people can claim this sort of success? I don't usually think about myself getting older. I know time is passing, obviously, but I don't necessarily feel like an old fart, except when these young guys, all filled with brilliant ideas, put things in motion and sort of make me feel left behind. I'm not entirely sure I know what to do with myself if I'm not making sure things are okay at Beltane. I'm about to slip into some sort of pity party about it when my brother skids into my office. Mick is freshly showered, chewing gum like he's trying to destroy it. "Kel," he says, sinking into a chair, his foot shaking as he crosses it over his opposite knee. "My boy was telling me something very interesting." Mick vibrates. He's always done so. Mom used to say he was made out of electricity. I know damn well what he's referring to, but I decide to play dumb. "Which boy was that, Michael?" He reaches in his pocket for a fresh stick of gum. This must really have him agitated if he's going through multiple pieces in a morning. "Is it true that Elizabeth Burns now lives across the street from you?" "I didn't think you'd remember her." I fold my hands on the desk, willing my body to be calm, trying to ignore the growing tornado inside me as I think about how I'm supposed to deal with this situation. Mick cackles, sets both feet on the ground, and grips the edge of my desk. "Don't think the time I caught you two in Graham's backyard isn't burned into my brain," he says. "Even this leaky sieve remembers that." He taps on his skull for emphasis. "My niece also tells me she's been pestering you about getting back in the game." Oh, Lord. I bury my face in my hands. It's one thing for my daughter to say these things to me and make me upset. It's another thing entirely to think the whole family is out discussing me like some sort of highway attraction. "I know you all think I'm a batty old dirtbag," Mick says, leaning back again with his hands laced together behind his head. "But I happen to think Orla's right about this one. It's been a long time, Kellen. It'll do you good to go out, meet people, be social." "I hate people," I remind him. Mick sucked every extroverted gene out of our mom's womb. I'm perfectly content with my work and my family in my life, even if those two circles overlap quite a bit. Mick waves that comment away. "Come on, Kel," he says. "What's it been? 10 years? 15? It's not natural for a person to go that long without sex." "Mick, I'm not talking about this with you." I feel nauseated at the idea of this discussion with my brother, of all people. I will admit that he has a small point, and that there really isn't anyone else I could have that particular conversation with. I think that part of me is just finished. That's all. Mick squints at me. It's not really a lie. I haven't felt urges in years. First, I was up to my ears taking care of Helen. Then I was grieving and parenting a teen girl all on my own. Nothing like your only daughter getting her period to stifle down any scraps of libido. But I'm not going to tell him that the night I saw Beth in my driveway, I woke up from a very lucid dream, and I haven't been able to shake the feel of it. My brother spits his gum toward my wastebasket and, thankfully, makes the shot. He and Callum certainly are cut from the same cloth. Listen, Kellen, I just want you to be happy and whole, and I agree with Orla that Helen would want that too. I am happy, Mick. I reach for my brother and pat his arm. I have a good life. My brother stands up and walks around the desk, bending over and pulling me into an awkward, long-limbed hug. He kisses me on the cheek. I love you, little brother. Come on, Mick. I straighten my collar as he extracts himself. We make eye contact for a few minutes, and I watch him inhale, then exhale back to his usual self. I got a date with a pretty young thing this weekend, he says. Want me to ask if she's got a friend? I'll see you at the staff meeting, Michael. I scold, and I look away from him into my computer monitor. I hear him chuckle as he takes off down the hall.
Chapter 6. Elizabeth. I can't believe you're using your one kid-free day to hang out with me. Lisa peels out of my driveway and heads toward the Highland Park Bridge. We're heading to the mall together, just the two of us. I try to think if we've ever been able to do this before. Whenever we've gone to the mall together, it's been for the boys' Pinewood Derby competitions, or to take turns watching the kids while we bought them all school shoes. Lisa's husband, Ashish, has all three of her boys out for a bike ride today. Lisa claims she needs new clothes for work, but when she called to see if I was up for a trip to Nordstrom, I suspect she really wants to outfit me for the job search she's certain I'll rock. Who else would I spend time with? I bat my eyes at her and sip my coffee. Oh, I don't know, she says, turning onto the highway at the end of the bridge. Sexy McStretch across the street, for instance? I cluck my tongue at her. Geez, Lisa, we haven't even spoken since that day in the driveway. He keeps really different hours from me, I think. I'm mostly kidding, she says. How did pickup go for Jake yesterday? I roll my eyes and tell her how Todd was 4 minutes late, which of course set Jake on edge. He gets very frustrated when schedules are not kept, and Todd, of course, refuses to acknowledge that time commitments are important to Jake, even if they're just going to get pizza and watch Star Wars together. I mean, I know I don't have to explain to you how Jake is working so hard on his rigidity. Lisa nods. But come on! The kid just moved to a new home and you're going to be late? We curse Todd together. Jake hasn't checked in yet today, and I try to remind myself that he would call if he felt upset. No news is good news. She must see me twisting my hands together around the coffee cup, because she reaches over and gives my hand a squeeze. We walk toward Nordstrom from the parking lot, and are immediately greeted by sales staff. I expect Lisa to shoo them away, but she asks for the personal shopper. My jaw drops. Don't look at me that way, she says. You haven't dressed for an office since you were pregnant. The personal shopper appears, dressed impeccably, of course. She looks like Annette Bening. My friend here is going back to the world of work, Lisa says. I grit my teeth. I thought we were here to boost your wardrobe. Lisa waves a hand. Annette, whose actual name is June, beams. A capsule wardrobe is just the thing, she says. Say what? I have a vague memory of hearing this vocabulary word somewhere online in the past, but Lisa's right. I've been wearing faded jeans and turtlenecks for decades. June walks briskly toward a rack of black pants and points. We'll get you situated with 5 to 8 pieces you can mix and match, so you'll have a week's worth of office wear. What's the office dress code? She looks at me expectantly, and my jaw drops again. Lisa pats my arm. We're still in the search portion of the job hunt. Oh, June grins and claps her hands. Then we need to get you interview outfits, too. $200 later, Lisa is hugging June and exchanging business cards. I'm impressed and surprised by how far I could stretch my money with June's help. Between the clearance racks and a few store-brand tops, I really do feel like I could walk into an interview on Monday looking put together. Lisa bought me 2 chunky necklaces, too, so I can even accessorize differently if I have to re-wear something sooner than anticipated. You don't think all this is too young-looking? I ask her, gesturing at myself. She and June agreed I should wear the fitted black pants and scoop-neck green top home. I feel very aware of the shape of my body, on display for all to see. Long, shapeless tops have been my norm ever since Jake's birth. It was kind of a train wreck, and I ended up having several different surgeries. I've tried to draw everyone's attention, including my own, away from my midriff ever since. Liz, she breathes. You're radiant. You're free and you're starting fresh. That body of yours walked the hell out on an asshole and drove a damn moving truck to a new life. It deserves clothes that fit it. I flush under her blunt praise. Lisa never bullshits. I love that about her. She reminds me so much of me when I was younger, how I was when I was with Kellen. Have I changed so deeply? You're right, I say, exhaling a big breath. I have done some great things with this body. She grins, stopping in front of one of those bath and body frou-frou shops. I have an idea for your body. She drags me inside where I'm assaulted by the fruity smells of all the lotions and sprays. What on earth? Lisa stops in front of a bath display table marketing fizzy balls, exfoliating scrubbers, and a facial massager? Lisa scoffs. I don't know why they don't just call it like it is. It's a damn vibrator, Elizabeth, and you're supposed to use it in the tub while you're all relaxed and smelling good. I gasp, and then hate myself for doing so. It's not really for that. Lisa rolls her eyes. You think women really need 5 variant speeds to lift, firm, and tone your pores? Please. You're going to buy this and you're going to get off, and it's going to be amazing. I peer at the package. I'm not even sure I know what to do with it, I admit, biting my lip. How pathetic does that sound? 50 years old and I'm so out of touch with anything sexual that I'm not sure how a vibrator works. I've never owned one before. Lisa nods. Well, lucky for you, this facial massager offers 7,000 vibrations per minute. There's really not much to it, babe. You hold it between your legs and wait for the fireworks. I don't know. Then you definitely need it, she says, shoving it in the crook of her arm and grabbing a bag of bath fizzies. Go home and use it tonight, while Jake's gone. An hour later, after she drops me off and makes me vow to use the massager, I dump everything on my bed. I stand in the room, sparsely furnished but mine. This week, I managed to find a few pieces of furniture for free online. As autumn nears in Pittsburgh and all the young people move in and out of the universities, apparently everyone purges their household items. My zippy little hatchback managed to get me a dresser and 2 nightstands, plus a dining set. I realize, despite the hectic busyness this week between getting Jake to and from day camp and setting up our new home, I've been really happy. It feels so strange to not feel like I'm holding my breath or walking on eggshells at home that I hadn't noticed until now. I pinch my arm just to make sure I'm awake. Sure enough, this is really my life, on my terms. I walk through the house, making sure all the curtains are drawn and the doors are locked, and then I fill the bath. I feel my heart race as I consider what I'm about to do. How many years has it been? Todd and I haven't slept together since we conceived Jake, and much too long had passed before it occurred to me that that was a problem. By the time I was crawling out from my postpartum depression, I was in fight-or-flight mode all the time helping Jake. There hadn't been any time for me to think about sex, even with myself. I swallow thickly as I plunk the fizzies into the tub and undress. My fingers trail along the scar tissue on my lower abdomen, still numb after all this time. Part of me, a big part, worries that my pleasure parts will be numb too. But then I remember that I've had a few dreams here and there. The sensations have felt real, always shy of any sort of big finish. But there was enough there that I'm not totally terrified that my body is broken in that way. I slide into the warm water and lie there for a few minutes. The fizzing bubbles are nice, and the lavender mint scents are my favorite. I chew on my lip and look around, chastising myself because, of course, the house is empty and locked up tight. I click on the massager and it tingles in my hand, the vibrations as powerful as the packaging alluded. I giggle and touch it to my face, and I'm certain that's not at all what this is intended for. It feels so strange on my skin. I can't imagine how it will feel down below.
Chapter 7. Kellen. I wasn't going to have the family over on a weeknight. I really wasn't. There's a new documentary coming out tonight that I'll have to save for tomorrow, which means I'll have to adjust all my social media notifications since I'll miss the chat and get spoilers if I log in tomorrow. But when my nephew Liam called to say his pregnant girlfriend was craving my special marinade, who was I to say no to that? I leave the office a bit early to get the meet going and set about preparing for the rush of relatives. With Liam and Zach both partnered off, that means I'm cooking for 8. I smile, pulling 2 folding chairs up from the basement. Soon I'll have to stash a high chair here for the baby. I love the idea of a tiny baby Brady at my table. I hope Liam and Maddie will let me babysit for them sometimes. I'm lost in daydreams about having another baby around when my phone rings. Liam. What's up, son? I can barely hear him above the rain. I hadn't noticed the sky, but we are in the middle of one of those late summer storms that comes on quick and fierce. He shouts,
Can you meet us outside with an umbrella? I don't want Maddie to catch a chill.
I hear her in the background in the car, scolding Liam.
Catch a chill? What are you, 80 years old? You do realize the baby is submerged in water, right?
I chuckle. I'll meet you out front with my golf umbrella. How far are you? I turn the burner off under the sauce for the veggies and look outside to see Liam pulling up. I head out through the garage door, grabbing my largest umbrella. As Liam pulls to a stop, I meet them at the passenger door with a smile. Madison rolls her eyes, but then struggles to hoist herself out of the low vehicle, so I lean in to offer a strong tug so she can get to her feet more easily. She blows her hair up out of her face.
Thanks, Kellen.
Anytime, sweetheart. Here, you take this. I pull up the hood on my raincoat. Liam walks around to the back, grabbing a bag of chips. I'm about to see if I can help him when I spy something going on across the street.
You don't understand!
Jake wails, pacing back and forth in the rain in the driveway, while his mother stands in the garage, shivering. She looks concerned.
It has to be a backyard barbecue!
He shrieks. I see him stomping back and forth, muttering in the rain.
Won't you please come inside and talk about this, Jake?
Elizabeth looks so distraught. Jake is really stomping his feet now, tugging on his hair. I jog across the street. Anything I can do for you two? Jake whips his head to stare at me, his eyes wild. Elizabeth sighs. I duck under the garage door to stand by her, dripping on the concrete floor.
Thank you, Kellen, but we're fine,
she says tightly.
Nothing is fine!
Jake hollers, then starts smacking his forehead.
He's just upset,
Elizabeth says. Son, I say, stepping back out in the rain and touching his shoulder. The movement startles him and he looks at me again. Can you tell me what's got you so upset?
I am not your son!
That's true, I tell him. I just call young men that. I can't help myself. I don't have any sons.
Oh.
Jake looks at me, blinking the rain out of his face.
I need to have a backyard barbecue. It needs to be today. And Mom says we can't because it's raining, but it needs to be today.
I nod. Elizabeth shouts over the storm, explaining that his autism therapist suggested a backyard barbecue as an example of a social activity they might try to help feel more comfortable in their new neighborhood.
His next session is tomorrow, and he was supposed to complete an exercise for homework, she says.
To Jake, she yells,
The barbecue was an example, sweetie.
He shakes his head, looking upset again. Hey, what about this? I tell them. I keep a hand on Jake's shoulder. I've got a covered deck out back. I'm about to toss some chicken on the grill anyway. What if you and your mother come eat with us, on the deck? Would that do?
Is the grill a barbecue? In Canada, it's common for people to refer to gas grills as barbecues,
he says, looking hopeful. I nod. I can set out barbecue sauce, too, if that helps. Jake nods and, without further ado, walks across the street toward my house and in through my garage door. I can't help the chuckle that sneaks out until I look at Beth, who has tears in her eyes. Hey, I say, please don't cry on my account. She shakes her head and wipes her eyes with the heel of one hand.
Thank you, Kellen.
She sighs.
I wasn't sure how we were getting through this one. Thank you for finding a solution for us.
Anytime, I tell her, resisting the urge to reach for her shoulder like I had for Jake. I mean that. Say, I'm going to run back over and get changed. Please, let yourself in. She nods and I dash back across the street just as Orla, Zach, and Nicole are sprinting inside from their cars. With a quick word to my daughter to welcome the neighbors, I dash back to my room and toss my soaked things into the bathtub. I absolutely do not reach for my nicest jeans because Elizabeth Burns is coming over to my house. They just happen to be on top of the pile in my drawer. I drag a comb through my damp hair and pull on an undershirt. If it was just the family, I'd head back out just like this and throw on an apron. But I reason the messy work of the meal has already been done. I can wear a nice polo, at least. No reason not to pull myself together for my new almost nieces. I walk back down the hall and see Beth arguing with Jake about putting on a dry shirt. She sees me and pinches her lips together.
Kellen, I didn't realize this was a special night with your family,
she says.
We can't intrude like this.
Cal pokes his head through the garage just then. Who, us? Special? Neighbor gal, I hate to tell you, but we're real gross and obnoxious. Beth smiles at his candor. It's not an intrusion at all, I assure her. To the room at large, I say, Elizabeth and Jake are going to eat out on the deck. Special project.
Oh, that sounds nice,
Nicole says, standing and walking toward the door.
It looks like it's clearing up anyway.
Orla slides open the screen door and starts taking plates and condiments outside, while the guys start shifting chairs. I've only got 4 cushioned chairs at my patio table, but nobody seems to mind sitting in staggered height, mismatched seats. Elizabeth seems a bit shell-shocked by all the commotion. I should have warned her that everyone was coming. The Bradys can be sort of a lot when we're all clumped together. But I hated to see Jake upset like that unnecessarily. After all, his therapist gave him homework. Jake approaches Maddie as he reluctantly pulls on the dry shirt from his mother. He stares at her for a bit and seems deeply uncomfortable. She smiles and offers him a hand to shake.
Hi,
she says, her eyes bright.
I'm Maddie. What's up?
Jake blinks a few times and bites his lip like he's trying not to say something, then blurts.
Have you been mating with one of the Bradys?
The room goes silent, and I know I shouldn't laugh. I know it. But good Lord, what a question.
Jacob Todd Gaston, we have discussed this.
Elizabeth is red from the tips of her ears to the knuckles of her hand that she tries to cram into her mouth. Nicole and Maddie burst out laughing. Jake looks confused, and Maddie and Nicole pull themselves together and cough. Elizabeth corrects Jake, saying,
It's more common to say, are you expecting a baby? But it's also not polite to ask a woman if she's expecting a baby because we never know what her circumstances are.
Jake seems to contemplate his answer and looks embarrassed about his social misstep until Nicole claps him on the back.
I like the blunt approach, kid. Maddie and Liam have been mating like beasts. Their baby boy is coming in just a few months.
I clear my throat. Jake, would you like to help me barbecue the chicken? He nods eagerly, and I slip outside with the pan of meat, my new neighbor in tow. I want to apologize for laughing in there just now, I tell him. Jake studies me.
Mom says people laugh when they're shocked or uncomfortable sometimes, like when I've done something in gross opposition to social norms.
I nod. That's true. I really wasn't expecting that question. But that might be because all of us already knew Maddie was expecting a baby. I try to use his mother's language, hoping it will set him at ease. I hand him the tongs and gesture for him to set the meat on the grill, which he does well enough.
Expecting a baby feels like it must be a euphemism, he says. Expecting it to do what?
I think about this. Well, expecting it to arrive. Anticipating,
Anticipating,
he says, nodding.
I like that. Mr. Brady?
He looks at me and hands me back the tongs. Please, call me Kellen, Jake.
Kellen. Okay, Kellen.
What's up?
Your house is my favorite thing about this neighborhood so far.
My heart stutters in my chest at his words. Wow, Jake. Thank you so much. I'm glad to have you for a neighbor. He smiles briefly, then looks back at the chicken.
I feel like I can ask all the questions I need.
I nod. You can definitely ask all the questions you need. I feel overwhelmed by his candor, and so moved that I created a space where he feels safe. I think about how little I did. Talk tires with him in the driveway, troubleshoot his problem. It makes me wonder what Elizabeth and Jake's lives were like before they moved here, if such a small thing makes this boy's day. Let's go ahead and take some of these off the flame, I tell him, holding up the tray. You can help me serve the outdoor barbecue meal.
Chapter 8. Elizabeth. I don't normally have an audience when Jake abruptly transitions between meltdown mode and quirky kid who uses big words that make adults laugh. But somehow the Brady family seems to take it all in stride. They didn't even stare at me when I burst into the house soaking wet, arguing with Jake to put on a dry shirt. Now, watching the Kellens family fight over the guacamole, I can see how a teenager freaking out about canceled plans would roll right off their backs. They seem so easygoing, even as they tease each other. I lean against the wall, taking a few deep breaths to regain my composure. Jake is fine. He's out on the deck with Kellen, studying the dials on the massive grill Kellen is firing up. He's more than fine. I study him. Jake is at ease out there, comfortable. This family is making my kid comfortable. I feel the hot pull of tears wanting to roll from my eyes, reminding me how rare it is to find spaces where Jake feels like he can be himself. Then I feel the bile rise in my throat when I start to wonder whether all the fancy country club people who felt so important to Todd were just the wrong sort of crowd when it came to welcoming someone who experiences the world differently. Mick Brady bursts in the front door, shaking the rain from his long black slicker. "Rainbows forming outside," he yells by way of greeting, and everyone floods from the kitchen into Kellen's living room to stare out the picture window. There, above my house, is a beautiful double rainbow. The sidewalks steam in the newly blazing sun. I pull up my phone to take a picture, deciding this is the moment the neighborhood became home again. "Betty Burns. Is that really you?" Mick shakes his head, grinning. "My son told me you moved in. You haven't changed a bit." I laugh. "Well, I hope I've grown up some." I tuck my short hair behind my ears, which I know makes the gray streak more visible. He waves a hand. "I'd still fight my brother for your number." I swat at his arm, and immediately wonder why I'm flirting with Mick Brady after 30 years of not seeing him. "Which of these are yours?" I ask him, gesturing around the room. Between the curly-haired woman, the pregnant woman, and all the tall men, I still haven't figured out just which of these people are Kellen's children. Mick grabs a beer from the fridge and gestures toward me. I don't typically drink beer, but I say yes and twist the top off the Killian's Irish Red. The Bradys have always been into their Irish heritage. Mick takes a swig from his and points to the long-limbed young men. "Those 3 goons are my sons," he says. "2 of them managed to find women who aren't sick of them yet. That one there is carrying my first grandson. Can you believe I'm gonna be a pop-pop?" "You settled on Pop-Pop, not Peepaw or Pappy?" It feels good to joke around with him. He was always easygoing and fun when he was around. He was already in college when I got together with Kellen, but he came home that summer and always tried to mooch free admission into the amusement park when I was at the ticket counter. Mick drops his head back in laughter. "I ain't no peepaw, sweetie." "She's not your sweetie, Mick. The curly-haired woman leans past him for a beer and offers me her hand. I'm Nicole. I live with Isaac. She gestures toward Mick's dark-haired son, currently smacking his curly-haired brother away from yet another snack. Looks like a cheese dip this time. Is it true you used to date Uncle Kellen? She stares at me without blinking. Her forthright question stuns me for a minute. But I realize this must just be how she is, because the room suddenly stills and everyone stares at me. Yes, a very long time ago. Yes, Kellen and I dated, as teenagers. A lifetime ago. I realize I'm rambling and take a pull of my beer. The pregnant woman my son accosted smiles. And you and Jake just moved in? How fun! Across the street from your old flame. Maddie, you can't just say old flame about Uncle Kellen. Her partner, that must be Mick's son, Liam, frowns and massages her shoulders. Maddie shrugs. Has he always smelled like Old Spice? Oh, good question, Nicole chimes in. He's rocking that old man smell right now. Mick pouts. You guys talk about how Kellen smells? What about me? I've got this new cologne from Iceland. Mick. Nicole puts her hand on his shoulder. You smell great. This is about Kellen right now. I'm saved from embarrassment when the man in question slides open the back door. Chicken's ready, he says, gesturing for us to follow him outside. Everyone does. My son is holding a pair of tongs, serving the Bradys as if he doesn't typically pretend to gag when I cook anything that has an aroma. I don't know what witchcraft is happening over here, but I'll take it. Once everyone is sitting down and has all the proper utensils, Nicole shouts over the din again. So, Elizabeth, what's your passion? Jake looks at me, fork midway to his mouth. I gasp. My son hasn't tasted a food with a spice on it in... I don't believe he has ever tasted a food with a spice on it. Jake, I say. He looks at me, bites the chicken, and grins. His eyebrows move enthusiastically as he crams another bite into his mouth. Jake is my passion. They all look at me, and I explain. It took me years to conceive Jake, and, well, I'm sure you heard me say by now that he is on the autism spectrum. I have Asperger's syndrome, he interrupts. I nod. Yes. And I've really dedicated a lot of effort to his therapies and working with his teachers to make sure everything goes smoothly at school. I shrug. It's been my focus for a long time. What about Jake's dad? Callum asks the question, and his brothers groan. Zach smacks the back of Cal's head. Hey, what? It's a fair question. Shouldn't dads help with therapies and school shit? Kellen clenches his teeth, and I take a deep breath, ready to respond. But Jake butts in. My dad thinks therapists are full of shit, he says. That's a euphemism, although the human colon can hold up to 40 pounds of feces. I take a deep breath and count to 10 inside my head. I'm used to my son being blunt. I'm not used to him repeating his father's shortcoming aloud. It stings for me to hear what Jake has been hearing his whole life, spoken with as much emotion as the weather report. Jake continues eating his chicken. Nicole makes a disgusted face. Therapists full of shit? Seriously? She throws her napkin on the table. I'm glad you two are living here now away from that energy, she says. Elizabeth, it sounds like you made sure Jake had everything he needed. Maddie's eyes light up. My mom was like that, she says. She gestures toward her stomach. I have type 1 diabetes. Every year my mom had to basically give a health seminar to my teachers. I nod. Yes, the training and awareness around here, especially in the suburbs, it's lacking. Maddie points her fork at me. Do you ever work with the FAIR Center? Family Advocacy and Rights? Something? They were such a help even when I went to college. Helped me figure out how to get in touch with disability resources and stuff. Aw, babe, that's so great that you had an organization who helped you. Nicole clutches at her chest. Emma sure didn't have anything like that. She looks at me. We've known each other since college. Emma is our other friend, and she has epilepsy. but her parents did not know the things it sounds like you knew to get help for Jake. I look up to see Kellen staring at me with an odd, unreadable expression on his face. I take a deep breath. I'm sorry your friend had to experience that. I've certainly learned a lot the past 15 years. Maddie's eyes light up as she holds up her phone. Oh my gosh, they're hiring, she says. I just wanted to get the name right. Family Advocacy and Rights Education. They're hiring. You'd be so great at that. At what? I'm so stunned I don't even remember my manners. I fidget with the napkin in my lap. Parent coaching, Maddie says. She nods. Looks like it's a part-time role doing phone support, helping parents and guardians when their child is diagnosed or is having trouble with school and such. Did you know this is, like, a service families have? I didn't know it was a free program when my mom called them all the time. Nicole, Maddie, and Liam enter a heated discussion on the benefits of tax-supported programs for families, while Mick and Kellen drift off into another topic with Kellen's daughter, Orla. Jake and Cal are talking about car parts, and I take advantage of the lull in attention to internally freak out about the opportunity that just fell into my lap. A job opening. The perfect job opening. Can it really be true that there's a job for people to help guide other parents through the earth-shattering experience of diagnosis and getting started with autism therapies and navigating school systems for kids like Jake? I glance up at the sky again. The rainbow is no longer visible, but the magic of this family still hovers in the warm air like a hug. Never, in my wildest dreams, would I have imagined that Kellen Brady would enter my life again in any capacity, let alone as friend to my son. And now his niece-in-law has just dangled a fruit so tempting, I almost excuse myself and go apply for the position. I decide there's no harm in staying put for a little while longer. After all, how often do I get to enjoy a good meal with kind company who convince my son to try new things? I laugh, still not believing this life is real, that it's mine. This time, when Kellen catches me smiling, I almost suspect there's more heat to his gaze. I look away, squeezing Jake's shoulder as he earnestly tells the deck at large, "This is the best outdoor barbecue I've ever had."
Chapter 9. Kellen. 3 days after it aired, I finally get the opportunity to watch my documentary. Everything feels off about the experience, though, because I'm not chatting about it online as I watch with a group of fellow enthusiasts. I'm sitting alone on my couch in sweatpants, fidgeting as I stare at the screen. My mind wanders back to the family dinner the other day. Between the rain and the squabbling, it seemed like the typical wild Brady gathering. I'm struck by how Elizabeth and Jake fit right into the whole scene. She seemed embarrassed by her son's frustration over canceled plans, and I had pointed out that my grown nephews almost came to blows over the last scoop of guacamole in the dish. Who cares if a teenager needs to yell a bit when things don't go his way? The truth is, I know a lot of people care. Mick and I are well aware that the family we've built is eccentric. We don't mix well with others. For some reason, major clients accept his quirky personality, and I like to think that my engineering skill has done an okay job securing their trust in us as a company. But personal stuff? Who wants to mix it up with an old man whose favorite pastime is watching geeky documentaries? Elizabeth had a good time yesterday, I think. I push those thoughts aside and focus on the soothing voice of the narrator, explaining all the ways that radio changed the world. I glance out the window and see Elizabeth's parents walking up to her front door, carrying a huge basket of flowers. I had forgotten, again, that she grew up in this neighborhood. No wonder she chose this as a landing place for her and her son. Jake comes outside, and I see him giving his grandparents a tour of the yard. He lugs the flower basket in one arm. Through my open window, I hear him say, "Mom isn't home yet from her errand. I'm not supposed to let anyone into the house when she's not here." I chuckle. Orla was sometimes really literal in that way, especially when it came to safety rules. Attention to detail like that makes her a good, safe electrical engineer. Of course, Orla is able to see nuance in a way that Jake obviously struggles with. I'd like to ask Elizabeth more about his autism. I flick off the documentary, realizing my heart isn't in it, and I'm no longer interested. And I look at my picture window in time to see Jake waving at me with both hands, flowers flying out of the basket on his arm.
"This is my neighbor," he says. "He invited us over for a backyard barbecue, and it was a successful social outing."
I wave at Mr. and Mrs. Burns, who wave casually, and then do a double take. I head toward the front door, knowing it would be rude not to go out and catch up.
"Kellen Brady, is that you?"
The Burnses have to be pushing 80. They still seem like they're in good health, though Mr. Burns is pulling his shorts up higher and wearing socks with his sandals now. "Mr. and Mrs. Burns, delighted to see you again," I say, shaking their hands with both of mine. "I'm sorry I didn't look you up sooner. I'd forgotten we were neighbors." Mrs. Burns wags a finger at me.
"You're an adult now, Kellen. You can call us Steve and Anna."
"I'll keep that in mind," I say. "Fine grandson you've got there." Anna beams.
"Isn't he a delight? Steve is trying to get him to let us inside until... Oh, there she is. Elizabeth, tell your son to let us inside. Your father is getting eaten alive by mosquitoes."
Elizabeth emerges from her car with a shopping bag, grinning.
"Jake, sweetie, why won't you let your grandparents inside? How long have you been here?"
She directs this last comment to her parents, and then noticing me, gives me a slight nod of her chin. "I'll just head back on inside," I start to say, turning. But Steve hollers, "Come on, we haven't seen you in 30 years, kid. Come tell us if all those big plans you had worked out." 5 minutes later, I'm seated on a folding chair in Elizabeth's dining room, where she hasn't yet acquired furniture, passing around pictures of Orla on my phone. She works with Mick and me at Belton Engineering. I tell them. She's whip-smart and full of sass.
"She's a beautiful girl, Kellen,"
Anna says, patting my hand. Elizabeth glances at the photos and smiles, nodding. Anna squeezes my arm.
"And what about Mrs. Brady? All this talk of Orla, where's that wife of yours right now?"
I'm supposed to be used to this question. Normally I do okay. For the past 5 years or so, I've been able to take this question in stride. But it's not usually coming from people who knew me as a teenager. I swallow, feeling tears well up. God. It's like my first night at a support group. I start and swallow again. Helen passed away some time ago. Cervical cancer. There's a heavy silence in the room. Elizabeth stares at me. I'm not really able to control the muscles of my face, so I stare back. I feel the tears return to their proper place in my ducts, and I smile, tapping on the phone. Orla looks just like her. I'm so very sorry, Elizabeth says. Thank you. I inhale, exhale slowly through my nose. I bought this house about 8 years ago, I explain. Orla and I lived with Mick and his boys for a while after Helen died. You remember my brother Mick? Steve shakes his head, but Anna rolls her eyes. I chuckle. He's still the same.
"What was it like living together? You two boys and a young girl?"
I'm used to this question, and it doesn't faze me at all. It was the best time of my life, I tell them, honestly. And also the worst. Mick had been through 2 divorces in a row, was raising 3 boys who were basically Irish triplets. Neither Mick nor I had any idea what the hell we were doing, and I was pretty sick with grief, I say. Anna squeezes my hand, and I smile. But we had each other. All of us did. We're all so close now. Elizabeth adds,
"Kellen works with his family, too. They have an engineering firm."
Do you now? Steve perks up. He was always interested in my fascination with physics. Maybe he hoped it would rub off on his daughter. She always tended more toward art and literature. It's nice working together, all of us, I tell him. Mick's boys, Orla, Mick, and me. We've got a bunch of others on staff, too, so we aren't at each other's throats all day. People tease us, but we do good work. I assure them. Beltane Engineering has good synergy.
"That does sound nice," Elizabeth says. "I'm glad you all have each other like that."
She starts to put away the chips and cereal from her grocery bag, and I rise from the table. I should get going, I say, hoping they'll insist I stay, and then immediately feeling embarrassed by how desperate I am for company all of a sudden.
We're just getting caught up,
Anna says.
I'm sure Elizabeth can offer you a snack if that's what you need. Bethy, get the man a cookie.
Oh, no, thank you, really. From this angle, standing at the table, I can see Elizabeth bent over to put the snacks in her pantry. For the first time in many years, I feel the zing of heat churning through my veins, straight to my crotch. Good Lord, man, control yourself, I think, noting with uncomfortable certainty that I have a hard-on in my neighbor's kitchen with her son and parents present. Concerned with how visible this situation will be through my sweatpants, I sink back down into my seat. Water would be great, I manage to croak out. Someone hands me a glass and I gulp it down, trying to forget the way I felt just now, staring at the round swell of Elizabeth's hips in her dark jeans. This is not how I expected my evening to go at all. I have no idea what to do about any of it.
Chapter 10. Elizabeth. It's 3:06, Mom. Jake has both palms on the glass of the storm door, staring out at the street, where I know Todd is not going to arrive any time soon. Damn him and his selfish horse shit. I should never have relied on him for anything. I know, babe, I tell my son. I pick at my shirt, adjusting one of the capsule outfits that Lisa and June declared interview appropriate. I don't actually have an interview, but I plan to go drop my resume in person at Fair and want to look nice. Of course, I can't go do that if Todd doesn't come meet his fucking custody responsibilities. We both stand there for another 5 minutes, our breath becoming irregular. I'm sure Jake's heart is racing as much as mine. Are you calling him? My son looks at me so intensely. I have no desire to call Todd, because I am sure I'll regret what I say to him if I get through. But I nod to Jake and pull out my phone. I dial. Write to voicemail, Jake. We both sigh. Then he screams. I don't even like him. His new house smells like fragrance, and I don't like that person he's living with because she smells like hairspray and all the food has tomatoes in it. Jake yanks open the front door and steps into the front yard, where he screams again, and then plunks down on the grass. I close my eyes and wait for inspiration to come to help me salvage this day. But it doesn't arrive, until I open my eyes and see Kellen crossing the street, a lawnmower abandoned in his driveway. Hey, Jake, he says, his voice kind. Something bothering you today? Yes. Jake doesn't elaborate. I smile because he did indeed answer Kellen's question. Kellen also grins, and I feel warmth spread through my chest where I hadn't quite realized an icy chill had settled. Would you... Now, wait. Let me get it right. I'd like to see if I have an idea to help. What's bothering you? Jake seems to ponder Kellen, who sits down next to him in the grass and waits patiently. Why can't Jake's actual father be this patient with him, I think, and immediately hate myself for having such thoughts. There's just so much to unpack there. I listen as Jake complains that his dad is late, is not answering his phone, and has basically ruined Jake's entire life. Kellen looks up at me and nods. I wave. Your mom is pretty dressed up. She looks like she has some plans go awry, too. Jake considers this and looks at me. She is dressed atypically, yes. You got somewhere to be, Beth? With his legs bent, arms dangling as he and my son fidget with the clover growing in the yard, I can easily pretend, just for a minute, they both belong there together, father and son, making sure I get out the door okay. It's a fantasy, totally unrealistic, and a dangerous path to let my thoughts wander. I had an errand to run, I say, waving my hand. But I can go another time. I don't want to leave Jake while he's upset. Kellen is quiet for a moment, and Jake yanks a clump of dandelions from the yard, hurling them toward the street. I see that your grass is a bit long, Kellen says. Is the landlord supposed to mow? I bite my lip and shake my head. I haven't gotten around to dealing with the lawn yet. Every time I think I'm getting caught up with this new life, I'm reminded of another thing I didn't do or couldn't do. How hard is it to get a lawnmower and take care of this small amount of grass? Evidently hard enough that I failed to do it. Tell you what, Kellen says, standing and extending an arm toward Jake. Why don't I show Jake here how the lawnmower works? You have a knack for mechanical things, right? I understand how combustion engines function to operate the blades. Jake rolls his eyes, like Kellen just suggested he didn't know something simple like counting to 5. Kellen chuckles. Well, then we're halfway through already. Beth, you can run your errand, and by the time you get back, we'll have covered safety tips as well as mechanics. Oh, I can't let you mow my grass, Kellen. I spit out automatically, accustomed to saying no to help. I may have known Kellen as a teen, but I'm not ready to leave my son alone with him, not when Jake's been upset. Most of the time, the well-meaning person offering assistance isn't really qualified to help me get Jake to the car or coax him to move if he's blocking a door and gets upset. I've just gotten used to being on call, all the time. I'm not going to mow it, Kellen says, scoffing. Jake will. My mouth drops open to protest, but Kellen holds up a hand. I've taught 4 teens how to use a lawnmower, and haven't had a lost digit yet. You go on and run your errand, and then stop somewhere for a cup of tea by yourself. I swoon. Right there on my porch. If I hadn't been leaning against the door to my house, I would have fallen right to the ground. That is the most romantic thing anyone has ever said to me in 50 years. And that includes the first time I knew Kellen, when he used to say beautiful things to me before we'd kiss. I touch my lips, remembering the feel of his soft lips against mine. He had smooth cheeks then, no chest hair poking out from his shirt collar. I shake myself back to reality and sigh. He's right. I should run my errand, but I also should stay home and make sure that Jake doesn't relapse into the red zone and hurt himself. Kellen seems to watch me working through this thought process. He squints. What if Jake calls to check in every 10 minutes until you get there? He's got a phone, right? Jake rolls his eyes and pulls out the phone in question. Mom, it's fine. I want to use the lawnmower. He doesn't look back at me, walks right across the street toward Kellen's garage in that way he has of shutting off the switch, like the lightning storm never even happened. I swear, I've got this, Beth, Kellen says. Go run your errand. I try not to cry, and I close my eyes. I tell him, when his shoulders get tense, that's his tell that he's starting to get very upset. Promise you'll have him call me right away? I will study his shoulders with all the care I give a dam about to break. Kellen holds one hand over his heart and one hand in the air, like he's saluting me, and I feel something shift in my chest. Maybe this can be okay. Before I can talk myself out of it, I run back inside to grab the folder with my resume, along with my purse. When I get to the driveway, I see my son crouch next to my former lover, leaning over the lawnmower and talking about rigid rules and flexible rules. And I know for sure that I'm going to have to use my facial massager later because, my God, this man understands how to talk to my son. And it turns me on. May I help you? There's a pleasant woman at the reception desk when I find the fair office in a row of old industrial buildings. I put on my most confident smile and lean on the counter. I hope so, I tell her. I'm interested in applying for the open position I saw online. For the parent coach? I've got my resume and cover letter here. I open the folder and hand her the documents, but I can tell by the look on her face that I've made a blunder somehow. Oh, she says, I'm so sorry. We actually just filled that position. I will myself not to feel defeated. It was a pipe dream job anyway. In no universe would the perfect part-time job open up and fall at my feet that way. Not that easily. I nod. I understand. Bad timing, I say, pulling back the papers. A door opens behind the desk, and I see a woman who looks vaguely familiar. She hangs up her cell phone call and does a double take when she sees me. Elizabeth Gaston? She points at her chest. Do you remember me? Karen Wolfe. Our boys were in social skills together. Gosh, it's been almost 10 years now. I do remember her, now that she says that. I smile and shake her hand. It's Elizabeth Burns now, I say. It's so good to see you. What brings you down here? We don't get many visitors here at the office. I learned from their website that most of their trainings are in schools for teachers and staff, but sometimes in community centers when they host events for families to attend. I was actually here to apply for the coach position, but I just learned that I was a little too late. I shrug and try to seem casual, even though I'm ready to cry inside. Karen makes a disappointed face. Oh, gosh, that's too bad. I always love when we get parents on the team who really get it. You know? Of course you know. How is Jake? I shrug, pissed off that I ruined his life by moving him to a new neighborhood with new smells and different furniture. We share a belly laugh about that. I seem to recall that her son has an aversion to the color yellow and can't even be in a room if someone else is wearing a yellow shirt. Is Evan still struggling with yellow? I clutch the folder tight against my chest, hoping I haven't struck a nerve. That one would be a really hard aversion to manage, especially in Pittsburgh, where half the city dons black and gold clothing every Friday in support of the baseball, football, or hockey teams. Karen beams. You remembered. Oh man, that was a hard one. We got the most wonderful behavioral specialist, and she took him to the football stadium. You know, most of the seats there are yellow, gold, whatever. She did all this desensitization work with him, and of course he still hates yellow, but is able to at least attend class with other kids who wear a Steelers jersey or something. She shrugs. I'm so bummed we don't have anything here for you. There will be other opportunities, I say, echoing things I've heard Lisa say before, echoing the statements I say to my own kid when he's suffered a disappointment. If I say it often enough, maybe the sting will wear off my own disappointment. Karen makes a face. Well, she says, why don't you leave your info with me? Got a resume? Of course you do. Anyway, we partner with so many organizations. It's the time of year where there's so much turnover as schools are getting started. Why don't I pass your info along if I see something? Oh my gosh, Karen. Yes, thank you. I hand her the folder. That would be amazing, truly. She hands me her card and tells me to call, and not just about Jake. I slide it into my pocket, not wanting it to get lost in the cavern of my purse. I walk back to my car, reminding myself that this was a reach job anyway. I have no real training or qualifications, just 15 years of advocating for my kid to get the services he needed and the insurance coverage necessary to pay for it. It's not really like I lost the job. Karen seems like she has really good connections. I slide into the driver's seat and look around. There's a comic book shop nearby, a few dive bars. Kellen urged me to go get a tea, but I've been gone nearly an hour by now. Surely he and Jake have finished mowing the grass. I realize I didn't even leave Kellen my phone number in case of an emergency. What if Jake didn't charge his phone? Jesus, I didn't even call to check in like I said I would. Panicked, I start to drive toward home, telling myself Jake has my number, and both of them know where my parents live, and my parents have my number too. This is fine, I tell myself. It's fine. You can run an errand and leave your teenaged son at home. This is fine. My phone pings while I'm at the light. I look down to see a message from Jake. Can I mow lawns? $4 $. Kellen says I can use his mower. I feel a deep relief that spreads through my veins like warm chocolate. I'm almost high on the sugary sweetness of this feeling. Jake cooled down from being upset and moved on with his day. The light turns, and I swing over the hot metal bridge back toward my end of the city. I'm driving along, and I see a jumble of furniture by the curb as I get to a neighborhood where a lot of college students live. Remembering the bedroom furniture I recently picked up, I slow down, hoping maybe I'll score something for the dining room. All the chairs I see are stained or broken, but my eye catches a flat black something. Works. Free. Someone has written a sign with black marker and taped it to the object. I park and get out, peering down. I realize it's a portable treadmill. It's small and pretty basic, but I think about all the times Lisa has told me stress lives in the legs. She started power walking whenever she had a call home from a teacher, pacing, until she felt calm enough to carry on with her day. Soon, she was putting in 30 miles a week, sometimes with one of her kids running behind her, complaining about her pace. I don't have a supportive husband at home like Lisa to take the reins with the kids while I go blow off steam. I decide this treadmill is the perfect solution. I won't have to leave Jake if I'm anxious that he's on edge. I can stomp out all my rage. Maybe I'll even work up to jogging. How many years has it been since I exercised? I wrestle the treadmill into my hatchback and head home, a smile on my face. When I pull in the driveway, I see that the yard has been neatly mowed. Jake is inside on the couch playing a video game. "Hey," I say, ruffling his hair. He bats my hand out of the way, not looking up from his game. "I'm in the middle of a round," he says. I roll my eyes, drag the treadmill into the room, and plunk it in front of the TV. I sink into the couch next to my son and pull out my phone to search for the instruction manual for this model. Chapter 11. Elizabeth. I love my new treadmill. I love that I found it. I love that I crammed it in the car by myself, and I love how I feel when I use it. I can tell it's poor quality, but it's so portable. I can move it around all the different rooms of my house, using it in front of the television when I'm watching, or in my bedroom with my headphones and an audiobook when Jake's playing video games. I see how Lisa worked her way quickly up to 30 miles a week. I am walking at least 2 miles a day right now as my son starts a new high school. I adjust to life on a new budget, and I wait to receive the money from the sale of my marital home. I start to notice other changes that feel related to the treadmill. I'm more comfortable wearing the capsule wardrobe that reveals the shape of my body. Now that I'm focused more on how my body feels walking around in the world, I can feel each of my muscles now, and I'm not sure if it's because I activated them or because I think about them as I walk. I also feel myself making other impulsive decisions without analyzing them first, without second-guessing myself, which is how I find myself walking across the street, lugging a high chair. I saw it by the curb as I went to collect a second-hand dining set I found online. It's a name-brand high chair that had just a few scuffs I polished out in my kitchen. I place the chair on the brick stoop and knock on Kellen's door. Even though I should be used to seeing him every day, it takes my breath away a little when he answers. He's so handsome and kind. His dark eyes always seem so honest. "Hey," I say, greeting him, loving that his smile widens. "I wanted to thank you for being such a great neighbor." "Oh, Beth, that's not necessary," he starts. I hold up a hand. "I heard you say something about wanting to keep a high chair here, so Maddie and Liam's baby can eat with the family, and, well, I saw this." I gestured toward the chair. Kellen pushes the door open and steps outside, hands on his hips. I shrug. "I grabbed it for you. I know it's secondhand, but you know how babies are." "They're a mess," he says, laughing. "God, Orla used to throw food everywhere while she ate. Callum still does." We share a smile, likely both remembering the great guacamole fight from the family barbecue. "Beth, this is, well, it's perfect," he says. We stand in silence on his stoop, staring at a piece of baby furniture. I like everything about his response, although I feel a brief twang of sadness that I didn't get to see him as a father to young kids. I remind myself What I'm actually doing is grieving the loss of a great father for Jake, not wishing Kellen away from his life experiences. He looks up at me and takes my hand. I hope you and Jake will be here for many more dinner parties once the baby arrives, he says. My high from the encounter lasts nearly a week. I see Kellen outside almost daily. We wave and shout back and forth about the weather, but I don't approach him again. I just sit around and think about him instead. I think about the name of his company, Beltane, how it's a Celtic festival of fire and new beginnings. That leads me down a rabbit hole of Celtic astrology. My father's family, the Burns family, has Irish heritage too. We always sort of thought everyone in the U.S. was a little bit Irish. Not like the Brady family. Kellen's mom was a first-generation American, and his family used to go visit their relatives in Ireland all the time. I stumble onto an article about the moon, and how the Celtic Druids believed the full moon closest to your birth determined personality traits. It's all ridiculous, probably, and I know Lisa would tease me if she could see me wide-eyed and staring at my laptop. But I see that my own October birthday aligns with the exploring moon and the ivy. My Celtic horoscope talks of big transitions, of internal strength, and the pull of relocating in the face of struggle. I start to cry as I read about ivy, a vine that overcomes despite all odds. Life can be difficult, my internet spirit guide says, and I know it's generic and silly, but for the first time since I left Todd, I feel seen. You endure troubling times with silent perseverance and soulful grace, I read aloud. I snap the laptop shut and do something else impulsive. I drive to a tattoo parlor and ask for an ivy tattoo, just a small one, black ink only, on my hip, where only I can see. I lie on the table as the artist transfers a sketch onto my body. The needle burns more than it stings, and I relish the sensation, searing this meaning and awareness into my body forever. I persevere, I whisper. I take root and cling, I think, as the tattoo gun inks my birthright and heritage into my skin. I drive home with instructions for care and healing, and I tell no one. It's my secret, my affirmation, and I love it. When I get home, I fast walk 2 more miles, loving the quick glimpse of my thigh beneath my shorts with every step.
Chapter 12. Kellen. Against my better judgment, I agree to go along with Orla and my brother and his boys for a family run. They've all been very busy with new projects at work, and we haven't had dinner at my house for a few weeks, so I'm eager to spend time with them. I just doubt it's a good idea for my joints to run on the paved trails they prefer for the weekend morning long runs. Doesn't this kill your knees? I ask my brother, who is practically sprinting 5 miles into our route. I'm starting to feel a cramp in my foot, and my knees aren't exactly sore, but they don't like this impact. My brother is 3 years older and should be more rickety than me, but he's bouncing along like an impala while the kids fall in behind us. I've got these gel inserts in my shoes, he says, pointing at a designer sneaker that looks like something a professional athlete would wear to a nightclub. I grunt a response and slow up a bit, wondering if that will help. You still living that hermit life? Orla nudges me with her shoulder and grins, tucking her long hair back out of her face. Hardly, I tell her. You know exactly what I've been up to at work, madam. Orla is consulting on the electrical grid inspection program that Liam got started. They're helping to write up proprietary protocols as Beltane looks to expand beyond the Allegheny region. She pouts at me. I can't decide if I want you to pick me to go on site visits in Tennessee or if I think you should go so you can spice up your routine a little. I grin at that. We haven't been to the Smokies in a long time. That was one of the last family trips we took together, before Helen was too sick to travel. I remember how the air felt crisp there, the sunsets magical as I watched them with both my girls. And then, as has been happening more frequently lately, I feel a pang in my chest and a lump in my throat. I miss Helen. I miss doing things with her and talking about nature together. Orla nods.
If we go again, I'd want to actually camp this time.
What do you mean? She balks, flicking her hair again.
We stayed in a lame cabin with electricity.
She scoffs.
Mom hated camping, and you always said cabins were a compromise.
Your mother didn't hate camping. Did she? I seem to remember camping frequently. Orla laughs.
Yes, she did. She liked the views and hated the bugs, remember?
As Orla says it, I do remember Helen saying that. Well, anyway, it's been a long time since I stayed in either a cabin or a tent. I tell her. You're right.
So plan a camping trip,
Orla says.
Shake the mildew off the tent. Lie on the ground until your hips ache.
Who will go with me, though? I look around at Liam and his pregnant girlfriend. Zach's girlfriend, Nicole, is decidedly not interested in nature. Maybe Cal or my brother feel like checking out the leaves some weekend.
Well, I'm out because you're going to send me to Appalachia, and Uncle Mick is going to be out there to woo those power company guys.
Right. My brother is the face of the operation, the guy who is good with the customers. When I don't say anything for a spell, Orla glances over at me.
What about your neighbor?
Who? Mr. Beckus? The Greek couple next door to me are in their late 80s. They're the type of Greek neighbors who roast a lamb in their backyard on Orthodox Easter, and they always share. But they don't strike me as interested in camping. Orla rolls her eyes at me.
Elizabeth, silly, God, Dad, you're 50, not 100.
What's that supposed to mean? I try not to focus on my foot, which is starting to really throb now.
It means you should ask Elizabeth if she wants to go camping. Take her to see the Hemlock Grove and Laurel Hill.
Asking Beth to go on a hike to see the ancient hemlock forest sounds like a nice idea, actually. It's such a mysterious, supernatural type of place. I bet she'd really enjoy the energy there. But then Orla says,
Maybe kiss her while you look for shooting stars.
I freeze in my tracks. Orla, I say, enough. She opens her mouth to say something else, but then snaps it shut and shakes her head, running off to join her cousins. Distressed by our conversation, I beg off the family outing to the diner after our run and head home to ice my foot. The pain eases up some, but by evening I'm experiencing shooting pains when I stand on it to heat up my dinner. Figures, I say, pulling out my laptop to look up what sort of doctor I might need. Orla and I made a vow to Helen that we wouldn't ignore health concerns. Even though she always went for her well-woman visits, she never spoke up about the abdominal pain she was experiencing until it was too late. By the time my wife's cancer was discovered, she was well past the point where a treatment would have been effective. I inhale and think. The likely culprit is probably running, but sometimes a sore joint could be a hint that something else is wrong. When your wife dies of cancer in her 30s, it's easy to assume every ache and pain is simmering cancer. I decide the foot pain is probably just a muscle or joint pain, and groan when I look up foot doctor. Podiatrist just sounds like an old man word. I remind myself that it's a gift to be old, to live long enough for aches and pains. I click on the podiatrist who offers online scheduling so I don't have to wait until Monday to call. I stare at the appointment confirmation email. Here I am, with a podiatry appointment. Sure, this is the perfect time to ask my former girlfriend if she wants to spend a romantic night with me in the woods. Maybe we can bring a cane and some adult diapers while we're at it. Really turn up the sex appeal. Orla's comment earlier about the shooting stars reminds me that I have kissed Elizabeth by starlight before. We never went camping together, but we went out exploring after dark plenty of times. Back then, there was less light pollution in the city. We could wander deep into Frick Park and sit by a creek, listening to the rushing water, making out in the moonlight. It felt daring to break city ordinances about parks closing at dusk, and it felt good to kiss each other in the open air, our warm bodies pressed together, so young and curious. Sitting on my sofa, alone in my house, I realized that my body has once again responded to thoughts of Elizabeth Burns. I moved my computer to the side and looked down at my pants. My own body has become a stranger to me in this way, like maybe it's somebody else's erection throbbing and twitching in my lap. Swallowing, I close my eyes and reach into my sweats. I gasp as I touch myself, my skin hot. My breath quickens as I pull up the memories of those make-out sessions with Beth. I recall how young we felt, how alive. The thrill of pleasure, still new to us as teenagers.
Chapter 13. Elizabeth. I'm definitely limping. I see Lisa looking at me sideways and wince. The two of us usually power walk laps around the block while our boys are in chess club. I asked Jake if he still wanted to participate, since we don't live up this way anymore. But he looked at me like I'd just killed his puppy or something. Shows what I know about teenagers. Lisa takes a swig from her water bottle. "Why in the hell are you walking like that?" she asks, seeming concerned. It's been a few weeks since I brought the treadmill home. Between Jake starting his new high school, and Todd being an asshole, and my growing frustration at not having a job, I've been pounding out a lot of miles on that thing. And it would seem you get what you pay for. I choose not to tell Lisa I trash-picked a shitty foot breaker. I've been running in bad shoes, I tell her. I think. We sit on a bench and I pull off my sandal, rubbing my foot. It usually only really hurts in the evening once I lie down. Lisa nods. "You need to see Ashish." I roll my eyes. Lisa's husband is an orthopedic surgeon who works with professional athletes. Ashish? Really? For a sore foot? I just need some Advil, I tell her, pulling up my purse and searching around for some. Ashish probably books out months in advance unless you're a hockey player. At least, let me ask him who he thinks you should see. She already has her phone out and is calling. He answers immediately. I love that about them. Even this high-profile surgeon answers her calls unless he's in the OR, even if she's just calling to tell him she's overwhelmed with the boys. My thoughts drift back to Kellen, the way he's been showing Jake how to use the lawnmower and weed whacker so patiently. I bet he'd answer if I called upset about Jake, I think. Todd used to chastise me, even if I was calling to say we were headed to the emergency room because Jake smashed his hand in the ball return at the bowling alley when he got too excited studying how it worked. I chew on my cheek, rubbing my foot, while Lisa chats with Ashish. "Did you eat dinner?" she asks him. "It'll be past 8 till she gets home after the boys are finished. I hope to be in bed with a painkiller by then." Okay, so the foot is pretty bad, I concede, mentally. "He wants to talk to you." Lisa waves the phone in my face and I sigh, taking it from her. A few seconds later, he texts me an appointment time with a podiatrist he's friends with. "He's going to fit you in tomorrow," Ashish says. "You're too important to be crippled by a foot injury, Elizabeth. Your feet withstand hundreds of pounds of pressure every step. The bones and tendons form an intricate network. It can be very debilitating if something gets left untreated." "Yes, doctor," I sigh, feeling a little petulant. I'm definitely not accustomed to prioritizing my health, which is part of the reason getting the treadmill felt so delicious. It was such a great idea to take care of me. And now I messed all that up by walking too much, or wearing the wrong shoes, or something. By the time we hang up, Lisa has somehow procured milkshakes from one of the nearby shops. She passes me one, and we spread out on the bench outside the library, waiting for the kids to burst out yelling about strategy. "It's good you got a treadmill," Lisa says. "That shows you're ready to start doing more things for you." I nod. I realized I'm not going to feel comfortable leaving Jake to go and exercise. Not yet, anyway, even though he's doing great. But if I had something at home, I figured I'd do something good for my body. I love it. I'm inspired. Let's get your foot better and make a plan to do more movement things together. I'd like that. And I mean it. We can drag our kids with us, or Jake feels comfortable at Lisa's place if Ashish is around to keep an eye on them. I hear the library door open, and I stand to greet Jake, wincing again. "Yeah," I say. "I'm also glad you're making me talk to a foot doctor." The next afternoon, I slip into sweats in case I need to get undressed for x-rays or something. I pull into the parking lot of the podiatrist's office, happy my friend recommended a place just outside the city where parking isn't as much of an issue. Everything hurts worse today, and I'm not sure how I'd make it if I had to park a few blocks away. It seems like the waiting room is full of old people. I'm no spring chicken, but these are bona fide old people with poofy hair and canes and compression socks. Oh God, what if I have to start wearing compression socks? Eventually, I get called back, and Dr. Sam has me hop up on his exam table. As I explain what's happening, he holds up a hand. "Let me guess," he says. "Hurts worse at night? Sort of throbs all the time?" I nod. He nods. "I see it all the time with postmenopausal women." I feel a lump form in my throat. Does it even count as menopause if it's surgically induced from a hysterectomy? Dr. Sam continues, explaining that the loss of estrogen lowers bone density in the feet. "I can't tell you how many women your age I see with stress fractures," he says. Wait, fracture? He nods. "Oh yeah, I'd bet my farm on it. I don't really have a farm, but you catch my meaning." He gestures for me to lift my foot and he starts poking around. "We'll do an x-ray to be sure," he says. "But I'm putting in orders for a walking boot, and I'll have one of my assistants get you fitted after we read the x-rays." Within a half hour, I'm thunking around the waiting room in a huge black walking boot, wondering how in the hell I'm going to get my car home. Because guess what? I can't drive. Todd is going to love hearing this. I'm so irritated that I almost don't notice Kellen Brady standing at the desk, asking a question about a big white and blue splint-looking device. He turns toward me and beams. "Beth," he says. Then he looks down and frowns. "Not you, too." I lean on the wall. "Stress fracture," I say with a sigh. "What are you in for?" He rolls his eyes. "Plantar fasciitis. Just saying it makes me feel old. You getting gel inserts for your shoes?" He gestures at the pile of things on the desk as the receptionist hands him back his credit card. Kellen gathers it all into the bag they hand him and limps over to me. I swallow thickly, knowing I'm going to have to ask him for a favor here. "Hey, are you heading home?" He nods and looks at my foot again. "Need a ride?" "If it wouldn't be too much trouble," he interrupts, holding up a hand. "Don't even think about it. Happy to do it. I'll send one of the kids to come fetch your car later if you want." Before I can answer him, he barrels on, saying, "I call them kids, but they're all in their 30s now. Well, not Orla. She's 25. Still not a kid." I smile at that. "She can be your kid," I tell him. "I'm sure Jake will always be my kid." He nods and holds open the door for me as I wobble out, still unsteady on my boot.
Chapter 14. Kellen. Of all the gin joints, I still can't believe I ran into Beth at the podiatrist. I'm wearing ratty old clothes since I didn't know what I'd have to take off or put on, and now she knows my old man's secret. Yet still, I find myself telling her more about it, how I have to wear the splint at night when I sleep and take ibuprofen for weeks. She doesn't seem grossed out by it, though, just nods along, telling me about her own foot care regimen. "I don't know what I'm going to do about Jake," she confesses, worrying her lower lip and tapping her fingernails on my console. "What about him? Doesn't he take the bus to and from school?" She nods. "Yes, but now I don't have any way to get him if they call and he's having a meltdown. You know, if I don't get there fast enough, they call the cops." "The cops?" "Oh, don't get me started. Nobody knows what to do with an autistic kid once he starts screeching, and they usually try to pat him or hug him and he flails out. And they call the cops." "Jake has had the cops called before?" I just can't picture it. The kid has always responded so quickly to me, even that day he was so upset in the rain. She shakes her head. "Not Jake, no, but friends of ours." She stares out the window. "I've always managed to get there quickly if he gets upset. It's why I never went back to work." I think about how very hard she has worked to help her son succeed, to keep him from harm, and I tell her, I'd say you've been working plenty. She smiles at that.
Doesn't help me get to Alderdice High School from Morningside if there's a problem,
she says. I assume his father isn't a resource? She snorts out a laugh at that.
No. I don't even think I ever wrote Todd down as an emergency contact, even before we were divorced.
I have nothing to say in response to that. It's unthinkable to me. A parent not willing to go to bat for his child. Mick and I may have traveled a lot, but the kids always knew one of us would be available. The older boys had their mother, too. I grind my teeth together, wishing I could ask Elizabeth to list me as an emergency contact for Jake. But I don't know her well enough. Not anymore. That would be inappropriate. They're not mine to take care of. The thought rattles me. Why would I want to take care of them? Where'd that even come from? Based on the state of my own feet, I'm not doing the greatest job taking care of my own damn self, let alone Beth and her boy. Eventually, she says,
I guess I'll just have to ask my parents to be on call for a few weeks, until I'm allowed to take the boot off to drive,
she says. Then she sinks lower in the seat of my car.
Ugh. Telling them I have a stress fracture is going to open up a whole bunch of scrutiny. They're going to come take my temperature,
she says. I laugh, because she's right. They'll probably bring a gallon of chicken soup. She snorts again.
Wait till I tell them you have a hurt foot, too. Distract them a bit. Spread out the panic.
I'd eat the soup, I tell her. No, that's not entirely true. I'd put it in my fridge, and Orla or Cal would come take it. We both share a laugh at that, and I pull into her driveway. I don't want her to have to walk too far. I'm sure her foot must be hurting her.
Thank you so much, Kellen. Truly.
We both get out of the car and lean on the railing leading up to her steps. Give me your keys, I tell her. The boys can go get your car later after family dinner.
Oh, that's too much,
she protests. She drifts off and stares at her house. Takes a deep breath and fishes in her purse, shaking her head.
Thank you,
she concedes, handing me the key ring.
I'm working on saying yes to help.
Oh, yeah? She nods.
It's new to me, having help offered, and even newer for me to accept. Ever since I walked in on Todd with that stupid, vapid asshole woman.
She drifts off.
You don't want to hear about that. Anyway, I'm here now, living in my own house, and I'm saying yes to your generous offer to have your nephews fetch my car.
You and Jake should join us for dinner, I blurt, before I can think twice about it. The words just fall from my mouth, right after she told me she felt overwhelmed by my offer to fetch her car. I'd like it, I say, and it's true. I like spending time with Jake. He's so curious, and I pause, clear my throat, and fix my gaze directly on her eyes. I like spending time with you too, Beth. It's good to see you after all this time. Her eyes well up, and I worry I've overstepped. She confessed a lot here in the past few minutes. Her dirtbag husband not only isn't there for his kid, but he was sleeping around on an amazing woman like Elizabeth. I worry about what I'll do if I ever lay eyes on him. When she still doesn't say anything, I add, You don't want to stand around and cook dinner tonight on that boot? And I don't want to stand and cook either. I'm ordering out. Burrito bar. I decide it as I say it, knowing it's a fantastic idea because I'll have leftovers for a few days and not have to worry about my lunches. She brightens at that idea and reaches into her bag again.
Let me chip in,
she says as I start waving her hands away.
Please, Kellen.
She thrusts a few 20s into my sweatpants pocket as I'm protesting, and we both look down at her hand in my pants. I cough and adjust my stance, but based on the look on her face, I'm too late. My body definitely noticed her fingers near my cock, even if my brain was busy trying to refuse her money. Thank you, I tell her. I'll order extra guac and make sure your boy gets his fair share. She nods rapidly.
See you around 6?
Sounds perfect, I tell her. I hurry back around to my side of the car and reverse across the street and into my garage. I shut off the engine and exhale long and slow. I'm going to need a few hours to calm down. Chapter 15. Kellen. I wake up with a cramp in my calf and remember I'm wearing my night splint for the old man foot. After dinner last night, I was hurting something fierce. I kept walking around the kitchen like nothing was wrong, making sure we had enough plates and spoons, helping Jake get the right soda since he had opinions on the sell-by dates. I took a lot of pain relievers before bed and fell asleep feeling old and decrepit. Sighing, I remove the hard plastic device and limp my way through my morning routine. It feels strange to go to work without exercising, like I'm starting the day without breakfast. But I haven't figured out a low-impact workout option yet, so here we are. I'm even earlier to the office than usual, and I'm surprised to find Orla in the kitchen, staring dreamily at her coffee. "Hey, sweetheart," I say, greeting her with a kiss. I have an urge to pat her on the head and tug on her blonde ponytail, but I resist, reminding myself that she's an adult now.
Morning, Dad.
She smiles and starts drinking her caffeine. I rock to one foot and wince, remembering the pain in my arch too late to avoid discomfort. "Say," I tell her, sinking into a plastic chair in the kitchenette, "I've been meaning to check in with you. I was going over some of my paperwork." She pulls up a seat at the round table, nodding. "You know, you'll inherit everything."
Dad, Jesus, not at work. Come on, you're 50.
"Yes, well, your mother was 35. My retort jars her, and she snaps her mouth shut, nodding. "Anyway, I was thinking of leaving the tools in the garage specifically to your cousin Callum. He uses them regularly, and you don't seem interested." I drift off as she stares at me.
Dad,
She says, setting her mug on the table.
you are not going to itemize your estate. You need to stop.
"Preparation is a gift, Orla. This is a kindness for you." She shakes her head.
Having the paperwork in place is one thing. You're a healthy man who gets his checkups regularly. You're in perfect health.
I want to rail back at her about my foot, about how this slow degradation of my body surely indicates the creeping arrival of the Grim Reaper. But Orla isn't finished.
Dad,
She says, grabbing my hands and looking into my eyes.
I'm not just talking about itemizing. You're not living your best life. You're holed up.
I shake my head. Orla nods hers.
You are, Dad. But you know what I saw? I saw your entire face change when you were talking to your new neighbors. I saw you make that kid's entire day better, and yesterday I saw you convince him to taste sour cream on his burrito.
The flavor really ties the meal together, I mutter. She nods.
I know it. Now, Jake does too. When's the last time you spent time with someone new like that? Really got to know someone?
I sigh. I feared she'd start in on me again about dating. But Orla raises a valid point.
Those film nerds you talk about are all on a chat group online,
She says.
You could totally be getting together in person for that hobby, but you're not.
She sips her coffee and I stare at her.
If you want me to be okay with you giving Cal the tools, then I want you to promise to start doing more social things outside the family.
I snort a laugh. What a firecracker you are. Who raised you? She winks at me.
A guy who was dealt some bad cards and coasted on fumes for a lot of years.
You're mixing your metaphors, darling. She stands and puts her empty mug in the dishwasher.
Yeah, well, you're festering away.
She plants a kiss on my forehead before I can come up with a retort, and makes her way to her workspace. I try to focus on my projects. Liam and I have meetings coming up to pitch inspection services to a few different power companies. These are warm calls. My brother already went out there and wined and dined them. He's the one with all the pop culture knowledge who can strike up friendly conversation. I go in and talk about technical details. I can do that with half a mind. Have been for years, with barely any small talk before or after. It bothers me that I think Orla's right about the social aspect of my life. I've been very focused on my family for a very long time. I haven't felt lonely. There's too many Bradys in my business, literally at my workplace. I chuckle at the thought of loneliness. Glancing at my calendar for today, I see I'm in meetings straight through for hours. No, I'm not lonely. But Orla's right about one thing. I'm not social. And she's also right that I enjoy getting to know Jake. I swallow, remembering my time in the shower this morning, where I yet again played out fantasies with Elizabeth. The room heats up as I recall how savagely I touched myself, thinking about the scent of her in my car the other day. She and I haven't had any real conversations, not privately. She's been to dinner with my entire family, and I've taught her son how to mow the lawn. But apart from that car ride, I haven't sat and talked to her. It seems disrespectful to use her in my fantasies and not at least take her out to dinner. Maybe Orla's onto something. Before I can talk myself out of it, I pick up my cell and call Beth. She answers breathlessly, like she's just been struggling with something. I look at the time. Oh, crap, are you driving Jake to school?
No,
She huffs.
I walked him to the bus stop this morning.
I hear the mismatched clunk of her walking cast as she thunks back home. Should you be doing that with your foot?
What can I do for you, Kellen?
She counters, an edge to her voice. I close my eyes and swallow. I wondered if you'd like to have dinner with me this weekend. There's silence on the other end of the call. I worry it got disconnected until I hear the throttle of a motorcycle passing near her. Beth?
Yes.
Yes?
I guess you can't see me nodding, can you?
She laughs.
I am interested in having dinner with you, but I'm concerned that Jake's father won't show up.
I don't want to reveal the sinking disappointment I feel at this reminder that, though we are both adults, we are not both independent in the same way. Well, I respond, if that happens, why don't the three of us eat together?
Are you sure? Jake is very particular about his Friday night routine.
I like spending time with you both, I say, truthfully. But I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't prefer to have you to myself. I hear a quick intake of breath as Elizabeth gasps, and I worry I've said something inappropriate. I hear the sound of her unlocking her door, clunking inside with her boot.
Well,
She says,
see you Friday? Maybe I can text you whether Todd shows up?
I could just watch from inside my window.
Right, and that's not creepy at all, Kellen.
I chuckle, knowing of course I'm going to watch her drive away from my window. Who could help but do so? I'll see you around the neighborhood, I tell her. As I hang up, I think I hear her sigh contentedly. Chapter 16. Kellen. Todd does not show up. I resigned myself to this as soon as Elizabeth reminded me of the expectation. I spent the entire day fretting about it, realizing Orla was absolutely right about my need to put myself out somewhere socially. Who could I even talk to about my nerves for this evening? A date? I haven't gone on a date with a new woman in 30 years. Does Elizabeth count as a new woman? I decide that she does, even though I have nobody to confirm my suspicion. I don't care to discuss these things with my brother. It feels inappropriate to call my daughter or one of my nephews. So I'm left on my own to agonize over what to wear if we stay in, and whether to change that up if we go out. I even leave work early to pace in front of my closet, eventually deciding on a pair of dark jeans my brother bought me in Europe, paired with today's dress shirt from work. I move my pacing to the living room around 4, when I peer out the window to see Jake pacing in the driveway. I see Elizabeth talking to him from the steps. I imagine she's letting him know she loves him, that he can still have a fun weekend. I feel such deep anger for Todd Gaston, a man I haven't met but would like to strangle. I realize I'm angry on behalf of fathers everywhere. I stand in the picture window with my hands on my hips, looking out until Elizabeth meets my eye from across the street. She mouths, "Creeper," and smiles. So I decide to just head on over there. Hey, neighbors, I say, extending my hand to pat Jake on the shoulder, but then catching myself and remembering he might not like that. I've always been physically affectionate with Orla and my nephews. They joke about Brady hugs, but I know not everyone appreciates that sort of thing. I wave awkwardly instead. What are you two doing this evening? Elizabeth opens her mouth to say something, but Jake flashes his eyes at me, angry, and says, "It's Friday. On Fridays I eat pizza and watch Star Wars." I nod. Which episode? He rolls his eyes at me. I'm on Last Jedi. I watch one each week and then go back to the beginning. I put my hands in my pockets and raise a brow at him. Do you loop in Rogue One? Jake sinks down on the steps next to his mother, shaking his head.
Obviously not. How could you even ask that?
Elizabeth hides her smile behind her fist. I try to cover. I was just making sure we were on the same page. He rolls his eyes again. Would you and your mother like to come have pizza and watch at my place?
Will you order pizza with pineapple?
Sensing this is another test, I purse my lips before I reply. Only if you like it that way. He nods.
Come on, Mom. Does this count as a dinner party? I'm meeting so many requirements from Miss Amy this month.
Without waiting for us, he charges across the street and lets himself into my house. Elizabeth moves to shout after him, and I touch her wrist. I'm happy to have you both over, I tell her. Truly. Half an hour later, we are all seated on my sofa with an extra-large cheese pizza on the coffee table. It's not lost on me that I'm an old man with a podiatrist taking advantage of the early bird dinner special, but Jake seems thrilled to get a head start on his exciting Friday evening. I try to hide my disappointment that Jake sat between Elizabeth and me on my couch, but if I'm really honest, I'm too nervous to make a move on her anyway. She asks questions about the movie periodically, and he shushes her, not wanting to miss a thing. He mouths the dialogue along with the characters, showing me this probably isn't the first or the last time Elizabeth has seen the movie either. I lean behind Jake, who is sitting ramrod straight, engrossed in the TV. Can I get you a drink? I ask Elizabeth. She nods emphatically and smiles. I like how I feel when she smiles, and I like knowing I can make a woman smile after all this time. There's something magical about knowing I brought her pleasure. Then the thought of pleasure takes my mind into other forms of it, and I quickly stand and head toward the kitchen before my thoughts spiral out of control. I pour a few fingers of whiskey for each of us, grab the freshest soda in my fridge for Jake, and settle back into the sofa, raising my glass to her in a toast before slowly sipping my drink. You and your whiskey, she says, smacking her lips as Jake shushes us. Elizabeth winces as she swallows her drink. The second sip goes down smoother, I tell her, raising my eyebrows as I savor my own second sip. The drink warms my insides, calms my racing heart a bit, even as the action on the screen intensifies. I feel my pulse throbbing in my veins as I watch Ray and her nemesis fight, then nearly kiss. Eventually, the movie ends and Jake stands up, clapping his hands. Woo, he says, turning to face us.
Mom, can I go play Xbox now? What?
She looks taken aback, like his question jolted her back to the room, and her thoughts, too, had been elsewhere.
Xbox. Can I go play? Zach and Fred from school said they would be online tonight, and you emphasized how important you thought it was for me to build social relationships. You met friends at school?
Elizabeth's mouth hangs open, and she clutches her drink to her chest. Jake rolls his eyes again, reminding me how often this happens with teenagers.
Yes, and they're on Xbox. Let's go home. I'm going to play.
He heads toward the door, but realizes she hasn't stood to follow him. She looks at me, obviously not ready to call it a night. I don't want to invite myself to her house. That's too forward. But I'm not ready for our night to end, either. None of this has gone how I was expecting. I run my fingers through my hair and scrape a hand along my jaw, where my beard has come in nearly white.
I'll be over here, sweetheart,
Beth says.
You go and play, but come get me if you need me. Mom,
he says, heading out the door again.
I'll just text you. Duh.
The silence rings after the door shuts behind him. We both lean a bit to stare out the window and watch the lights turn on in Elizabeth's living room as Jake settles onto their couch, firing up the video game system. Eventually, I realize that we are seated with my arm around the back of the couch, just above the line of Elizabeth's shoulders. The smell of her is everywhere around me. Yes, I smell pizza and whiskey, but I also smell her. Sunshine and citrus, like always, but something else. Something new and mature and wonderful. You smell nice, I mutter, before I think better of it. She flushes.
You've always smelled nice, she says.
You smell better now. Is that right? I bring my glass to my lips again, as she nods.
You stopped wearing that awful drugstore cologne, she says, smiling into her own drink. We sip in silence for a bit, evidently smelling each other. I don't feel drunk, but I am definitely affected by the alcohol. Maddie says I smell good, I tell her. Beth nudges me with her shoulder. She clearly has good taste. I feel a pulsing tension in the air, a current between us. I'm glad you asked us over tonight, she tells me. I was very glad to have you here, I tell her truthfully. Both of you, truly. I can tell, she says, and drops a hand to my knee. We both lower our eyes to where her skin warms through the denim. I love that you like my son. She doesn't move her hand, so I move my arm closer to her shoulders, half on the couch and half draped over her slim body. I can feel the heat circulating through her veins, too. I like both of you, I tell her. Of course your kid would be great. He's your kid. Orla is wonderful, too, she says. I admire her spirit. I lift my glass toward her. To great kids, I say. We clink glasses and drink, and I stretch to put my glass on the coffee table. I don't want to talk about kids anymore, Beth. She swallows thickly and looks out the window. I follow her gaze and see Jake illuminated by the blue light of their television. He's wearing a headset and shouting animatedly as he leans to and fro, holding the video game controller. Elizabeth's eyes return to mine, and I lean closer to her, dropping my other hand to her shoulder so she's sitting between my arms. It's been a really long time since I did anything like this, I tell her. She snorts. Yeah, me too. I close the distance between us and kiss her, feeling my lips melt into hers. It's familiar and new, strange and magnificent. As I move my lips, deepening the kiss, my thoughts flit between how this feels so different from kissing my wife and how I shouldn't be thinking about my wife when I'm kissing someone else. Elizabeth's tongue slips into my mouth, dotting against mine. I groan, tasting her. We both taste like whiskey, like heat, like discovery. She puts both her hands on my shoulders, too, pulling us closer against one another. I adjust my legs, and she's kneeling between my thighs, kissing me, moaning. I hear nothing, see only her as she seems to fill my entire body with her wanting. Elizabeth is pressed tightly against my chest, and I feel the heavy weight of her breasts. I think I can sense the hard pebbles of her nipples, and the realization of that has me gasping for breath. I break the kiss, resting my forehead against hers. Kellen, she breathes. I want you. I want you too, I say, kissing her again, and then stopping. I don't know if I know how. She shakes her head. I don't know if I do either. I hold her then, and she rests her head on my shoulder, the two of us panting. Eventually, she pulls back and kisses me on the forehead. I should go home, she says, rising from the couch, slipping through my fingers like rainwater. I rise along with her. When can I see you again? She laughs, smoothing out her jeans and adjusting her short hair. The next time you look out your window, I guess. I frown, gesturing at her walking boot. I'm walking you home, I tell her. This is still a date, after all. She nods. I'll accept that. We navigate our way down my steps, and between her cast and my sore foot, we actually seem to need the physical support when we clasp hands. And we walk that way across the street, holding each other's hands until she gets her front door open. Good night, I tell her, lifting our clasped hands and kissing her knuckles. The smile she gives me stays with me until I fall asleep.
Chapter 17. Elizabeth. I touch my lips with the pads of my fingers. I can still feel him, still taste him. The thrill of making out with Kellen is overwhelming. And when I get inside, I can't even manage to say goodnight to my son. He doesn't notice anyway, thankfully, just grunts as I walk past on the way to my bedroom. I can't remember the last time I felt this alive. Between Kellen happily conversing with my son, just bantering with him about Star Wars like it was a regular Friday night, and the whiskey, and the feel of his body pressed against mine, I might swoon. I sit on the edge of my bed, vibrating. No, wait, my phone is vibrating. Lisa, I hiss into the phone. Holy shit. You better tell me everything. Are you naked right now? Oh my God, why are you answering the phone? Todd didn't show up, obviously. I hear her hurl profanity, and it sounds like she's throwing something. She's probably doing dishes while we talk. Lisa only buys plastic plates and bowls so she can slam them around for emphasis when she fights with Ashish. But we kissed, I blurt out. She squeals. Oh, Liz, I'm so stinking happy for you. Was it awesome? I flop back on the sheets, the muscles of my cheeks straining from all the smiling I'm doing. Unreal, I tell her. I describe how Kellen was so awesome with Jake, so friendly. Good men being good with kids is like the ultimate turn-on, Lisa says, and I know she's doing dishes now because I hear her bang the counter. It really is. I feel a bubble of shame, not for the first time, at not seeing Todd for a dirtbag sooner. What kind of man can't be bothered to get to know his son? I haven't even had to explain Jake to Kellen, Lisa. He just seems to understand how to talk to him. Well, she says, I feel like there's a stereotype about engineers being on the spectrum anyway. He's probably used to it. But also he's charming. He makes my kids smile. And I know Jake feels comfortable with him, which makes me feel comfortable. I drift off, not sure if I should tell her just how comfortable I was getting tonight. I was so close to orgasm just from rubbing my chest against his. I've been using my facial massager almost every day since I got it, and it's like I uncorked a river of sexual energy. We need to go get you lingerie, Lisa says matter-of-factly. I'm taking Jake overnight next weekend, and you're wearing black lace panties and doing all kinds of things in and out of them. I roll my eyes. I'm not going to the mall again, I tell her, and then wonder if I can maybe order a few things online. It can't hurt to try, right? Also, don't be upset because I didn't use names, although I'm sure he knew who I was talking about. Anyway, I was talking to Ashish about sex. I'm sure you were. No, I mean I was talking to him about ladies having sex after menopause, which gave him quite a start because I'm not quite at that phase yet. Quit rubbing it in how young you are. I have an old soul, she says. It's true. I've never felt like she was an entire decade younger than me when we have so much in common otherwise. So, Ashish says the physical therapists at work talk about this all the time. They actually see a ton of women for pelvic floor therapy. I sit back up in bed. You know, I had that for a long time after my hysterectomy, after Jake's birth. It was the only contact another human made with my nether regions since his conception. I remember. She makes a sound of compassion. And, anyway, apparently women of a certain age who have gone a long time without visiting Pound Town get, like, thin vagina walls. Thin walls? It's hard for me to quantify if this should feel as scary as it sounds. Thin walls. Basically, your pussy is like a muscle, and you need to work up to inviting his sausage into your bun. I snort cough. She's so crass when her kids aren't around. I love how open she is, how open I feel when I'm around that freedom of expression. Oh my God, Lisa, you're killing me. I'm serious. This is a real thing. You should also call your OB because there's a cream you can use to help things along. I groan. The last thing I want to do right now is talk to another human being face to face about how long it's been since I've had sex. But then I remember the feel of Kellen's erection near my fingertips when I shoved the burrito money in his pants pocket. I remember the hard length of his body pressed against me on my doorstep after our date. I definitely want to explore this type of behavior with Kellen, and it sounds like I need to do some homework to get my body ready for that. I look down at my secret ivy tattoo and remember, I persevere. I hang up with Lisa and promise to call my doctor about the cream. But first, I grab my laptop and order some lingerie online. Just a few things. Just a few dozen pairs of lace panties in different styles, because I have no idea what will feel comfortable or what Kellen will like. Looking around as if someone could see what I'm doing, I pull up the search engine and start looking into the estrogen cream Lisa mentioned. The results make me cringe, referring to a woman's intimate area and the change of life. But the overall message is clear. I need to approach this slowly and use some sort of product, or else my best case scenario is a raging yeast infection. Well, that's a sexy conversation to have, I mutter, trying to imagine sitting Kellen down and explaining that, due to my old Crohn's situation, my honeypot has literally dried up and might rip if we try anything physical too soon. I toss the laptop across the bed, wondering what comes next. I felt how eagerly he was touching me tonight, how he was yearning for more, how I can tell him we need to go slow. I take a deep breath and try to remember that it's been a while for him, too. He hasn't been with anyone since his wife, I remind myself. This is new for him, too. I toss and turn for a while, fretting. I can't stop my thoughts from churning out mean ideas, like I brought this all on myself by not doing something about my sex life a decade ago. My cruel inner voice tells me I drove Todd into the arms of all those women he apparently was sleeping with for years, and then my rational mind sets in again, and I remember how hard I was focused on other things, how many other amazing things I did, like helping Jake navigate a world that's not quite ready for him, or forging this fantastic friendship with Lisa. You got out when you were able, I mumble, quoting the therapist I visited when I was starting the divorce proceedings with Todd. I'm like the explorer moon, I repeat, and touch the healed tattoo. In the grand scheme of things, telling a man we need to go slow and use lube shouldn't be nearly as hard as, say, getting an autistic child to agree to his flu shot. So why does this feel so much scarier?
Chapter 18. Kellen. In the morning, I want to call Elizabeth. I want to walk over to her house and kiss her again to see if last night was a fluke or if I really am feeling this alive. I wake up, peel off my night splint, cursing the ligaments in my old foot. I decide there's no reason to sit alone in my house when she's right there, across the street, likely drinking coffee while her son plays more video games. I brew an extra cup and head across the street, carrying 2 steaming mugs, tapping on the glass of her storm door carefully so I don't spill. This is unlike me, an uncalculated, unplanned move. What if she's not up yet? What if she is still in her robe? A million terrifying thoughts circulate as I wait on the porch until I hear the snick of the deadbolt being opened. I grit my teeth until I see her face light up. "Kellen," she whispers. She opens the door further. "Jake's still in bed." "Oh, I hadn't thought of that," I admit, staring down at the coffee. Would you want to drink a cup of coffee with me?" She sets a mug of coffee down on the table inside the door. Of course, she had already made her own. I'm feeling ashamed of my rash choices, questioning my sanity. But she tugs at my elbow. "I'd love that. Mine's gone cold, anyway," she says, taking one of the mugs from me. We make our way to the dining room, her thumping in the walking cast, and me stepping gingerly on the gel inserts I've had to put in all my shoes. I hadn't considered my day past this moment, apart from kissing her again, so I sip my drink nervously, waiting to see if she'll say something. Her cheeks bloom with a beautiful pink. and I wonder if it's the heat radiating from the drink or something else.
I had a really nice time last night, Kellen, she says.
She slides a hand across the table and grips mine. I stare down at our entwined fingers. That's an understatement, Beth. She squeezes my hand. And then, like water over a dam, I just start talking to her. It's been so damn long since I had these kinds of feelings, since I had this kind of wondering about a new person. I look over at her, and she's smiling. Not a pitying type of smile, but a happy one. You make me feel really alive, I say finally.
That's a really nice compliment, Kellen.
She leans around the table and kisses my cheek. She makes to lean back into her seat, but I snake an arm out and around her shoulders, pulling her closer. I let go of the coffee mug and cup her chin, tipping her beautiful face up toward mine so I can kiss her mouth. And then I keep on going. Yep, definitely alive. I lose control of my faculties and am about to pull her into my lap when she draws back.
I need to talk about this.
She gestures between us. My mouth snaps shut. As if she is reading my thoughts, she shakes her head.
No, yes, I want to do this. I want to be physical with you, Kellen. God, I want to do that.
She blushes again, then swallows.
But there are some mechanical obstacles. Logistics?
She shakes her head.
This is coming out wrong.
You can tell me, I assure her. I'm not going anywhere. To emphasize my point, I put my sore foot up on another chair in her dining room. I'm literally not going anywhere until I take some more ibuprofen. That gets a smile from her.
What I'm trying to say is it's been so long since I was intimate with anyone, and well, you know how old I am. We need to go slow, is all.
Her eyes widen, a hopeful look on her face.
Really slow with penetration stuff.
Understanding dawns on me. I tingle with embarrassment because I had not taken the time to consider what changes women must experience in that department. I'm briefly struck by the thought that Helen never even got the chance to worry about that. But I push that aside and reach for Elizabeth's hands. I'm good with that, I tell her. I just like being near you. I like how I feel when I'm with you, Beth. She bites her lower lip.
Same, Kellen Brady.
I hear a stirring down the hall, the telltale signs of a teenager reluctantly getting out of bed. I don't know if it would be upsetting for Jake to come out and find me here, whether that would be so unexpected it would set him off. I stand. Have dinner with me tonight again, I say. I'll order in, or if there's somewhere Jake likes, we can go out. She stares down the hall, where we can hear him grumbling as he slams drawers open and closed.
Maybe Jake wants to visit my parents for a bit this evening, she says.
Then she grins at me.
That way we could.
I nod. I'd like that very much, I tell her. I bend down to kiss her cheek and snatch the empty coffee mug from her hands. My lady, I say, saluting with the mug. See you around. I raise my eyebrows, waiting for her to fill in the time. She sighs.
My parents eat at like 4:30, she says. They're ridiculous. I'll try to have Jake over there by then, so...
She drifts off.
Maybe we can do something before dinner, too?
We're becoming a regular pair of early bird specials, I say. I'll see what I can come up with. I emerge from her house to find Callum in the driveway, sweaty from a run, sliding underneath his Bronco. Over for an early visit with your neighbor? He stares at the two mugs in my hand, like he's hoping to read more into that situation but can't quite find a way to insinuate something untoward. You mind your business, young man, I tell him. I squat next to the vehicle and peer underneath. What have we got going on today?
Chapter 19. Elizabeth. I realize that all the things I bought online will, of course, not be arriving today in time for my date with Kellen in 8 hours. I groan. realizing I'm going to have to go shopping again. I know I just told him we have to take things slowly, and there's no earthly reason to suspect he might be anywhere near my underwear. But the thought of going on a date in my current sagging stash of lingerie makes me shudder. Somewhere in the past decade, I slipped into my mother's worst nightmare. I have nothing but gray, threadbare bras and panties with withered seams. "Jake," I shout down the hall. "Do you need anything at the mall, babe? I need to buy some things." "Ugh, I hate shopping," he groans. "I'm supposed to be online today with Mitchell." "I didn't say you had to come along. I asked if you need anything." By the time I get out of the house with his list, I'm confident the stores will at least be open. I decide that purchasing these things has very little to do with Kellen, actually. Even if he doesn't end up seeing the pretty lace under things, I am buying them as an act of self-care. I care enough about myself to buy bras without the wires bursting through the fabric, to buy underwire that wouldn't bring me shame if the paramedics ever had to cut them off my unconscious body. While I'm in the department store, searching for the undershirts Jake likes, with no tags or raised seams, I decide to splurge on a long dress for myself and a bra/panty set for tonight. The dress, a flowing black maxi with an asymmetrical neckline, covers the walking boot. The new bra hoists up my bust, so I can barely tell that it sags practically to my navel. I stare at myself in the full-length mirror for a long time, accepting that I don't look a thing like the frumpy, flustered mom I've felt for the past decade plus. "I look so good," I say out loud, realizing that I'm still Jake's mom and so much more. I'm the woman who stood up for herself, the advocate who stands up for her son, and I'm the woman going out on a date with a sexy man tonight, I mutter, bagging everything up and heading to the checkout. My parents are delighted at the opportunity to have Jake over to their house, and Dad even pipes in that he's going to drive the two of them over to some sort of event at the board game store. "That sounds perfect, Dad," I tell him. I expected Jake to resist when I told him he's going to his grandparents' house, but he surprised me by asking if he can go down there immediately, rather than wait until 4 p.m. "Well, I can't see why not," I start to say, staring at him. This isn't the sort of day I'm used to having, where an attractive, kind man brings me coffee, asks me to dinner, childcare appears, and my usually rigid son rolls with the punches. I feel myself holding my breath, waiting for the catch. We are not loose plans people. As I return from my unplanned errand, my body waits for the meltdown or the call from someone that will throw everything into a tailspin. I'm so used to planning for the worst and feeling relief at any scrap of a nice time. It actually feels a bit unsettling to arrive home to a pleasant kid, a house that's not on fire, no trace of a meltdown in sight. Instead, Jake tells me, "I want to use Granddad's account to get another copy of the Roblox promo skin." "Another copy? What?" He rolls his eyes at me. "There's a free promotion through our cell phone service. I'm going to ask Granddad if I can have his code too. Can I go now? I'll walk." He tosses on a hoodie and heads for the door without glancing back at me. "Text me when you get there," I shout to his back, but he's off. I want to chase after him, to make sure he knows the way without getting lost, even though of course he knows. He probably knows exactly how many sidewalk squares he'll cross between our two houses. And he's determined to go now. There's evidently some sort of free video game code, and his body is drawn to it like a beacon. When he's gone, I take in the stillness in the house, how it doesn't feel oppressive or frightening. It just feels content. When Kellen rings my bell a few hours later, I'm more relaxed than I've felt in years. I spent hours alone, reading a romance novel that made me blush. So this is what it's like, I think, marveling at how quickly I feel like a goddess, how little downtime it takes to help me feel like my lungs fully expand. I'm so used to being on, So used to being fully attuned to Jake's specific needs. Is it possible that all of the therapies are kicking in? That he's navigating the world with less assistance? Did I not notice things getting easier before the move, or has it really been this sudden? Beth? I hear Kellen's voice on the other side of the door and realize I'm standing in my hall, talking to myself. I pull open the front door, and the sight of him takes my breath away. He's standing there looking unbelievably sexy, in dark jeans, a button-down shirt, and a blazer. And he's holding flowers. I literally swoon, sagging against the doorframe. Kellen, I breathe. His jaw works up and down as he stares at me, and I smile when he says, I feel the same way. You look breathtaking, Elizabeth. We stare at one another for a few beats, and then I reach for the flowers. Let me put these in water, I say, hobbling to the kitchen and plunking the flowers in an empty water glass I pull from the sink. I don't have a vase, but I can't find it in me to care. I get to go out with this man, looking like this, looking at me like that. He reaches for my hand and we walk back across the street to get in his car. How do you like mussels? He asks. I melt into his interior. My favorite. I normally walk to Park Bruges, Kellen says, putting his arm around my seat as he backs out of the driveway. I'm immediately taken back to 30 years ago when I used to swoon when he'd do this, driving us somewhere in his parents' car. It gives me comfort to know that some things like this don't change, even when people have lived a lot of years of a lot of struggle and change. Next time we'll walk, I tell him, when our old feet are up to it. It's less than a mile drive, and Kellen is able to find a parking spot near the restaurant. It's early enough that there's no crowd inside the sunny little cafe. I've never eaten here before, I tell him. I've heard of it, though. The restaurant is famous for their Belgian beers, their fries, and their mussels. Kellen slinks an arm around my waist, drawing me out of the way as an employee rushes past with a hand truck holding 2 barrels. Careful now, he says, his breath tickling my neck. We're here at the same time the food's getting delivered. I shrug. It'll just taste that much fresher, right?
Chapter 20. Kellen. I'm not sure how many hours pass at the restaurant. Elizabeth and I have each had a few drinks, shared several pounds of bivalves, and are holding hands on the table. I keep staring down to make sure it's really my skin against hers. A living woman. Someone I admire. She strokes my palm with her thumb, and I feel the motion in every cell of my body. Tell me about your job search, I say, dipping a piece of crusty bread in the buttery sauce from our dinner. She frowns.
It's a bit stagnant right now. I'm being really particular,
She says, and shrugs.
I can get by on the support from Todd.
She hesitates, and I jump in, saying, As it should be, fucker. She squeezes my hand.
Yes, he is that. But it's more like I put up with bullshit for so many years. I just don't have it in me to devote my time towards something that's not dramatically fulfilling.
I love that, I tell her. Life is definitely too short to put up with bullshit. Elizabeth pulls her hand back, tucks her short hair behind her ears.
I am so sorry about your wife, Kellen.
Thank you, I sigh. Orla thinks I've been just waiting around to die. She laughs.
I don't get that impression at all,
she says.
I've met your family. It's a pretty wild bunch.
I agree, I tell her. It's just, she's a little bit right. I haven't exactly been grabbing every opportunity, seizing the day. I adjust my legs on the bench and my foot comes in contact with Elizabeth's calf. I don't pull it away, and she doesn't move her leg. I've been
stagnant.
Elizabeth raises her brows at me and presses her leg into my foot. I nod. Suddenly feeling anxious for reasons I can't describe, I clear my throat and pull back my leg. Elizabeth, I love talking to you, I tell her. As the afternoon gave way to dusk, She and I sat here discussing history documentaries, our shared love of very dark chocolate, and Dolly Parton podcasts. She opened up about some of the struggles Jake faces in schools when rigid teachers can't seem to follow the impact of their strict rules on a young man who just requires more and different explanations than other kids. I spent at least an hour of our conversation wanting to quit my job and go become a high school teacher so I could give Jake and kids like him a safe place to learn about physics. "I love talking to you too," she says, and she flushes again. I keep thinking about what we discussed. She doesn't have to remind me which discussion. The one this morning, where she was so open about needing some careful attention before we can be physically intimate. I clear my throat and close my eyes. Deciding blunt honesty feels best, even if I can't brave the look in her eyes as I admit what I've been thinking all day. I'm worried I'll hurt you, and I'm equally worried my own performance will be absolutely terrible if we make love. I hesitate on the phrase make love, because I don't know that I've ever used those two words together. Helen and I enjoyed a healthy sex life in the beginning, but didn't exactly discuss what we were up to. Teenage Elizabeth and I didn't use that sort of language either for our stolen moments of exploration and fumbling. When I open my eyes, Elizabeth's are dancing between mine, her expression hopeful. "Last night was wonderful," she says. I nod. "We could go home and build on that?" I slap a wad of cash on the table and spring up from the booth at her words, extending my hand to her. She laughs. "You like that idea, do you?" I'm terrified and insatiable. The 1-mile drive home takes far too long, with pedestrians moseying through every intersection and a neighbor navigating a boat trailer down our narrow residential street. By the time I park in my driveway, I can practically hear Elizabeth's heart racing. Or maybe it's mine. I hurry around to her side of the car, opening her door for her, and fumbling with the garage light to enter my house. She bites her lip as I help her up the stairs, and as soon as we are in my kitchen, I gather her in my arms. "Beth," I whisper, pushing her up against the closed garage door. She shudders as I pepper kisses down the length of her neck, and the taste of her skin is so overpowering. I forget how nervous I am that she is fragile. She gathers the front of my shirt in 2 fists and pulls me against her body, pressing her lips against mine fiercely. "I want to lie down with you," she pants. "I want to feel you lying on top of me." "Yes," I breathe, marching down the hall, tugging her closely behind me. She traces a finger along my jaw. I turn my face to kiss her palm. "When did you grow the beard?" I keep my hand around her waist, seeking the skin-to-skin connection with her. "It's been years," I say. "Maybe since I bought the house. I think it started during the time when something had to give, and that thing was daily shaving." I drag a palm along my cheek, the crackling sound of my skin and the short hair filling the silent room. "What do you think of the gray?" "Honestly?" I grin. "No, lie to me." She swats at my shoulder with her free hand, and I snag her palm against my body again. "It looks amazing, Kellen." Elizabeth sighs. "You're like exactly what you should look like as an adult." We're quiet for a while, until eventually I tell her, "It's not what I expected. Adulthood, I mean." She nods. "That's true enough." She squeezes my hand with hers. "There are moments that take my breath away, though, Kellen, and I just want to pinch myself to see if it's real." I lift my hand from where it's connected with hers and pinch her bicep. "Definitely real," I tell her, kissing the spot. Then I press my lips to hers again, kissing her slowly. "Definitely a dream, too."
Chapter 21. Elizabeth. I don't have time to dwell on my amazing experience with Kellen. It's obvious he and I have a lot to build on, and I want to repeat what we did together. But Jake has a chess tournament this week, and he's perseverating. That means every few seconds he asks to review expectations again. And again. There's only one winner, but every participant receives a keychain, he says, his eyes looking hopeful. Right. A chess piece keychain, I assure him, just like last year. But last year's pieces were red, and they were green the year before, so it's not just like it. Jake tugs at the collar of his polo shirt, frowning. We've been working very hard to find him an outfit that meets the parameters for the tournament, but doesn't bother his sensitive skin. This itches, he says. It's burning. I can't wear it. Jake, I squeeze his arm. Hear me out for a minute. What if you wear one of your preferred t-shirts under the polo? Then you'll have a nice soft collar, but still meet the dress code. That sounds sweaty, he says, shaking his head. I'll be sweaty. I'm sure they'll keep the temperature reasonably low in the library. I try to assure him. Event planners usually set the temp lower when they're expecting a crowd. As Jake ponders the potential of this tidbit, I concentrate on my breathing. When he's anxious like this, worried about something, the energy of it fills the room. Everything feels tight. My temper gets short. He and I have been working on it. We're always working on everything. Repeating the expectations helps him feel more in control, because there are so many things he can't control, like the outcome, or whether someone at the tournament will show up wearing strong perfume that will make him gag and derail his concentration. Jake concedes my point and sets out a t-shirt, a polo, and a pair of pants with the least itchy seams I could find. And I have good news about the socks, I tell him. We subscribe to his preferred brand of socks, since he's so hard on them and they wear out quickly. I was able to bump up the delivery, so your new package will arrive tomorrow. I don't tell Jake that I never got through to his father, and I have no idea whether he will turn up at the tournament as Jake requested. I can't tell if Jake actually wants to see Todd there, or if he feels like he needs his dad there in order to fit in. Dhruv will have two parents present, so Jake might fear he will stand out if he does not. I don't like competing against Dhruv, Jake says. Oh, I know, sweetie. But if both of you play your best, that's the important thing. Building skills, right? Jake looks at me like I'm naive, and I laugh. Okay. I know you both really want to win. But learning how to lose gracefully is also an important life skill. He stomps off to his room to study, and it's unclear to me whether he's studying chess strategies or school assignments. I pick up Jake from school early the next day, leaving my walking boot at home. I keep telling myself it's not my modesty that keeps me from wanting people to stare at my leg. I just want as much as possible for Jake to feel like I'm not distracting him. He and the kids from his regular chess club are competing against teens from all throughout the county. It's such a nice tournament, from my perspective anyway, because the atmosphere seems friendly. We find Lisa, Ashish, and Dhruv, and get ourselves checked in. The boys don't look up from their phones to greet each other as they normally would, and Lisa and I share facial expressions communicating that we're both going through the stress of our kids' anxiety. After the boys check in and go off with their coach, Lisa and Ashish and I try to find some seats. The players are broken into brackets, and the first match kicks off. The parents all sit around sipping drinks, speaking in hushed whispers, as the brainy teens compete. No Todd, eh? Lisa wrinkles her nose. I shake my head. It's probably better this way, I tell her. Lord knows I don't want to sit near him, and his presence might distract Jake, you know? She nods, and our conversation drifts between each of their jobs, stressful, and my job search, stalled. But hey, I say with a shrug, I didn't have to use any PTO to be here today. No sooner are the words out of my mouth than we hear a commotion at the door. I groan, knowing before I turn my head fully that Todd is the source of the racket. I groan louder when I see that he's brought the strumpet with him. Oh no, he's not trying to come over here, Lisa huffs, following my gaze. Todd and the tramp are noisily weaving between spectators. They're dressed to the nines, clearly en route to a formal event and thinking they'd make some sort of pit stop for appearances. I glower at them, suspecting they're heading to one of the grand hotels nearby for a fundraiser. "There's not even a valet," the tramp says, flouncing into a seat a few rows behind me, deliberately avoiding eye contact with both me and Lisa. Lisa can't help herself. She turns in her seat. "Of course there's not a valet," she hisses. "It's a teen chess tournament at the library." Some other parents sitting nearby chuckle. Tramp makes a duck face and squints at my friend. "Elizabeth," Todd says, his voice devoid of emotion, "your description of this event was misleading." Is he trying to get a rise out of me? I trace a finger along my slacks where they hide my ivy tattoo. Persevere, I think, as I turn in my seat and force a smile on my face. "Which part?" "Pardon?" "Which part of my description was misleading?" He rolls his eyes. "You suggested this was a prestigious opportunity for our son. You indicated a full showing from the county." I will not react strongly, I tell myself. I believe my exact words were, "Jake is competing in the county teen chess tournament at the library." Ashish gives me a thumbs up from the other side of Lisa, and then we all turn our heads because one of the players roars. I know it's Jake before I locate him, and then I see him, tugging on his hair and muttering, "No, no, 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 no." He meets my eyes and I bite my lip. Should I go up? Is this salvageable? It seems too soon for him to have lost the match already, and I know each teen plays 2 matches before elimination. I feel a hand on my shoulder, firm and uncomfortable, and I whip my head around to see Todd's enraged face an inch from my own. "Are you going to let him humiliate himself like this? What have you been doing since you decided you were too good for our marriage?" I stare at my ex-husband for a second, and I realize I feel bad for him. He's so wrapped up in other people's perceptions of him that he is truly not able to see anything beyond himself. I turn back toward Jake, and my heart swells when I see the chess coach has approached him. The coach uses hand gestures mimicking deep breaths and gives Jake a thumbs up as my son nods and puffs out his cheeks on an exhale. I actually clap my hands when I see Jake pick up a chess piece and make another move, meltdown avoided. Lisa squeezes my hand and Ashish yells out, "Yeah, nice, Jake." I laugh as my son flushes and holds his hands over his eyes, embarrassed not at his outburst, but at Ashish's. "Did you see that?" I lean across to my friends who nod. "He worked it out. He totally did," Lisa says. "Who is that coach and can we take him home with us?" I'm so caught up in my celebration of Jake's progress that I almost forgot Todd is sitting here, all judgmental and missing the point. Almost. "Are you kidding me right now, Elizabeth?" When I turn to face him again, he has his arms crossed and looks like he just lost out on a merger. I raise an eyebrow at him by way of response, wondering whatever drew me to him in the first place. He's bitter and mean, and I lived in a house with him for nearly 20 years. Gross, I mutter. "You're not going to reprimand him?" "Reprimand?" I feel Lisa stiffen in the folding chair next to me and I squeeze her hand. "For what, exactly? Having emotions? Feeling strongly about his performance?" "His behavior is unacceptable," Todd growls, gesturing around the room. No sooner does he say so when I hear another teen groan. This one bangs his fist on the table before he tips over his king, ceding the match to his opponent. I don't point this out to Todd. "People groan when they're disappointed, Todd. Maybe you missed the part where our autistic son put his strategies into use and calmed down so he could keep playing?" The tramp looks confused. "Autistic? I thought you said he was just weird," she says to Todd, twirling her hair around one finger. "I mean, he is weird for sure. I didn't know he was autistic." Todd springs to his feet. "Jesus, Elizabeth, do you need to air our private business like this?" "Private?" I look at Lisa, who shrugs. Todd extends his hand to the tramp. "Come on, sweetheart. We need to be going to the gala anyway." She shrugs and stands, adjusting her gown before she starts to squeeze her way down the aisle of chairs. Are people around you not aware that Jake is autistic? I can't imagine how or why he would keep such a thing to himself. Jake certainly volunteers this information given the opportunity. I guess his father doesn't ever give him the opportunity, and I immediately feel sad for my son, that I subjected him to spending time with someone who tries to hide him. I was under the impression you were spending your time trying to fix all of that. Todd grunts, shouldering his way out. When he's gone, I look over to Jake, who is still deep into his first round. I locate Dhruv, who is rocking in his chair and tapping the table, but also seems to be contentedly playing his match. I turn to Lisa and say, "Did that just happen? Did your scumbag ex-husband reveal that he thinks autism can be cured, all the while telling everyone his own son is weird? Oh yeah, that happened." I feel a giant lump in my throat, pulsing inside me. I don't know if it's the physical manifestation of my rage, or my disappointment, or my heartbreaking for Jake. I don't know what it is, but I know I can't process it right now. I'm here to watch my kid, my brilliant, funny teenage kid, compete at something important to him. "Babe, give me my bag," Lisa says to her husband, gesturing for her purse under his chair. "I want to grab a knife and go slash Todd's tires." "Lisa, honey, you can't just say things like that," Ashish says, draping an arm around her shoulders and squeezing her arm. Looking to me, he says, "Let me know if you need a witness at court when you adjust your custody agreement." "Oh, fuck yeah, babe. God, it's hot when you do that," Lisa says. "That asshole should never have access to Jake again, Liz. You want me to subpoena all the other parents here?" This gets a laugh from me, and I'm thankful, because it pushes the lump down inside a bit. I make eye contact with our boys again, seeing they're carrying on unfazed. I shake my head. "Thanks for the offer, Liz. I'll let you know what my lawyer says tomorrow." Jake and Dhruv make it through the second round and are both eliminated. I worry the seam on my slacks when I see Jake tip over his king, but then I feel elation and relief when my son smiles. He stands and shakes hands with the teen across from him and walks over to me, holding out the bright blue bishop keychain. "I asked my opponent for his contact information," Jake says. "He's a worthy adversary." I pull my kid in for a hug and laugh. "That's a fantastic attitude to have, Jake." "Does this complete the unit on sportsmanship?" he asks, looking at me. I ruffle his hair. "I'd say so," I tell him, and then I tilt my head towards our friends. "Come on, babe. Let's go get burgers and shakes. And fries," he says. "The crispy ones, not the mushy ones that are undercooked." "Of course," I tell him, linking my arm through his and pulling it back when he brushes it off. I'm elated by his victory today. I don't care a fig about his chess performance. He tamped down a code red emotional fit and lost gracefully. This progress has been so hard-earned, so gradual. As the five of us sit down in our favorite burger joint, I take stock of the progress Jake has made since we moved. He's thriving, I realize. I make a note to point it out to his therapist the next time we talk. I can worry about Todd later. "To sportsmanship," I say to the table, raising my milkshake in toast. "To sportsmanship," Lisa and Ashish say, enthusiastically clinking glasses with me. Dhruv nods and says, "The custom of toasting can be traced back to the ancient Greeks when honoring the gods." Jake likewise nods and eventually raises his glass. "We are like the gods of the game of kings." The boys clink glasses. Jake looks at me and grins. "Was that a euphemism? Did I do it right?" "You did perfect, baby," I tell him. Tears in my eyes. Just perfect.
Chapter 22. Kellen. When can I see you again? I tried to resist sending the text, but the absence of Beth this week stings. I've called a few times, and she's been distant. I can tell something is wrong, but haven't been able to get her alone to discuss it. I'm glad I sent the message, though, because I immediately see the 3 dancing dots on my phone, indicating that she's typing something back to me. something that's taking her quite a while. Enough of this. I call her. Beth, I say when she answers. Please talk to me. Kellen. Her voice is heavy. It sounds like maybe she's been crying. She sighs. I could really use a friend right now. I'm your friend? I assert. I'm definitely your friend. What can I do? She agrees we can have dinner together tonight at her place, and I stop for a very specific sandwich order she messages me. I don't begrudge Jake his particular order. In fact, his sandwich sounds so good I special order myself a similar one. I never thought to combine butter with pickles and ham, but I'm looking forward to tasting it. I show up with the food, and Elizabeth looks tense as we eat. She keeps flitting her eyes to the clock, nervously spinning her fork around in circles on the table. Hey, Jake, I want to thank you for teaching me about this sandwich. I tell him, this is really good. It's French. He mumbles around a mouthful of sandwich. I nod. Yes, I gathered that when I picked it up from the French bakery. I toss him a wink. I was surprised Elizabeth mentioned the tiny bakery on Butler Street, since I hadn't known they made sandwiches. I also hadn't imagined there was something there Jake would agree to eat, given his limitations on flavorful food. When I asked her if I could grab something for us all to eat, she hesitated initially. I could tell she was anxious about making a special request for Jake. I gesture at Jake with my water glass. I just want you both to know I am enjoying my JG special. That's what I'm calling the sandwich. Elizabeth smiles at that and takes a bite of her own, chasing it with potato chips. I wish I could do more to show them that I'm very comfortable with different ways of looking at the world. You know, I start to say as they both look up at me, distracted. My nephew led a meeting today at work. This is Zach I'm talking about now. He brought a new person in to work at the company who programs computers to learn things. Anyhow, this guy looks at the world and sees it so differently from me, and it makes him a real asset to us because he's already identified a lot of problems for our clients. Then we figured out ways to fix them. Like what kind of problems? Jake asks, seeming interested. I explain how a lot of our industrial clients were experiencing landslides that meant they couldn't get vehicles on their access roads. This guy, Ray, put cameras on city buses that drive the same routes every day so we could study the footage over time, and his computer program learned how to identify when the ground is unstable. Jake's eyes light up at this. That is very sensible. What else can the bus cameras monitor? I grin. I'm glad you asked, Jake. That's what we're figuring out right now, in fact. So many possibilities. Liam, the one who is anticipating a baby with Maddie? Jake's interruption surprises a laugh out of me. Yes, I tell him. The very same. Anyway, Liam is very interested in power lines. I spend the next half hour telling a very interested Jake all about Liam's pet project at work, until I notice that Elizabeth has tuned out and seems to be fussing over something internally. Eventually, Jake excuses himself to go play video games, and Elizabeth looks relieved when he shuts himself in his room to play on the computer instead of their living room system. Hey, I tell her, walking around to massage her shoulders. What's up? I don't like this, having to pester and dig to find out what's bothering her when it's so obvious something is wrong. I wish she would just tell me openly. Let me share her burden, whatever it is. I am going after Todd for full custody, she says, nodding her head like she needs to work on convincing herself this is the right choice. Oh, I encourage. Well, that seems appropriate. Is that overstepping? The man hardly shows up for his custody time anyway, and all that does is upset Jake. Elizabeth shakes her head. He's not happy about it, she says. I just don't understand what his motivation is, and that makes it difficult to know how to act here. Like, he doesn't want the responsibility of parenting Jake, but he also doesn't want the stigma of losing custody of his child. I think that's where I've landed about it. I sit down in the chair next to her. Oh, Beth, that's a lot. I hesitate, offering the only insight I have into court and custody situations, from Zach's mother 30 years prior. Mick's second wife was sort of like that. Maybe not a direct comparison. She was happy enough to take a settlement check and hightail it out of Pittsburgh. Beth's eyes seem sad and she squints, nodding.
That doesn't seem quite the same sort of thing. Although, I think I'd like it if Todd did just move away. Maybe that would feel more final or something.
We sit in silence for a long while after that, occasionally listening as Jake whoops or growls from down the hall. I massage her wherever she seems receptive to my touch, and I feel like a real slime ball because I keep thinking about how much I'd love to sneak across the street to my house and throw her on my bed to massage her properly with my tongue. Eventually, she looks at me, really looks into my eyes, and the intensity of her stare floors me.
You said you want to be my friend,
She says. I nod.
take my mind off all this.
She says. She stands up and puts her hands on my shoulders. I tilt my head up to look at her, and she bends to kiss me, desperate and hungry. I moan softly as she kisses me, and then my eyes fly wide as she bites my lip. My instincts are screaming to slow this down, to talk to her and sort out what's really bothering her. But the sexual part of me that has lain dormant for so many years is roaring in response to her touch, her scent.
Make me forget,
She whispers. So I do. I make her forget until I, too, forget what drew me over here, which was that I wanted her to let me into her worries. I can't help but feel there is something she's holding back. But by the time we hide in her garage, frantically wrestling to get her up on the washer so I can slide my hands down the front of her jeans, well, I forget everything else and sink into the physical sensation of being with her.
Chapter 23. Elizabeth. It's like Kellen and I knocked over a hive, and a swarm of energetic passion bees buzzes between us. Every evening after he gets home from work, he comes over and we make out. Once Jake gets situated in his room with his video games in the evening, I sneak over to Kellen's and we make out. I'm shocked at what a stress relief it is to sneak around and make out with my... Is he my boyfriend? Do 50-year-old women say the word boyfriend? I feel a slight twinge of guilt that I'm not actively working on more with him than the physical stuff. But as I spend my days sending messages back and forth with my lawyer and prepping to fight for Jake, the physical release is what I need most. We kiss and we touch, and he makes me come without ever taking off my clothes. I give him hand jobs in his kitchen, both of us fully dressed with just his zipper opened. It's messy and raw, and everything I need. After a week of this petting and pawing, I thought I'd feel less obsessed, but I find I can barely concentrate throughout the day. I think about showing up at Kellen's office wearing nothing but a trench coat. I think about positioning myself naked on his bed so he comes home from work, slides off his tie, and startles, finding me there in his bed. But, of course, reality shows up. Kellen's family needs his guidance and security. Jake needs my help with his Spanish homework. Lisa needs me to listen while she vents about her son's peeing on the bathroom floor. And walls. I have no idea how that happens. Jake isn't exactly tidy, but he's not peeing on my walls. Anyway, Lisa says after she screams at the men in her house, enough about my piss walls. What's going on over there? I debate what to tell Lisa. I still haven't been fully upfront with her about Kellen because I don't yet know what we are to each other. We've had stolen time alone together, sneaking like teenagers. But we haven't had intentional time, planned to be together where I can talk to him. Maybe I'm to blame for all of that, because I keep reaching for his pants when we are together. I have no idea if Todd will show up for his custody time on Friday. I eventually tell Lisa. She scoffs. Of course he won't. Fucker. What's the next thing that happens with court? I don't know, actually. I'm sort of thinking Todd will want to make a big show of being an involved dad now. I don't know. I just don't know. My lawyer was sort of vague about what I should expect. I hate this. You're telling me, she says. My eyes are burning from the ammonia smell. Are you still talking about the piss? Yeah. I mean the human piss stain that is your ex-husband, she says. She's quiet for a bit, and I think she's maybe scrubbing or spraying a cleaner around. So, did you bang the silver fox yet? Lisa! No, I respond quickly, though I wish I had slept with Kellen. I want to get naked and rub my skin against his and feel that beautiful, raw fullness of having a man inside me. Have you been using the cream? She doesn't miss a chance to emphasize vaginal health. Get Jake one of those gamer headsets for his Among Us rounds and bag the fox. I'm working on it, I say, and we hang up because I hear Jake mounting the steps on the way home from school. I can tell by his face. He's upset about something. What's up, babe? He growls at me. I have an 89% in physics. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Jake is a perfectionist. If he feels he should be getting a higher grade than that, he will become mired in frustration and things will snowball until he's not able to complete any of the work. Is there a concept you need help with? You said you don't understand any of it. You said I surpassed you years ago with math and science. I nod. Jake shoulders past me into the kitchen and gulps down a glass of water. I am trying to use my strategies. I know you are, sweetheart. Let's talk this through. Was it one assignment that took your average down or a slow creep? He takes a breath, closes his eyes. Slow creep. I have been missing approximately 5 points per homework assignment. And it's actual wrong answers, not something like rushing and forgetting a decimal or something? He rolls his eyes, and I'm worried I lost him. If he thinks I'm nagging or scolding, rather than seeking information, he will detonate. I decide it's time for another partner session with Amy, his therapist. He's been seeing her alone lately, and I haven't been privy to any new strategies or triggers. Jake grips the edge of the counter. I'll never get back on track. I will never get accepted into MIT. I will never be a scientist. Oh, Jake, I know it seems that way. Let me think for a minute about what we can do. Why don't you know more about physics? I snap at him, because my degree is in marketing. I take a breath. This isn't useful. Can I see the assignments? Jake kicks his backpack across the floor and starts pacing. I rummage through until I find his physics folder. I have no idea what I'm looking at among the mess of shapes and equations, but one of the word problems catches my eye. Something about calculating the talus slope of a dirt retaining wall. Kellen, I mutter. Kellen works with this stuff all the time. Jake's eyes light up. I'm going over there, he says, reaching for his bag. He yanks the folder from my hands. He said I can knock on his door any time. This is any time, Mom. Right now. By the time I gather my wits, Jake is across the street and tearing up the steps to Kellen's front door. He's not home from work yet, and I watch as Jake realizes this and plunks down, seated on Kellen's steps. I pull out my phone, thinking to text Kellen at work, but I decide I want to hear his voice and call. He answers almost right away. Hey there, he says in that deep voice I love to hear close against my ear. Hey, I start. I have a favor to ask. Anything, Beth. Shoot. I sigh. Well, Jake is upset about something from his physics class. I don't even know where to begin, and I'd love to help him. He sounds like he means it, too. I love this about Kellen Brady. He's not nice to us because he wants to get in my pants. He's just nice to us. He's nice. And that makes me want to let him in my pants. Focus on your kid, I remind myself. Kellen shuffles some things around in the background. I'm packing up for the day, he says. I was in early this morning and, well, I run this joint. I'll be home in a half hour. Please don't feel like this is a priority. You don't need to rush or cancel things. I start into familiar patterns. If, in the direst of emergency I ever called Todd, he made sure to emphasize repeatedly how many opportunities he was missing to get ahead at work. How much FaceTime with a client or superior. Beth, he says, his voice firm. You and Jake are a priority to me. I sink into the wall. Yep, Kellen Brady makes me dizzy. Okay then, I whisper. I'll let Jake know. Jake decides to wait on the steps for Kellen, who pulls into the driveway 21 minutes after we hang up. I see the smile on his face as he gets out of his car and watch as he extends a hand to ruffle Jake's hair. I'm stunned when my son squeezes Kellen in a hug. It's not that Jake is not affectionate. It's that his affection is very hard-earned. Where Kellen seems to use affection as a means of communication for the people in his life, Jake reserves his hugs for moments of deep importance. Kellen glances over at my house and sees me watching from the window. He beams, and when Jake pulls back, Kellen gives me a thumbs up as they walk inside. I decide to make dinner for 3, wanting to both demonstrate my appreciation and to do something kind and nurturing for Kellen in return for this amazing thing he acts so cavalier about. I'm no wizard in the kitchen, but I can whip up a pretty mean chicken parm with a homemade bright sauce. I'll set aside a plain chicken breast and some of the noodles to butter for Jake. Kellen and I can eat the flavorful stuff. Every brush of the lemon across the zester, every sprinkle of basil into the skillet, I think about my gratitude. I'm thankful for the tingle between my legs, for the knowledge that my body still functions in that way. And most of all, I'm thankful that my son has at last found a man he admires, who he can turn to when he has a challenge. An hour later, I'm plating the breaded, cheesy chicken from the broiler and lugging the sauce and noodles across the street in my biggest tote bag. Slowly, with my boot, so I don't spill anything, I let myself in the front door and freeze in my tracks at the sight of my son, bent over the dining room table, with his head almost touching Kellen's. This is the image I've longed for. Affection, shared respect, my son calmly working on his homework with a man who is happy to help him with it. Jake mutters to himself, working on a problem, and Kellen smiles patiently. Calm radiates from him along with, "Is that pride?" Jake beams, slamming his pencil down on the table. "I'm certain it's perfect," he says. If my arms weren't full of food, I'd clutch my heart, because he's right.
Chapter 24. Kellen. I forgot how exciting it is to watch a teenager grasp a new concept. Jake had mixed up his formulas for friction and gravity, but as soon as I got him on the right track, he was racing through his homework problems like they were rudimentary rather than advanced physics. "You're a freshman in high school?" Elizabeth had failed to mention that her son was a damned genius. "I didn't even take physics until my senior year." "The year I met your mother." I shake that thought right off. A sound from the front room pulls my attention, and I look up to see Elizabeth struggling with a bag and a huge pan. "I made dinner," she says. I hurry over to help her and notice that Jake is still sitting at the table. "Come on and help," I tell him. He looks startled at the suggestion, but rises and stands in the living room. "Jake, can you put this pan on top of the stove?" Elizabeth gently prods him, and I realize he must not be processing what to do in this, an unusual situation for him. I recall how important it was for him to eat in the backyard and realize he and Elizabeth must not carry food to other people's houses very often. There's a lot I have to learn about how Jake experiences the world. There's a lot I have to admire about how Elizabeth works to guide him. "This smells amazing," I say, clearing off the table and ushering her into a seat as I fetch plates and silverware. "Chicken parm," she says. I halt in my tracks. I hear Elizabeth chattering, talking about how it's her go-to meal when she wants to impress someone. "Big flavor, low effort," she continues. "Jake, can you grab me a glass of water? Thanks, honey." Chicken parm was the meal Helen requested on her last good day. She smiled at me and Orla and suggested we make it together. Our family favorite. It was Helen's go-to as well, for all the reasons Elizabeth listed. Orla and I have avoided it since. That meal was sacred for us, a last supper. I can remember every facial expression, every time one of us flung breadcrumbs at the other as we coated the meat. We all knew it was the end. "Everything okay, Kellen?" I realize Elizabeth has risen and come to my side, where I'm standing in the middle of the kitchen, holding a stack of napkins. Oh, I feel tears in my eyes. I look at her lovely face, so hopeful, so kind. It's been a really long time since someone cooked for me, I say. I can tell this was the right answer, because Elizabeth beams. I wanted to do something kind for you. She walks back to her seat at the table, and I slide into the chair next to her, squeezing her hand. Elizabeth and Jake start eating, and I cut into the meat slowly, twirling the pasta on my fork to form the perfect blended bite. I close my eyes, feeling conflicted, hoping the meal doesn't taste like Helen's recipe. It does not. This food is spicy and bold, garlicky with a zing of basil. Not at all like I feared. The relief is palpable. I can do this. I can create something new with Elizabeth. Enjoy the experience of receiving someone's kindness. Hey, she whispers, leaning close to me. What's wrong? I reach under the table and squeeze her leg, shaking my head. This is wonderful, I tell her. Thank you. She sits back up, as if she can tell I'm holding back on her. Shit, this is hard to navigate. I clear my throat. I was just having a small moment of grief about Helen, I tell her, shrugging. She used to make chicken parm. Elizabeth clenches her hands into fists. Oh, Kellen, I'm so sorry, she fusses. Jake looks at us, surprised. Nothing to be sorry about, I assure her, squeezing her leg again. I really am glad to have you here, and it truly is nice to have someone cook for me. We eat in awkward silence for a bit, until Elizabeth asks Jake if he feels better about his physics class. I can still get a 94 by the end of the semester, he says, nodding. Kellen can help me if I stray again. I laugh. I'll help you anytime, Jake. Really, I like this stuff. Did you use physics in your work today? And with that question, the air clears and the three of us are off on a deep dive, discussing the engineering projects I'm supervising. It feels so natural and easy, so right to be having this conversation here in my house, with my hand roaming around Elizabeth's body. It's hard to believe a month ago, I was convinced my life was fine as it was. I look at the room, how rich and full it feels. I feel emotional in a way I can't describe. I feel gratitude. The front door bursts open and Orla walks in, lugging her laundry and rumbling about parking. She looks up and sees the scene in the dining room, and I watch her realize what's happening. I know exactly what she sees, but this is the first I'd considered her reaction. Elizabeth's face brightens. Orla, please join us, she says. I made plenty. I wasn't sure which days you come eat with your dad. Orla walks a little closer, looks around the kitchen and dining room. Is that chicken parm? Her voice is cold, and I can tell she feels betrayed. I nod. Elizabeth made dinner while Jake and I worked on his homework, I tell her, my voice drifting off at the end. Chicken parm? She puts her hands on her hips, and I see tears well up in her eyes. I'm not sure what to do about any of this. May I speak with you in private? I glance at Elizabeth, who seems perplexed and hurt, and I place a hand on hers. Please stay, I tell her. I gesture my head toward the back deck, and Orla stomps outside to the far end of the railing. I follow my daughter, gently sliding the door closed. What's wrong? Chicken parm, Dad? Orla, I didn't know she was making dinner, and it would be unspeakably rude to refuse it. Orla breathes through her nose, her nostrils flaring. Honey, it's not like I sat down and explained every grief trigger to her. No shit, Dad. You've been with her for like 5 seconds, and you guys are what? A cozy instant family? What? Orla, did you not encourage me to get out there? I throw her words back at her, trying to keep my voice down and not wanting Elizabeth to hear. My daughter moves her hands to her hips. I meant like go to bars and get laid, Dad. I didn't think you'd... You didn't think what, Orla? Please, don't be crass. I am not now and have never been someone who goes out and sleeps around. My heart sinks when I see tears falling down Orla's cheeks. I step toward her and pull her into my arms. "Baby, what is it?" She shakes her head, then rests her forehead on my shoulder.
I didn't know it would feel this way to see you with someone.
"You've seen Elizabeth here for meals before? Has so much really changed since the last time we were all here for post-podiatrist burritos?"
Dad, do you know what it looked like when I walked in?
She meets my eyes, her head tipped back, tears welling up again. And I do know what it looked like, because it felt amazing. "It looked serious," I tell her, nodding. "Honey, it feels serious. You were right about everything, Orla. About me needing to feel alive again, needing company, needing to do things on weeknights that don't involve my nephews." She steps back out of my hug and starts pacing the boards of my deck.
It's too fast, Dad. It's too convenient. Your high school girlfriend and her kid move in across the street, and you're just, what, the kid's new dad? Playing house?
"Orla, you're crossing a line." She closes her eyes. "I'm setting a boundary and asking you to go process what you're feeling and come back when you can speak rationally about what's bothering you." Orla flings her arms up in the air.
You're such a goddamn cyborg sometimes. It's like living with Liam.
"You haven't lived here for years, Orla. This is always how we've approached problems." She rolls her lips between her teeth, and I watch her counting to 10 internally.
You're right,
she says.
I need a process. I'll come back. We're not done talking about this.
Orla stomps off through the house and out the front door. I note that she doesn't grab her basket of laundry. I sigh and look to the kitchen, where Elizabeth is drying her hands. "You shouldn't have cleaned up," I say, looking around. Everything is put away. Jake is gone. The kitchen is just as it was before they arrived today. Sterile and photo-ready. Nothing out of place. Nothing spicy or vibrant. All the things Beth has brought into my life.
It's okay. I felt...
Elizabeth sighs.
I put the leftovers in your fridge. You're the only person I know with an organized Tupperware cupboard.
She huffs out a laugh. I swallow. Orla just needs some time to adjust. I haven't dated anyone else. Elizabeth nods.
I know, Kellen.
She leans in and kisses my cheek.
It all feels fast.
I grab her hand and bring it to my lips. It is fast, but it's also not fast enough. Beth, You make me feel so alive, I tell her. You and Jake, both of you. I need you, I tell her. Orla will come around. Elizabeth cups my cheek. I can't get a read on what she's feeling.
This was a lovely day,
she says. She stretches up to quickly kiss me, a brief, chaste pressing of her lips against mine. I want to prolong it, to press her against the wall, or sneak into her kitchen like we've done every night since our Star Wars date. But she retreats, both physically and emotionally.
I'll text you tomorrow,
she says, and makes her way toward the door. When she's gone, I open the fridge and stare at the leftover forbidden meal. I open the lid to the container and inhale, savoring the smell one last time. I think about Orla, about her sense of betrayal at seeing me all in for this relationship. It did feel like an instant family. Elizabeth and Jake fold into my life as if they've always been there. But they haven't always been there. And my obsession with this new phase has hurt my daughter. I dip a finger in the dish, tasting the lemon and black pepper one last time, and then I throw the food in the garbage.
Chapter 25. Elizabeth. I'm sorry about this evening. I pace around my house, cleaning and doing laundry and trying not to call Kellen. I can't stand that I've caused a rift between him and his daughter. I got so swept up in the fairy tale of this amazing man helping my kid, helping me. God, what must his daughter have thought? Coming upon us, cozied up in her father's dining room, eating their grief trigger, apparently. Instant family. I heard her yell from the deck. Is that what is happening here? Jesus. After the shit with Todd, did I just want to play pretend with Kellen? Everything with him just feels so right. Maybe that's just in comparison to how drastically, shamefully bad things were with Todd. Kellen doesn't immediately respond to my text, and I fight the urge to run back over there and check in. But I also feel like I have ants living in my skin, so I call Lisa to see if she has any guidance. I was on my own for a heartbeat, Lisa. What am I even doing? First of all, you're having tons of orgasms, is what it sounded like when we last talked. I hear her moving through her house, picking up food packages and other crinkling plastics. Lisa doesn't have time to sit and chat on the phone. She wraps our conversations into the things that need to be done. It's what I relate to most about her. Both of our lives have been so intense. We're always one small domino away from the entire set crashing down. The difference is that Lisa has a sheesh to rely on. Second, you've been on your own for a long-ass time, babe. You've just been fending on your own under the pull of a gaslighting philanderer. I huff out. I had not considered this angle before, not until I started getting a whiff of what things could feel like when I get a chance to refill my own batteries. I didn't move here to jump into a serious relationship, though. I sputter back as the anxiety kicks back into high gear. You haven't even had a sleepover yet. Keep waiting on that, by the way, until you've used that cream a bunch and gotten your cave walls nice and sturdy before anyone goes spelunking. Spelunking. Where she comes up with this stuff, I'll never know. I never have the energy to spout out anything witty. Anyway, listen. I hear Lisa open the trash can and cram in the crinkly plastics. I don't think you're moving too fast. I think his daughter maybe needs to do some work around the idea of her father dating again. I don't know if Lisa is entirely right, or if Orla had fair points. We do live across the street from each other, I say quietly. If things go belly up, it could get very awkward. I really should have thought more about this. Jake is invested now. I think about the last time Kellen and I parted ways. Nothing was dramatic. Nothing was heart-rending. We both moved. Not just moved on, but literally moved. It's easy to not be awkward around someone when you don't see them for 30 years. I'm about to open up this line of discussion when I hear a knock at my front door. Kellen, I think. Who else would knock on the door in the evening like this? Maybe it's the paper boy, Lisa says, and I realize I've said that last bit out loud. Just kidding. It's obviously him. Go talk to him. Call me tomorrow. Remember the cave grease. Ugh, Lisa, it's not grease. Bye. I pad to the front door in my slipper and walking boot. Sure enough, Kellen stands illuminated by the porch light, whose bulb he helped change the other day. He's right. The warm glow makes everyone look friendlier. Hey, he says when I open the door. I pull it all the way open and tilt my head toward the living room. Come inside. Kellen shakes his head. I just came over to invite you on a bike ride, he says, grinning. I haven't ridden a bike since well before I was pregnant with Jake. I don't know if I remember how, I admit, slumping a bit against the doorframe. Isn't there a saying about that? He jokes. He reaches out a hand and rubs mine with his thumb. I was thinking about it, because I really want to go for a long walk with you, or a hike. But we've both got bum feet. But we could ride on the bike path, I think. The podiatrist had mentioned cycling as a good opportunity for me to get some cardio without putting too much strain on my stress fracture. Even said I could take the boot off for something like that. I just hadn't given it any thought because I don't have a bike. Seeming to anticipate this argument, Kellen hooks a thumb over his shoulder and points at the garage. I've still got Orla's bike in there, and Callum owes me some favors, so I thought I'd ask him to give mine and hers a tune-up. What do you say? From the pocket of my sweater, I hear Lisa's voice blurt out. Yes, she says yes. I'll hang with Jake. He can come sleep over with Dhruv. Oh my God. I frantically reach in my sweater and my hands shake as I pull out the phone. I evidently didn't hang up properly when I walked to the door. Kellen laughs as I stab at the red icon to end the call. That was my friend, Lisa. I gathered, he says. He puts his hands in his jeans pocket and grins, and the dim, warm light seems to transform him into a teenager again, rather than the silver-haired, mature man he's grown into. So what do you say? Isn't it bad form for me to borrow Orla's bike after what happened this evening? Kellen shakes his head. If Orla wanted her bike, she'd have it in the storage unit in her apartment building. And she wasn't upset about you this evening, Elizabeth. You have to know that. I think there are some grief emotions coming up for her that she didn't anticipate. I nod and bite my lip, uncertain. She's not entirely wrong about things being intense, though, I say, my voice trailing off. Kellen nods right back at me. I can handle intense, Beth. So what do you say to a bike ride with me? I wish he'd kiss me, but no, he won't tonight. And that's not what he asked, anyway. I guess it's a date, I tell him. He pumps his fist in triumph. Yes, he says. I was hoping you'd say that. Laughing, he kisses my knuckles, and I feel the familiar tingle, the sense of flying and falling at once. Talk to you soon, he says, and he heads down the steps, favoring his hurt foot as he walks home, and even in the semi-darkness, the warm glow of that bulb he recommended shows off his lean, muscular frame. Yes, I think, I can savor this nice thing in my life. For once, I can enjoy something without having to worry about the fallout. I'm going to ride that damn bicycle, I decide. And I'm going to ride Kellen Brady, too.
Chapter 26. Kellen. My nephew shows up late. I don't like this. I know my way around a bike just fine, but that's not the point. I didn't specify that I was on a schedule for today, and that's not the point either. I did ask if he could be here by 8, and he'd said yes. In our family, we prioritize each other. Cal, you're looking rough, son. His eyes are a little bloodshot, and he doesn't seem to have showered. Things going okay in your new apartment? He sighs. It's a condo, Uncle Kel. That's what Logan keeps insisting we call it. Drives me freaking insane. Anyway, I'm sorry I'm late. I don't want to be that guy. I feel relieved with his apology. Thanks for being here, Cal. He nods and walks a lap around the 2 bikes in the garage, considering. These haven't seen the light of day in a long time, huh? You going out with Orla? Callum starts oiling the chains on the bikes, checking out the brake cables and muttering as he struggles with an Allen wrench. You never answered me, Unc, so I'm guessing it's not Orla, considering she's with Liam en route to Kentucky to present to the Powerline people. I don't like that Orla left town with things still unsettled between us. I don't have time to dwell on it because Cal looks up at me with a grin. You going on a romantic ride with the neighbor lady? I scrape a hand along my jaw. It's not that I'm hiding things from my family. It's very new, Cal. I'm still figuring everything out. He nods. Does Orla know you're seeing her? I mean, seeing her like that? Obviously, we all know she lives across the street. Man, how's that going to work when you guys move in together? I guess she's renting. Callum, you're rambling. I sat beside him and helped him peel the rubber tire off Orla's bike wheel so he can change the tube. I ruffle his hair like I've always done. It reminds me of mine when I was younger. Dark, unruly, too long. We're just spending time together, son. We finish up with the bikes, and he asks if he can nap on my couch, which is a surprising ask, but I shrug. I like that he feels at home here. I get the bikes and bike rack loaded on my car and head inside to get ready. I pace around the living room as Callum snores, wondering why he doesn't just head home to his condo, and waiting for Elizabeth to return from dropping off Jake. I consider Orla's argument and Cal's discomfort. I try to assess the situation objectively and consider making a rubric. That's what I'd do if it was an engineering challenge at work. Mentally, I consider my family obligations, and those are not impacted by my pursuing a relationship with Elizabeth. I consider the impact on Jake, and I don't want to think too highly of myself, but I seem to be getting along with him very well. I have no intention of being awkward or hostile with Elizabeth, no matter what happens. If my brother can maintain a cordial relationship with the ex-wife he cheated on, surely I can successfully live across the street from Elizabeth and Jake, even if things turn sour between us. I'm certainly not going to cheat on her, although that reminds me we should probably have a conversation about being exclusive, just to be explicit about it. I bring a fingertip to my lips, remembering the feel of her skin beneath my kiss. Adult Elizabeth radiates calm and strength. Her skin seems to vibrate with a wisdom I find alluring. I give a lot of thought to the question of whether Orla's right, that I'm pursuing her because it's convenient, and I dismiss that immediately. I'm interested in Elizabeth because she's Elizabeth. I see her car turn into the driveway from dropping off Jake, and I spring into action, grabbing the messenger bag of water bottles and snacks that I put together. As I cross the street to greet her, she beams, and I know I'm also smiling like a kid. "Hey, you," she says, stretching up on tiptoe to kiss my cheek. "Am I dressed okay?" She spins around in her black leggings and turtleneck. My eyes are drawn to the shape of her backside, and I swallow, knowing I'll spend my day staring at it as I ride behind her. "Perfection," I tell her, guiding her toward my car. I drive to the trailhead for a portion of the Great Allegheny Passage Trail, and Elizabeth helps me get the bike set up once I park. "This trail really goes all the way to D.C.? She looks toward the southeast, incredulous. I nod. "Used to be a railway, so it's mostly flat the whole way. Someday I'd love to ride with you. We can stay at bed and breakfasts on the way, or camp. Let's just see if I can ride without tipping over and we'll build from there," she says, laughing. She tests out the brakes and timidly climbs on the bike. "God, it's been so stinking long since I rode one of these." "You can do it," I tell her, clipping my bike shoes into my pedals and starting a slow, wide circle to get acclimated to the paved trail. Elizabeth takes a deep breath and presses off with her foot on the pedal. She wobbles a little and then squeals in delight as she starts riding forward. "Kellen, we're going! Can't stop now!" She laughs, the sound tinkling through the morning autumn air, and I fall into pace behind her. The view is spectacular, and I don't mean the foliage or the riverbank. "What happens if we need to turn? I'll tip over," she says. "Well," I pull up next to her so I can concentrate without getting distracted. "For one thing, there aren't really any turns on the path. For another, you're doing great, Beth." Keeping her eyes on the path ahead, she pedals, her knuckles a little bit white on the handlebars. "You're the only one who calls me that, you know?" she says, not taking her eyes off the path. "I can't help it," I tell her. "It's how I think of you." Elizabeth flexes her fingers, lifting one hand and then another to gently shake it while the bike keeps moving. "I like it," she says. "Whew, we're really doing this." We ride for a few miles, past the training center where the professional football team trains. We ride past the shuttered steel mills that built Pittsburgh's reputation as a manufacturing jewel. We pass the bridges and trusses that brought Beltane its first major clients. "Holy shit, Kel, is that Kennywood?" Elizabeth skids to a halt. I don't point out to her that she has successfully stopped the bike and not tipped over. I pull off to the side with her and unclip my feet, reaching to drink some water. It is indeed. We stand there for a good long while, gazing up at the roller coasters we used to ride together. The park must be open for the weekend, because a car of screaming passengers flashes past, just on the other side of the trail from where we stand. "We had some good memories working there," Elizabeth says. She runs the back of her hand across her forehead and guzzles the water. "I'm making some good memories with you here now," I tell her. I can't hold back. I'm so impressed with her tenacity, her willingness to try something she was nervous about. I lean in to kiss her, tasting the salt of her exertion upon her upper lip. "Thank you for trying hard things with me." I can see happiness radiating from Beth's eyes. "Come on," she says. "We can't stop now." We cross a rail bridge and then another, stopping to see a bald eagle nest above the crumbling frame of an old steel mill, and admire our view of the new robotics manufacturing center being built across from it. Pittsburgh's Renaissance, I mutter. What's that? I swat a hand, dismissing my comment. People in engineering. They're calling all the new robotics centers and tech startups Pittsburgh's Renaissance, I tell her. She breaks and comes to a stop, cupping her hand on her forehead to try and see the eagle. I like the sound of that, she says. A revival. Like us? Her cheeks flush as she looks at me, and I don't have to guess where her thoughts have traveled. Come on, I tell her. Let's bike back and revive other things.
Until my phone rings. Leave it, he growls, pinning my arms above my head in a move that would turn me on if it weren't my special ringtone for Jake. The phone rings and rings in the pocket of my leggings, even though I put it on Do Not Disturb. I have my settings tweaked so that Jake can always reach me. If he's calling from Lisa's house, it means something's wrong, I say. Kellen's body stiffens, but he releases my arms as I roll out from under him. I can tell by his face that he's disappointed, but my son comes first for me. Always. I'm disappointed that he would make me feel bad for it. Jake, I say, stabbing at the screen to pick up the call. Baby, what's wrong? Lisa bought generic soft pretzels for lunch, he screams. I can hear him pacing. There is nothing here I can eat. We were supposed to have soft pretzels. I sigh. Did you ask her for any other options? What is Drew having for lunch? We go back and forth for a few minutes about Lisa's lack of the proper brand of every food until I ask him to put her on the phone. Lisa is horrified to learn he has called me in the middle of my date. Liz, I swear to you, Ashish is 3 minutes away with the right brand of both pretzel and cereal. Please go back to what you were doing and let me handle this. I've got you. Is Jake aware that the food is coming? Elizabeth, I've got this, she insists. I can hear my son freaking out in the background. I squeeze my eyes shut and feel a tear slip down my cheek. I want to believe that she can get him calmed down, but he sounds so upset. I'm here, Jake. I hear Ashish's voice bursting into the house. I've got your lunch, dude. And then, like a light switch, my son stops shouting. Lisa says, He's already got the pretzel in the microwave, Liz. I nod, but she can't see. We hang up with her assurances that she will make Jake talk to her before calling me again. When I look up, I see that Kellen has put his shirt back on. He drapes a blanket over my shoulders, and I know our romp in the sheets is over. Talk to me, he says, leaning back against the headboard. I'm so sorry. I start. I feel all the arguments I've had for 15 years coming up to haunt me. I know he's too old to be upset about his lunch, but he's got a disability. His brain goes into fight or flight mode when things aren't as he expects them to be, and he just... Elizabeth. I know. Kellen bites his cheek and squints. But why couldn't Lisa handle it and let you have an afternoon away for once? I stiffen. I don't get to be off from being Jake's mom, I tell him. I'm all that he's got. He shakes his head. That's not true, Beth. He's got Lisa. And he's got me. I'm not going to judge him for getting upset. Well, it seems like you are, Kellen. I stand up, pulling the blanket tight and stooping to gather my things. I'm upset because you don't get to ever be off, he says. You don't get to prioritize anything but Jake. It makes me angry. Well, I start considering his words. That's not what I was expecting you to say. You've been on your own against the world for too long, Kellen says, crossing his arms now. I don't know how to help. Well, I don't need your help, I spit at him, even though it's not true. I need his help, and I need his affection, and I need his friendship, and all of those realizations make me upset. Maybe I need to be needed, he counters, and the truth of our dual troubles rings in the air. We stare at one another for a while. I step back into the leggings. I can't find the panties. I tug on my shirt and tuck my hair behind my ears. I'm going to go home and take a shower, I tell him. He nods. And when he doesn't spring up to stop me, I sigh and walk home alone.
Chapter 28. Kellen. I don't like this at all. I don't like that Elizabeth and I were interrupted yesterday when I was in the middle of something so amazing with her. It feels childish to pout about it, but it's been 15 damn years since I was with a woman in that way. I felt like we had everything set up to be successful. Her friend had her son. She's not just some regular babysitter. Lisa has a son with autism too. If I'm honest, I'm disappointed that I let myself get my hopes up so high for something like a sexual encounter. Elizabeth was pretty clear that she wants and needs things to go slowly in that regard. I stomp around my living room, tugging at my hair. This isn't like me. I don't act rash. I don't upset people. I've spent decades being the voice of reason in my family network, taking care of Mick and Mick's kids as much as my own. I didn't get this far in life by having temper tantrums, yet that's exactly what I'm doing right now. Because, shit, I'm still bothered by what happened. It's true, what I said. Elizabeth never gets a break. I'm mad for her. I'm mad that she can never be off. I stop pacing in my hallway as I realize that deep down, I might actually be mad that she can never fully prioritize me. Am I okay with that? That's something to think about, I mutter. I decide to head into the office even though it's a weekend. I can't think here, when my whole house seems to smell like Elizabeth. I've been neglecting these projects I'm supposed to be grooming Liam to take over. Hell, I didn't even call Orla to check in before the two of them left for Kentucky this weekend. I was still too worked up over my fight with her Thursday evening. I'm losing control, and that's not good. Control is the only thing I have going for me. That feels off, so I sit back and take stock. Family, work. I have those things. They can reciprocate and we can prioritize each other. I need the work, and the company needs me. I managed to pore over a few files of employee projects, noting inconsistencies and taking a red pen to some of the reports from our junior engineers. Eventually, I take a break and sit back in my desk chair to consider Jake. My argument with Beth yesterday sticks into me. I don't like that Elizabeth doesn't feel able to trust anyone else to support Jake. He's got a sharp mind, very detail-oriented. It makes sense that he applies that same mathematical fastidiousness to all aspects of his life, including what he eats and how he spends his free time. What will it take for Beth to trust me if she can't trust her best friend of 10 years, who also has an autistic son? I scratch at my stubble, considering how some of our staff members remind me a lot of Jake. I don't have access to their personnel health files, but I bet a lot of these engineers are on the autism spectrum too. So how is it that they manage to succeed in a work environment where the unpredictable often happens? I think. Sure, these are adults and Jake's a teenager. That has to account for some of it. But I start wondering how they get here, to this adult ability to roll with things that maybe used to send them into a panic, that get them so upset that they call their mother while she's trying to get it on with a handsome suitor. I roll my eyes at myself for thinking the word suitor, but I start tapping around my search browser until I discover an ad for an autism coach. Huh, I say aloud, leaning closer to my monitor and reading about this concierge service, pairing teens and young adults with a trained coach who helps them navigate social situations and build skills for independent living. They have a link on their site for an advocacy organization, a group where adults with autism get together for social outings, to discuss issues impacting them, to share resources. Like a club, I decide. Nothing too different from the support group I attended after Helen died. I reach for my phone and call Elizabeth. I'm worried she won't answer, but she picks up after a few rings. "Hey," she says. "I was studying services for adults with autism," I tell her. "Oh?" There's an edge to her voice, like she's not sure what to feel about this revelation. "I was," I say. And my takeaway is that there is a network of people out there who really care and understand.
I guess you can't hear me nodding,
She says after she's quiet for a bit.
I know you want me to be able to rely on more people. I'm working on it, Kellen.
I know you are, Beth. You're working harder than anyone I know. Another silence before she says,
Thank you for acknowledging that. I don't think I'm anywhere near being able to take some time off.
Well, I shift in my chair and flip my notebook shut, closing my laptop with one hand. I was wondering if you and Jake wanted to come with me to this event I found online. It's kind of a meetup with adults with autism.
Oh,
She says.
Kellen, thank you for looking into that.
She pauses.
Jake already has a number of social skills groups and a therapist, and
I just thought you'd want to meet some adults who have made it past these tricky years you're navigating with Jake. This time the silence feels pointed, even over the phone, and I can tell I've overstepped somehow.
Kellen, the adults at that group aren't past a tricky time. They're all working very hard to navigate a world that overwhelms them.
She sounds like she's disappointed in me, and I hate this. That came out wrong. I try to tell her, but she cuts me off.
You have to understand that all the therapies Jake does, all the support I'm finding for him, it's never for a cure.
I try to interrupt her, to say I didn't really think there was a cure. But maybe I did think that it was something that sort of passes with adulthood. Nobody at my office is ever flipping out the way Jake does.
Jake is who he is,
Beth says.
I'm working to provide ways for him to open doors for himself.
There's a pause, and I want to tell her I know that, but she charges on.
Besides, I don't know that the public would necessarily be welcome at an event like you're describing.
Not the public, I start to explain. You and me and Jake. She says.
Again, I appreciate you starting to research this stuff.
I messed up somewhere, didn't I?
Oh, Kellen.
She breathes.
Your impulses are so caring and good. I can feel that. I can. I wish that Jake's father would take such an interest in better understanding what he's experiencing.
I run a hand through my hair, questioning whether I should admit my motivations. Fuck it. I mostly wanted to understand what you are experiencing, I say. I guess I figured Jake is going to be fine. She says again. I can almost hear her trying to figure out the right thing to say next.
How about if you and I do things together that we both enjoy, and let's follow Jake's lead if he wants to include you in any of his therapeutic activities?
Ouch. I recoil as if I've been slapped, even though I have no right to take these words so personally. Even worse, I think Elizabeth can sense that I've been hurt, and I can hear her slip into the role of trying to comfort me from the consequences of my own choices.
We visit an autism resource center north of Pittsburgh, up where we used to live,
She says.
I'm sure Jake would love to show off his new favorite physics coach during his next teen group meeting.
Of course, Elizabeth would be plugged into resources for Jake. I'm not sure what I was thinking, searching for coaches and adult groups. I'd love to be included in Jake's group, I say, feeling humble.
I'm going to get going, Kel. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
We hang up, and I'm left feeling deeply unsettled. I know I've messed things up, and I don't know how to fix it.
Chapter 29. Elizabeth. You got this. Lisa's text bolsters my resolve as I head into the family court building. Today is some sort of hearing in front of the family court judge, and I'm told Todd has decided to represent himself going forward. I smile, remembering my lawyer's triumphant cackle when she heard that Todd fired his lawyer after he wasn't happy with the turnout of the division of marital property. I wish I could have told Kellen about today. I was so taken aback by his call, so confused by his words. I do love that he was researching resources in Pittsburgh for autistic people, but how could he and Todd both hold the similar harmful view that people somehow outgrow autism and all the challenges that go along with it? I stab the elevator button and shake my head. I need to change my mindset. I've been working very hard not to focus on the challenges, but to think about the unique way Jake is able to approach problems due to the way his mind works. This just makes me remember how Kellen talked about his colleagues and their innovative way of solving challenges. Gah! I growl. I smooth my hands down my outfit, one of the professional sets from the capsule wardrobe. I pat my thigh with the tattoo, glad all over again that I got it. It's like a secret talisman to help me do hard things. I'm different than I was a few months ago, and I'm strong enough to face whatever waits for me in this meeting. My lawyer, Erin, stands in the hall staring daggers at Todd. Erin wears killer heels and a tailored pantsuit and looks like she can make people weep. This is why I hired her. Lisa and Ashish helped me find her. "Liz," she says, nodding. "This is about to be amazing. I promise." I glance over at Todd and sneer. We all get called inside, and I spend the next hour rolling my eyes. Todd is filing a motion to get 50-50 custody, increasing his hours with Jake in response to my filing for full custody and support. He hardly ever shows up for the time he does have with Jake, I shout eventually, slapping the table, and earning a stern headshake from Erin. I bite my lip and sink back into the chair. Nobody is listening to reason. I hear Todd outlining some nonsense about me actively working to alienate him. He's presenting himself as a doting father driven to stray from his cold, depressed wife. My knuckles are white as I squeeze the edge of the table. Erin hisses out of the side of her mouth. "Say nothing. This is expected. Let him dig a hole." Todd steeples his fingers on the table. Looking so smarmy, I feel myself wanting to slice his face with the fancy pen sitting on the table in front of him. I only half listen as the judge explains that we both need to attend a seminar about co-parenting. Like hell Todd will show up for anything like that, I think. Eventually, I'm startled to realize Erin is nudging me to leave the room. "What the fuck, Erin? How dare he? How dare he bring up my postpartum depression? I was left home alone to recover from an emergency cesarean and hysterectomy, to simultaneously parent a colicky newborn with absolutely zero help." She nods. "He only took 2 days off work," I shriek. Erin tugs my arm and pulls me into an open supply closet. "Lizzie, we're not going to lose our temper in public. I know all this shit is hard to hear." "I know." She rubs my arm. "I promise you he did not come out of there looking good." She assures me the next hearing will be the end of things, when she will present all the dates and times of missed custody, as well as Jake's own vehement wish not to go sleep over at his father's house. I drive home, feeling dejected. I stare at the treadmill, knowing I might feel better after a pounding run, or at least a vigorous walk, but I can't even do that with my injury. All I feel capable of is sinking into the couch. I keep hearing Todd's words, the way he was twisting my parenting to make me sound like a helicopter parent, some sort of spoiled housewife out to ruin Todd's life. I look out the window to see Jake climbing the hill on his way home from school. My survival mode instincts kick into gear. I feel myself shutting down all my own needs and active emotions. My body prepares to emphasize him and his needs, and then I watch as he turns toward Kellen's house. He rings the bell and starts fishing in his bag, pulling out what I recognize as his physics folder. He grins when Kellen answers the door and beckons him inside. I have no words to describe the deflation I feel in this moment, no explanation for why this feels like such a rejection to me. But before I know it, I recognize the sound of gasping sobs escaping my body. I sit on the couch and just sob and scream in a way I haven't yet done. Not when I caught Todd with his mistress. Not when I woke up from surgery to learn I'd never have another child. I cry for all of it, until I feel empty, and I have no idea how to fill myself back up again.
Chapter 30. Kellen. My argument with Elizabeth has me down. I even called my nephews and canceled family dinner this week. although Orla told me she's still coming over to do her laundry. I suspect she's coming to fret over me, or maybe to yell some more. When my doorbell rings, I assume it's her, ringing because her arms are too full to open the door. But I see Jake standing out there clutching his physics notebook, looking eager.
Kellen?
He shouts through the glass storm door.
I need assistance understanding Faraday's law.
Like magic, my mood elevates. I push the door open and Jake greets me with a hug.
We've begun discussing electromagnetism,
He says, barging past me toward my dining room. He starts spreading out his things before I get my bearings. I love his enthusiasm and focus. I sit next to him and ask him to tell me what he's learned so far, and Jake regurgitates the textbook definitions of the concepts and formulas he needs to solve the problems he's been given for homework. Can you tell me what this means in your words? I ask. He looks at me puzzled.
Those were my words,
He says.
I spoke them.
I nod. Okay, let's look at this first problem and see if you know how best to approach it. A UHF television loop antenna has a diameter of 11 centimeters. The magnetic field of a TV signal is normal to the plane of the loop, and at one instant of time, its magnitude is changing at the rate of 0.16 Ts per second. The magnetic field is uniform. What EMF is induced in the antenna? Jake looks up at me, expectantly, blinking. Okay, I tell him. Where do we start?
That's why I'm here.
He says. I chuckle. You know, I tell him, this is the work my daughter Orla does every day. She's an electrical engineer.
Are all of the Bradys licensed engineers like Callum?
He chews on the end of his pencil methodically, and I nod. We are. Well, not my brother. All the rest of us, though.
I wish I had relatives who knew about physics.
Well, I tell him, you know you're welcome over here any time, Jake. We'd all love to talk physics with you. The front door opens as I say that, and Orla staggers in with her laundry.
Oh,
She says, seeing Jake at the table. She pinches her lips together and says,
so you canceled dinner with us to hang out with...
I cut her off before she says something she will regret later. Jake came over and asked for some help with his homework. I tell her. Faraday's law. Her face brightens a little, but she still seems upset. I meet Jake's glance and say, can you get started with an attempt at this problem? I need to help Orla get her laundry started. Jake nods.
It can be difficult to decide which clothing goes together for loads of laundry.
He bends over his notebook, still chewing on the end of his pencil. I walk toward the basement steps and beckon for Orla to follow me to the laundry area. We each carry a basket down the stairs, and she dumps her clothes in the machine, not looking at me. Want to tell me what's bothering you? She shakes her head. But then she turns and leans on the machine, palms up in frustration.
Did you seriously cancel family dinner this week, but make plans with your new family?
Orla, I did not know Jake was coming over. Not that it's much of your business, but I canceled family dinner because I had an argument with Elizabeth, and, well, I'm rattled by it.
You had a fight and didn't ask all parties to sit down and discuss immediately?
She nudges me with her shoulder, then sighs.
We didn't finish our conversation from the other week, did we?
We did not. I drape an arm around her. Do you want to start, or should I share first? Orla squeezes her eyes shut tight and starts talking.
I didn't know it would feel this way to see you with someone else,
she says.
You've been all of our dad for so long. Like, you're the one who talks everyone down from stupid decisions and dishes out wisdom.
That's not going to change, Orla.
I guess I know that. Where does it leave me if you've got a girlfriend and a new kid?
I huff out a laugh. I don't know if Elizabeth wants to be my girlfriend right now. But that's not the point. I add quickly. You're my most important person, Orla. That will never change. Why do you think I'm in the basement with you in my house helping you wash your unmentionables? She leans her head on my shoulder.
I miss Mom,
she says.
Like, I miss the idea of her and having a mom and all that.
I miss her too, I say. I'll always miss her. I'm not aiming to replace her, Orla. Elizabeth is... she's different. And she makes me feel good. and I'd like to figure out how to earn back her esteem.
Her esteem? Jesus, Dad, no wonder you've been single for so long.
That's enough of that, I tell her, and I can tell the mood has shifted. I sigh. Want to come upstairs and help me explain electromagnetism to a teenager? She purses her lips for a minute and squeezes her arm around me tighter. I match her embrace.
That actually does sound really interesting,
she says. We head back upstairs and both sit at the table with Jake and his high school physics textbook. Orla is enthusiastic, animated while she explains the concepts to Jake. She pulls a pencil from her shirt pocket and starts scratching out multiple approaches to the problem on some scrap of paper, and Jake's jaw drops.
You are so much better than my teacher,
he says, looking at her in admiration.
You really make me want to master this.
She looks smug.
You'll have to come shadow me at work sometime,
she tells him, and I feel glad that she clearly means it. Jake works his way through a few more problems, needing less assistance each time, until he finally slams his notebook shut and rises to his feet. You heading home? I lean back in my chair, my fingers laced behind my head in a posture I'm always chastising my nephews for. Jake nods and walks out of the house without saying goodbye. Orla raises her brows and turns to me.
He's very blunt,
she says. Takes one to know one. I wink at my daughter.
That's fair, I guess. I'm glad we are a family that dances around delicate topics.
Orla sighs and blows her hair out of her eyes.
So tell me more about what happened with your lady friend, Dad.
You sure? Because my hope is that I get back to a place where I can see her here at my house more often. She nods.
I mean, I'm not running out to buy her a Christmas present early, but I want to be supportive.
She winks.
I did urge you into this after all.
I squeeze her hand and fill her in on my argument with Elizabeth. I didn't appreciate what it really meant for Jake to follow such different social rules, I tell her. I wish I could take back what I said to Elizabeth about autistic adults being past their challenges. Orla considers me and then pulls out her phone. She taps around for a bit and I see she's pulled up the advocacy site I had naively mentioned to Elizabeth.
This group does workplace trainings,
Orla says, showing me a section of the website I had not visited.
You can pay them to come in and talk about making the office more inclusive, helping with some understanding of autistic brains.
Huh. I squint to look at her phone screen. We should do that at Beltane. She nods.
Obviously. Want me to schedule it?
I shake my head. I'd like to do it, I tell her. I am the president of the company, after all. I ruffle her hair. What are you making your old man for dinner? Chapter 31. Kellen. I'm able to schedule the workplace training with the autistic advocacy staff for Friday. I spend the entire week looking forward to it, poring over their website and reading about differences in autistic brains compared to neurotypical brains. Neurotypical is a new word for me. I send a company-wide email inviting everyone to the training Friday and have our administrative staff reschedule all appointments so everyone is able to attend. I arrange for a walkthrough with the trainer after the session, where we will look over the physical work environment and talk about changes I can make there as well. By the end of the day, my Beltane team has listened to countless stories from employees sharing their experiences and created a monthly speaker series, plus some support groups for people to vent and get support. I order light diffusing covers for the fluorescent lights and high-quality noise-canceling headphones for every employee, should they choose to wear those during the workday. I'm surprised by the number of my employees who self-identify as being autistic and who, like Jake, use the word Asperger's to describe themselves, even though that technically doesn't exist anymore. I leave the afternoon so energized, excited to put words to one of the elements that gives Beltane an edge when it comes to meticulous inspections and innovative, outside-the-box thinking about client challenges. I drive home eager to knock on Elizabeth's door, to ask her to please have a conversation with me and listen to all that I've learned. I know she likely already knows all of this information, but I want her to know that I understand Jake's autism isn't going anywhere. I know he's learning techniques to navigate this world, and I know that Elizabeth is his soft landing space. I want to tell her that I'd like to be a soft landing space for him too, That maybe between the two of us, we can support him and she'll feel less. I don't even know how to finish that thought, but I don't get the chance. I pull into my driveway and see a commotion across the street. A man stands in the yard shouting. It must be Todd Gaston, and I sneer at the thought of him coming here. I get out of the car and decide to stick around, just in case. Just in case of what, I don't know. But things are getting heated over there. "You're coming with me, and that's final!" Todd shouts at Jake, who shakes his head and backs up closer to his porch stairs. "I have legal rights to spend this weekend with you," Todd sneers, and Jake starts screaming back at his father. "I don't want to go with you! No, no, no!" He sinks to the grass and starts rocking back and forth, his hands slapping at the yard. It's painful to see him so upset, and I'm about to walk over when Elizabeth bursts outside. "Enough, Todd! He doesn't want to go with you!" The asshole shakes his head, grinning cruelly. "Of course not, after you poisoned his mind against me. I'm recording this entire thing, you know. Let's let the lawyers see how our child is frightened of his own father, thanks to whatever bullshit lies you've been feeding him. Please, do record this, Todd," Elizabeth says, walking over to Jake to comfort him. "Make sure to send me a copy, too." She places a hand on Jake's shoulder, and he swats her hand away. "Sweetheart, do you want to go inside?" Jake starts to scream, a low, keening sound. I walk over toward him, unable to stand by while he's suffering like this. "I think Jake has had enough," I say to Todd. He snaps his head toward me. "Who the fuck is this, Elizabeth? Mind your own business." He spits at me. I ignore him and squat so I can make eye contact with Jake. Jake is the one who matters right now. He sees me and crawls over toward me on the lawn, surprising me by wrapping his arms around me. I hold him and rub his back as Elizabeth looks at me with tears in her eyes. I reach a hand for hers and squeeze, and I see this is the moment where Todd figures out what I am to her, what I have become to his family. "You want full custody?" he screams at her. He starts flailing his arms around, still holding his cell phone like he's recording. "You think you're fit to care for a disabled child while you're out fucking this guy, whoever the hell he is?" "That will be enough of that," I tell him, disentangling myself from Jake's limbs to stand up. "You need to head on out of here and regain your composure, if you ever had any." "Fuck you!" Todd glares at me. "You're behind all this? You encouraging her to bleed me dry? She sat around for years spending my money and refusing to fuck me. She'll stop fucking you too." He opens his mouth to keep going, but I stand firmly in his space, an inch away from his face. "Get out of here," I growl at him, my voice low, enraged. "You will not speak that way in front of a child, and you will not speak that way about Elizabeth." He laughs, a cruel sound. "You're the manners police?" Todd dusts off his slacks and shakes his head, walking toward his car. "I'll see your ass in court," he shouts. "You're going to lose everything, and my son will get placed in a proper treatment center for people like him. Enough of this freak show." He gets in the car and races down the street. Jake's eyes are wild with fright and anger. He stomps into the house and slams the door. Elizabeth moves to follow him. "Beth," I say, "please, wait. Please talk to me." She shakes her head. "I have to go to him," she tells me. I see a tear roll down one cheek. "I have to calm him down, and I have to call my lawyer to document this before his fucking lawyer sends some sort of injunction." "Let me help," I plead with her, following her toward the house. "We're not a project for you, Kellen," she shouts. "I have to go protect my son before I lose him." "Elizabeth, I'm not going anywhere," I tell her, "and I won't let you lose him. Let me help you." She's crying real tears now, and she ignores them as they roll down her cheeks. She makes her way toward the steps. "I can't make room in my life for anything but Jake," she tells me. I think of all the ways I could be helping right now if she would just let me in. I could call the lawyer and give a statement. I could make them dinner while she works with Jake to calm him down. But she doesn't let me. She goes inside, and I hear the deadbolt turn as her footsteps fade down the hallway. I'm left outside, alone.
Chapter 32. Elizabeth. It takes me hours to convince Jake that he is not going to have to go live in a treatment center. I explain that there isn't even such a thing for teenagers with his specific abilities. Jake, you're thriving in school. You're in all honors classes and competing in chess, and you're about to graduate advanced social skills at the center. We've had this same conversation 15 times this evening, and I'm drained. I'm exhausted. But he needs to hear it again, to internalize the truth of it, so we go through it again. Finally, Jake looks at me. What did Dad mean about you fucking the neighbors? Oh, Jake. Honey, that was just angry talk. Fucking is mating, isn't it? Sweetie, you really need to stop referring to mating. It's just not a word you should use with humans. That's a rule for you to write down in your book, okay? He nods but continues. But are you fucking with Kellen? You're not expecting a baby. You said your body can't gestate any more babies. I close my eyes and swallow. Kellen and I are friends, I tell him. He rolls his eyes. And Kellen and I were. I'm interested in kissing Kellen and being affectionate with him. He's very nice, Jake says. That is accurate, I tell him, adopting one of his favorite phrases. And I'm very glad you have him as a friend, especially for the homework help. He was nice today, when Dad was yelling. I nod. That's very true, babe. Jake seems to settle finally, and since we missed Star Wars night, I let him watch it on his laptop in bed. I make my way to the kitchen, wishing I had alcohol in the house. I consider asking Lisa to drive over with a bottle for me. I consider walking across the street and begging Kellen for some of his whiskey, but I've lost the right to ask him those sorts of favors. He wants a level of intimacy from me that I can't offer. He wants me to keep him in the loop, to help me with this whole mess. I can't be his project. How can I focus on anything else at all when I've got to protect Jake? It was fun to feel distracted for a bit with Kellen. I let myself think for a minute that we could move from distraction to something real, but I don't get to let my guard down and enjoy a relationship. This is what I've got right now. I sit at the table and start a long email to Aaron. When I hit send, I head to my bedroom and fall into a fitful, dreamless sleep. Saturday evening, Jake and I have to prepare for his social skills celebration. Jake and Dhruv attend a lot of classes at the family center north of the city. Autistic teens work on all sorts of skills, like compromise and reciprocal conversations. This quarter, they've focused on strategies to calm down when faced with something unexpected. I've decided what example of success I will share when it's my turn to talk, Jake tells me. The program includes each member sharing a story, which is also meant to inspire the incoming class of teens who generally assume their challenges are insurmountable. Which success is that, babe? I assume Jake's going to talk about the chess tournament, where he was doing poorly and accepted his loss with grace. I made a new friend, Jake says, shrugging. I nod, conceding that this is indeed a big victory. New people come with new and unfamiliar expectations. I assume Jake is referencing someone from high school, since he's talked so much about his new video game companions. We pull into the lot and start to walk toward the building when I see Kellen Brady standing there with his hands in his pockets. You came! Jake jumps up on the curb and approaches Kellen, beaming. Couldn't turn down such a dazzling invitation, Kellen says. I'm so stunned to see him here that I freeze. I stand in silence, just staring at Kellen as Jake starts bouncing impatiently. Mom, he says, we're not going to get a desirable seat. Why don't you go in and save us three? Kellen suggests, dropping a hand briefly on Jake's shoulder. Jake frowns. Is saving seats fair? Does that violate a social custom? We'll be right behind you, I say, gesturing with my head. Jake nods and goes inside, grabbing programs from the table and making a beeline for the common room. All the chairs will be placed in a circle around the room so everyone can see everyone else. There's only 5 teens in the group, but Jake has ideas about the most desired seat in the circle. Who am I to argue? Jake texted me to invite me, Kellen says, hands in his pockets, looking awkward. You said I'd always be welcome if Jake wanted to include me. I nod quickly. I just didn't know he'd done that. So much is unsaid between us, and I'm still rattled by the argument from the other night. I don't know what to say, Kellen. He breathes out of his nose and leans on the building. What if you don't need to say anything just now? He suggests. What if I just sit beside you and you know I'm here for you when you're ready? I feel a lump in my throat again and start to wonder if eventually I'll choke on all these big emotions that have been surfacing for me lately. But why, Kellen? Why are you here? He grins. I can't stay away, Beth. He says, I feel more myself when I'm with you. I feel a flush spread over my body, a warmth I can't identify. I feel the same, safer with him, like things make sense. I don't want to be a special project for you, Kellen, I tell him, swallowing down the lump. He shakes his head. You're not a project, Beth. You're my inspiration. He reaches for my leg, his fingers tracing the spot where my ivy tattoo marks my thigh. I've been thinking about what you said about that ivy, how ivy can indeed spread and thrive on the ground. But you know what? If it wants to climb, it needs a trellis. It needs support. I feel a tear sneak out and I roll my eyes at how often I've been crying this week. God, that's a nice metaphor, Kellen. I huff out a laugh. You're sure it's not a euphemism? He hooks his mouth into a grin and reaches for my hand. Come on, he says. Show me what this place is all about. We head inside and find Jake spread eagle, his hands and legs blocking off a chair on either side of him. Kellen and I sit, flanking him, and Kellen wraps a long arm around the back of the chair, cradling both Jake and I in his safe embrace. The group facilitator reviews the kids' achievements over the past few months, talking about how hard it can be for autistic teens to face the unexpected and carry on when so much around them does not make sense. But these guys did it, she says, and you're about to hear their takeaways. The teens share their victories, describing brave forays into sports tryouts and after-school job interviews. When it's Jake's turn to talk, he stands and describes his move to a new neighborhood and a new school. And that's where I made a new friend, he says, gesturing to Kellen. I listen to my son describe what it meant for him to meet someone who helps him problem solve. He helps with homework and knows what to do when my plans get canceled, Jake shares. And even though my mother is not engaging in sexual intercourse with him, he still shows up when it's important. My jaw drops and I hide my face behind my hands. I feel Kellen adjust in his chair, clearing his throat. Thank you, Jake, Miss Amy says when Jake finishes speaking. We're all so glad you formed a new friendship this fall. She starts to lead a round of applause, and I feel the chair shake as my son sits back down. Thank you for attending tonight, Kellen, Jake says as he sits. You bet, Kellen tells him, and I see his jaw set as he tries to maintain control without laughing. The ceremony ends, and the teens disappear to play air hockey in the lounge, leaving the parents to swarm over to me. A collective laugh bursts from everyone in the room as they all seem to say intercourse together at once. Miss Amy places a hand on my shoulder and assures me they'll discuss healthy sexual relationships in the winter session. He'll be here for it, Kellen says, and then turns toward me. I'm sorry, he says. That's not for me to determine. Oh, he'll be here, I say, not sure if I'll be able to show my face here again, but Jake will be here. Oh, come on, Amy says. She winks at Kellen. There's not a person here tonight who isn't rooting for you to change your mind and mate with this fox. I wish the earth would open up and swallow me, and I'm relieved when the other parents leave us alone to go grab cookies and lemonade. So, Kellen says, brushing my hair back from my forehead. I feel a trail of sparks behind his touch. So, I say. I sigh. This is all really new for me. He nods. It really matters to me that you showed up tonight. And the other afternoon. You weren't meddling. I'm here, Beth. I'm here for you and Jake. I feel like I don't have anything to offer you, I tell him, voicing my fear, realizing as I say it how true it is. He shakes his head. How about you just offer yourself? Kellen says, and leans forward to press a kiss against my forehead. His lips feel so safe, so soft, so loving. God, that feels good. I blurt, closing my eyes and leaning against his chest. He tilts my head back and kisses my lips, his tongue sweeping between mine. It feels familiar and exciting, and I moan, returning his kiss, pressing my fingers against his chest until I feel his heart racing, just like mine. My phone starts to ring in my pocket, and I groan as reality sets back in. I can't give Kellen myself. Answer it, he says, reaching from my pocket. I can wait. I look into his eyes and see that he means it, that he's willing to stand by while I address whatever crisis awaits me on the other end of the line. He nods. I bring the phone to my ear. It's Erin. You're going to be so excited, she tells me. Our hearing is first thing Monday, and we got the judge I'm excited about. Monday? Yes, and this is great news, I promise. Erin tells me to be at the court building by 8 on Monday, and I chew on my lip while she talks. Kellen massages my shoulders, and I lean into his touch. This could all be over in a few days, I tell him. He grins at me. It's going to be a relief, he says, giving my shoulders another squeeze. I can feel it. He helps me round up Jake and kisses me goodnight, while Jake groans from the passenger seat. Thanks again for including me tonight, Jay, he says, leaning in across me to shake Jake's hand. Just stop kissing my mom in public, he says, rolling his eyes. Chapter 33. Elizabeth. I don't sleep well this weekend. For one thing, anytime I have to abruptly change Jake's plans, it's fraught. I'm so tired, mentally, and he needs to ask me a lot of questions over and over again to feel reassured about what to expect on Monday. What is the statistical likelihood Dad will send me away? He looks so young, so vulnerable. I pull him into my arms and promise him I will never let that happen. I do it again and again, right up until we park in the garage downtown, both wearing our most uncomfortable professional clothes, and we walk hand in hand toward the courthouse. Erin is waiting for us in the lobby, greeting us warmly and abruptly in a way that oddly sets Jake at ease. That flaming asshole doesn't even have a lawyer, she snorts. Sorry, kid, she adds as an afterthought, but Jake just shrugs. We enter the elevator and make our way to the courtroom. The hall is crowded and bustling with people in suits, angry parents, a few sullen kids. Erin pushes open the door to our hearing room, and I take a deep breath before crossing the threshold. There, standing stoically in a dark gray suit, is Kellen Brady, grinning. My jaw drops and my heart swells a little bit. I didn't even call him this weekend, or leave my house, or really leave the fetal position. It never occurred to me to ask him to come with me, but seeing him here, I feel hope. Hey, Beth, he says, leaning in to kiss my cheek. I hear Jake grumble beside me, and Kellen tosses him a wink. He reaches a hand out toward Erin. Kellen Brady. She raises her eyebrows and looks him up and down. Erin Long, she says, pulling back her hand and turning toward me, then back to Kellen. You, sir, are what we call an upgrade. Kellen blushes and shifts his weight. It's then that I notice he's not here alone. Grinning behind him are Callum and Orla. Jake hustles over to them and beams. "What are you guys doing here?" Cal shrugs. "We had nothing better to do, so we thought we'd hang out and then take you with us to check out all the robots at our office." "You have robots at your office?" Erin taps my shoulder and gestures toward the front of the room. "Come on, guys," she says. "Let's do this thing." My head swims as the judge enters, and the court staff give their spiel. I barely look over at smarmy Todd, sitting by himself seeping audacity. I think about Kellen here, even though I ignored him all weekend. Orla came. Orla. I'm rubbing circles on Jake's back without thinking, as Todd stands up. Apparently, he gets to go first since he is filing today's motion. He waves around a USB drive saying, "I have compelling video evidence here, Your Honor." Erin rolls her eyes and grins as he begins to play the video on the monitor in the front of the court. I cringe as Todd starts yelling, and I hear Orla and Cal growl at the part where Kellen shows up and tries to calm things down. Once Todd starts yelling about sending Jake away, the judge holds up his hand. "That's enough, Mr. Gaston," he says sternly. "Your Honor, I think you need to see the rest of this too." Judge Pulowski takes off his glasses and sets them on the desk. He crosses his arms across his chest. "Mr. Gaston, are you aware that I also have an autistic teenager?" Todd stammers. "I was not aware of that, Your Honor." The judge nods his head. "I do indeed. And I have to tell you that I do not appreciate the notion that your long-term parenting plan is to send your son away to an institution that doesn't exist." Todd clenches his jaw and I squeeze Jake's arm. The judge picks up his glasses and puts them back on and leans forward, pointing at Jake. "Jacob, do you have any desire to spend time with your father?" "I object." Todd stomps his foot and the judge glares daggers at him. "Jacob," Judge Pulowski says again, "what are your thoughts on all this?" "I want to stay with my mom," he says, and I feel a sob crawl up my throat. I breathe rapidly through my nose, trying to calm down. "I suspected as much." The judge starts writing in his book on the table. "I am awarding Ms. Burns full custody in this case and adjusting support payments accordingly." He looks up at me and smiles. "Case adjourned." "Yes!" Erin pumps her fist and turns to me for a high five. "I don't understand," I tell her, frowning. Kellen, Cal, and Orla hustle forward as Todd is escorted out of the room by the clerk. "I'll make it simple for you," Erin says. "That oozing hemorrhoid came in here guns blazing and demonstrated exactly how much of a pile of feces he is. He's now being guided through adjusted paperwork to pay out the ass and leave you guys alone." Cal grins and elbows Orla. "Oh, I like her." Orla nods. Kellen shushes them and squeezes behind the table to put his hand on my shoulder. Only when I feel his firm touch do I realize I'm barely able to stay standing. I don't say anything. I can't speak. I need to make sure I understand what I'm hearing. "So, Jake and I are free?" Kellen beams at my words, pulling me in tighter as I try to listen to Erin. "Free and fully funded. It's coming right from his paycheck into your debit account," she says. "Congratulations, Liz. Hope I never see you again." I laugh at her candor and thank her for her work on the case. She winks at Kellen. "Definitely an upgrade, Liz." And she's gone. I turn around and look into Kellen's eyes. "It's over," I tell him. He picks me up and spins around, holding me in the air, and when he sets me down, he pulls me in for a kiss. I hear the other Bradys whistle and Jake protest, and when I disentangle myself from Kellen's embrace, I feel like I should be embarrassed, but all I can think about is how happy I feel.
Chapter 34. Kellen. After I leave Jake and Beth at the ceremony on Saturday, My mind is reeling. I am still not sure if we're okay after the things I said to her, but I also know she has to prepare for her hearing on Monday, so I don't want to distract her with my own selfish needs to be comforted. By the time my family shows up on Sunday for dinner, they panic when they find me sitting around in sweatpants watching television. I barely respond to them being here, unable to shake off the deep desire to help Elizabeth, paired with my equal desire to show that I believe she can help herself when she needs to. I considered going over to her house 1,000 times, wrote a rubric about my options, and eventually sank into the couch catching up on the radio documentaries that suddenly no longer seem interesting to me. Mick takes a look at me, orders pizza, and insists the Brady family intervenes somehow. They all want to storm the courtroom when I tell them about the hearing on Monday, but surprisingly it's Mick who speaks as the voice of reason about that suggestion. She can't show up in there with a circus in tow, he says, shaking his head. We'll just name delegates who can behave.
Oh, well, Isaac is out then,
Nicole says, elbowing my nephew in the ribs.
And me. Don't let me near that scumbag. I will not be couth. Is couth a word?
Maddie is pacing the room, rubbing her bulging stomach.
I know about uncouth. Anyway, I could spew this baby out at any time, so Liam and I are a no for tomorrow.
I'm not going back in a family courtroom ever again, Mick says, starting to clean up all the paper plates and napkins. I stare at him, cleaning up my house, speaking with experience about custody proceedings. We should bring the kid back to Beltane afterward, though. Isn't he an egghead?
Is egghead an insult?
Nicole frowns at him.
It feels like it could be insulting.
I roll my eyes at them all. But I love that they're doing this. They're treating Elizabeth like she's one of us already, and it's so meaningful to me I almost start to cry. Nicole hands me a beer and says,
Here's what we're going to do. Isaac and Ray are going to plan a nerdgasmic robot adventure for Jake, and Orla and Cal will be Brady ambassadors along with Uncle Kellen.
They all nod and wedge themselves with me on the couch. Sitting here together with them all, I know things are going to work out. Mick claps his hands and stands up. Well, I've got a date, he says. Good night, you beautiful babies. Nobody show up in court wearing sneakers. He glares at Callum and backs out my front door. After the hearing, Orla and Cal bustle Jake away. Elizabeth, holding his tie and blazer, still looks shell-shocked. She stares after them, tears rolling down her cheeks in the hall where the staff ushered us after the hearing. They really packed those courtroom schedules, and the next deadbeat ex-husband is due to get his comeuppance a few minutes after Elizabeth's. Let me drive you home, I whisper into her ear. My car is at the Beltane lot, and I walked. I shrug and reach for her purse, and she hands it to me. I pull out the keys and place my hand on the small of her back. I walk to the garage, and she sinks into the passenger seat of her car and looks over at me.
Did all that really happen?
Sure did, I say, pulling her garage ticket from the visor above my head and inserting my credit card in the machine at the exit. And from the sound of things, Jake is having the time of his life at my office.
But you're here with me?
She rests her elbow on the window and her head in her hand, turning toward me. Her expression shifts from one of stunned surprise to a heated gaze emitting a very different energy. I'm here with you, I tell her. I pull onto Bigelow Boulevard and reach for her, needing to connect with her skin. We touch the rest of the way to her house, her breath coming faster, and my patience waning as the lights seem to stay red forever. I pull into her driveway and follow her into the house, where she heads down the hall and looks at me over her shoulder. I step closer to her, into her space. I can see her chest rise and fall, and I place a finger on her chin, tipping her face up to look at me. I was so proud to be there with you today, I tell her. She smiles.
Thank you so much for showing up today,
she says, her voice shaky.
I can't begin to tell you what it meant to see you and your family there.
Well, I put my hands on her hips. How about if you show me then? She stretches up on her tiptoes and captures my mouth in a kiss. I'm happy to receive it, opening my mouth to receive her tongue as she explores. We kiss in her kitchen, my hands roaming her body, fingers lingering on her backside, and when I squeeze a proper handful, she pulls back. "We should probably be quiet," she says, and starts walking down the hall, tugging me by the hand. "The neighbors are out raking leaves." "I won't make a sound," I whisper, following her as I toe off my shoes and start to work on the buttons of my shirt. When we get in her room, she shuts and locks the door and pounces on me, shoving me back so I fall on her bed. She climbs on top of me and flattens me in a kiss, shoving my hands out of the way as she pulls open my buttons. She groans when she encounters my undershirt, as if she's as anxious as I am to feel our skin pressed together. I clutch her waist and roll us so that I'm on top of her, nestled between her legs. I reach over my neck to pull off my undershirt with one hand while I kneel on the bed. Elizabeth reaches up and works on the waistband of my slacks. "I want all of you, Kellen," she says. "I don't want to stop halfway."
Chapter 35. Elizabeth. I wake up in a haze next to a sleeping Kellen, a first for us. The light has shifted, but I have no idea what time it is. I roll on my side and smile at his sleeping form. He is every bit the silver fox Lisa described him as. I trace a finger along his sturdy jawline, reach for his hair that used to be unruly and dark. Now it's clipped short and graying. I want to spend an eternity admiring his beautiful form, but I know Jake will be home soon. I find my phone and see a series of messages from him, telling me something about a Brady crisis, and he took the bus to his grandparents' house. Then he sent a few dozen photos of different robots that can apparently crawl inside pipes or fly up inside generators to complete safe, accurate inspections. I dial his number and it rings 10 times, an eternity, before he finally answers. "Mom?" He sounds like he's clanging pots around the kitchen. I hurry out of bed to the kitchen, thinking on the fly, panicking. "Do you need me to come get you, honey?" "What?" "No. Grandpa is giving me another code for a Roblox skin from his cell phone service." I hear another clang as I take stock of what's going on. My son had an adventure with robots, took a bus to see his grandparents, and I got to spend an entire day in bed with a silver fox. "Beltane Engineering is the place where I want to spend my life," Jake tells me, rattling on about the computer servers and design software they have there. "I'm so glad. Sweetheart," I tell him. "Did you want to talk about anything that happened in court today?" He groans. "No. I want to tell you about the drones they have. Did you know I can get my drone pilot license and work for them this summer? The Bradys said they would hire me without an interview if I passed the test. Can I have your credit card to register for the test?" I laugh in delighted surprise. "How about we table that until I have time to settle down?" I tell him. "There's just been so much today and—" "Fine, ugh!" He makes another clanging. "I'm going to play Roblox here for a while. Grandpa wants to learn about Bee Swarm Simulator." I sputter a laugh, feeling a bit of the whiplash I'm used to when parenting this teen, and realizing this is it. We get to work through these things together, every day, without worrying about an unreliable father throwing a wrench in his gears. I pad back down the hall to check on Kellen and hear a persistent vibrating from the floor near my door. Brady crisis, I think, remembering what Jake said. I stoop down to pick up Kellen's slacks. "Kel," I whisper, waking him with kisses. "You're blowing up." He groans, rolling away from me. "What time is it?" I must have really worn him out. I sneak over to his pants and pull out his phone. "It's about 5, I tell him, smiling that we spent an entire day together, entwined in my bed. He must have had his phone on Do Not Disturb mode, because all the messages seemed to pour in at once. "Kel, you have about 100 text messages and a bunch of voicemails." I toss him the phone as he sits up, looking concerned, and then his face transforms into joyful elation. "Maddie had the baby," he says, showing me the screen. "Arlen." "Oh!" That's wonderful, I squeal, reaching for the phone so I can look at the pictures Liam sent. Is it okay if I scroll and look? Yes, scroll. How many did they send? The two of us look over the pictures and read through the messages, laughing at the increasing levels of panic from Callum as he narrated Maddie's labor via text. Does anyone mention how Maddie is doing? Isn't her diabetes a risk during labor and delivery? Kellen frowns and keeps scrolling. There are no updates after the baby pictures, he says. He stands up from the bed, tapping at the phone. I have to find out. He looks anxious and fumbles with the phone a bit. Here, I say, reaching for it. Let's call Nicole. Do you have her number? Oh, that's a good idea, he says, and I see him open his family group text. He navigates to Zach's girlfriend's name and dials. Then we both draw back from the phone as she squeals out a greeting to us. Isn't it amazing? Oh my God, Uncle Kellen, you should see this baby. Wait, why weren't you there? You sly dog. Are you with the neighbor gal? He clears his throat. Elizabeth needed a ride home from court this morning, he tells her. Ah, that's so great that you think I don't know you were banging her all day, she says. I know exactly why Cal and Orla really whisked Jake off to Beltane after the hearing. I blush uncomfortably, hearing every word she shouts, even though she's not on speakerphone. Nicole, Kellen interrupts. How is Madison? Oh, dude, she's ravenous, Nicole says. I'm at the bakery for her right now because she's hypo. Kellen turns to me and mouths, diabetes jargon, as Nicole keeps gushing about Maddie and the baby. You should come to the hospital and squeeze that baby while everyone else is out getting food and shit. I nod vigorously, and the two of us plan to drive to the hospital. I send Kellen home to shower and change so I can arrange for my parents to keep Jake for a while, who is apparently roaring away teaching his grandfather to play video games. He barely acknowledges my comment that I will be leaving him with his grandparents for a bit when they hand him the phone. I hang up and quickly get myself ready, and Kellen pops back into the kitchen, smelling fresh and looking excited. Maddie loves goldfish crackers and candy, he says. Can we stop at the grocery store on our way to get her some? I can help with this, I tell him, heading into the kitchen. I open the snack cupboard and, like Vanna White, indicate the cornucopia of individually packed snacks in there. Behold, I tell him as he cracks up laughing, Jake's approved school lunch supplements. It seems like he and Maddie share a similar palate, he says, as I shovel the snacks into a gift bag. We drive to the hospital and sign in. I can tell Kellen is an anxious mess as we wait for the elevator. I squeeze his arm and steer him down the hall toward their room. Liam looks up as we press the door open, and his face lights up when he sees us. Uncle Kellen, he shouts. Arlen is here. Liam looks like he's been awake for weeks, and even though it sounds like the baby came quickly, Liam has dark circles under his eyes. But the way he gazes at his family, he just radiates joy. I feel my heart clench at the sight of this man, so enamored by his son and his beloved. I'm just so grateful, he whispers, and Kellen nods, tears in his eyes. I remember that, kiddo, looking down at Orla's tiny body, the gratitude I had for her mother bringing Orla here to me. Kellen and Liam embrace, and I'm overcome at the love in this room. Before I can think better of it, I'm crying right along with them, grateful to be included. I linger by the door, fiddling with the gift bag until Maddie looks over at me. Hey, she says, beckoning, come see what I did. I approach the bed and offer the gift bag. We brought sustenance, I say, and then I realize Maddie is feeding Arlen. Oh, I exclaim as I see his jaw working hard. Look at his wonderful latch. Is this right? She asks, reaching for the candy with one hand and fumbling Arlen's head. It feels right, but I honestly have no idea. I nod and lean in, stroking the baby's ear and showing Maddie how to tell when Arlen is swallowing. All these years later, and I can still remember just how it felt to have a baby attached to my body on the outside, depending on me for food. I feel it all the way to my toes when he's sucking like this, Maddie says, and I nod. I feed her M&Ms while she focuses on Arlen, and eventually, I look up to see Orla opening the door. She holds a bunch of balloons and halts in her step when she sees me snuggled up cozy with Maddie and Arlen. "Hi," Orla says, hesitating. I drop a kiss on the baby's sweet head and stand up. "Hi, Orla," I say, stepping toward her. "I'll step out so you all can visit," I say, but she shakes her head. "No," she says. "You should stay." Orla gestures toward Maddie and the slurping baby. "You know more about this stuff anyway. We need your expertise." We convince Liam to head home and shower by telling him he needs to grab more chapstick and deodorant for his baby's mother. Maddie drifts off to sleep after Arlen finishes eating, and my heart melts as I watch Kellen cradle the baby in the rocking chair, murmuring into his tiny head as he rocks his grandnephew to sleep. Orla is also watching, and I smile at her. "He looks good in grandpa mode," I say, winking. "Oh, Christ, please don't start in on me about getting married," she says, and I laugh. I would never. The two of us sit in a sort of awkward silence as Maddie snores, her IV and monitor beeping rhythmically, and Kellen rocks Arlen in time with its chorus. I clear my throat. "Orla," I say, "I just feel like I should tell you that well, I really care about your father." She nods and shrugs. "But I would never do anything to compromise the relationship you have with him." She swallows slowly, stiffening. "I can't tell you how meaningful it is that you came to the hearing today. And I know I could never replace your mother." I start babbling now, unsure what to say, but feeling like I need to communicate my intentions to this woman. I would never try to do that either, but I hope that you and I could be friends. Seems like maybe a weird word, but I hope you and I can be something. Orla's eyes brim with tears, and I'm taken aback because every time I've ever seen her, she's been so tough, so brusque. "Thank you for saying all that," she says. "Your son is pretty amazing, and we were all happy to be there to support you two. Anyone with eyes can see that my dad is crazy about you." I smile. She sighs. "And if I'm honest, it's really nice having a woman around sometimes. Like, an adult woman." She gestures around the room. "Maybe we can band together and balance out these farting cretins." "I'd really like that," I tell her. I like having a woman around, too. Kellen looks up from the rocking chair at the two of us, and I give him a small smile, which he returns. Not long after, Nicole and Zach and Mick hustle into the hospital room, and I find a corner of the room behind a curtain, running out of space. I feel the heat of Kellen's body behind mine, and he leans in to kiss my neck. "Ready to head back?" he asks, and I nod. We walk to the parking lot holding hands, and I lean my head on his shoulder. "That was really special, Kellen," I tell him, squeezing his hand. "Well," he says, "you're really special to me. I'm so glad you were with me there to meet Arlen." He kisses me on the cheek. "And I'm really glad you got to talk with Orla a little bit." I smile. "We're a ways off still from going to the mall together, I think." He laughs. "Well, she did help Jake with his electromagnetism homework the other week." My eyebrows shoot up in surprise. "I did not realize that." I smile at the thought of my kid and Kellen's daughter spending time together. Like maybe we really can form some sort of... "I'd like to build a family with you, Beth." Kellen interrupts my thoughts, stealing the very words from my mind and expressing them out loud. "I know it will be messy and loud, and all of us will have to work hard to communicate our boundaries. But I'm all in." "Oh, Kellen." "Me too," I tell him. I jump up into his arms as he spins me around in the parking lot, pressing his mouth to mine. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, what new challenges Jake and I will face, but I know we aren't alone in facing them. We're here, with this quirky gang of linear thinkers who all evidently love helping my son with his physics studies. As Kellen moans softly against my kiss, and I press my body into his, I know that we can build something good together. "Will you be my trellis, Kellen Brady?" I ask him, burying my head into his shoulder as he finally sets me back on the ground. I already am, Beth. Now take me home so we can wind our roots together. Was that a euphemism? I laugh as I unlock my car and he slides in the passenger seat. You bet your ass it was.
A few minutes later, we're cuddled together on the air mattress, sipping the coffee.
You know,
She says.
I really think that diversion was perfect. This is just the right temperature now.
I nod, agreeing with her. We don't always agree like this, but we did make a promise to always talk things out. She draws the line at my rubrics a lot of the time. I call her out when she's evading discussing something important. We've had so many long talks this fall, so many deep conversations on her couch, on mine. She's been so helpful when Maddie needs breastfeeding advice, and has stood by my side as I've implemented both policy and physical changes at work to make our space more inclusive, not just for autistic employees, but engineers of all abilities. I'm so grateful for Beth and Jake, and the ways they've opened my eyes to the brilliant staffers I had inadvertently been leaving out of the conversation, which is why I wanted to bring her here specifically, to this state park, home of an ancient grove of hemlocks. After our coffee, Beth gets cleaned up and we hike out to the trail.
This is amazing,
She comments, inhaling deeply. I haven't been here for many years, but I know what she means. The air feels different here. It actually feels mystical, like anything could and has happened among these branches. I've been thinking about your tattoo, I tell her, leading her through the shady grove. And then I was thinking about this grove, how I've always loved it here.
Oh yeah?
I nod. The Druids say hemlocks symbolize shelter, protection, and healing. She says.
That fits.
She spins around on the path, looking up into the soft fir branches.
It's beautiful, Kellen. Thank you for bringing me on this excursion.
I squeeze her hand again. I've been wanting to tell you something, I whisper, leaning in close and pulling her up to one of the massive trunks. She looks up into my eyes, and I know she knows what I'm about to say, but she lets me say it first anyway. I love you, Beth. I kiss her. I love your passion and your strength. I love your determination. You inspire me, and I love you.
Oh, Kellen,
She says, her hands coming together in front of her chest, like a prayer.
I love you too.
I kiss her there, beneath the protective shade of the hemlock grove, and I promise to be her steadfast partner as long as she'll have me. We eventually make our way back to our campsite, arms around each other, pressing our bodies tight together like vines entwined. Beth's phone rings as we crest the hill, the small space in the state park where we evidently have cell service. She looks at me. We'd agreed to avoid our phones for this trip if possible, with emphasis on the if possible. I nod and reach for her pocket. Go ahead, I say. I kiss her cheek. I'll wait. She looks at the number on the screen.
It's Jake's Autism Center,
She says, arching a brow at the phone.
Hello, Amy?
I watch Beth's face as she talks to the counselor from the social skills group. Beth nods, smiles, nods some more, and then gasps.
Oh my. Oh, Amy, yes, I'll take it.
She nods a few more times and says she'll be sure to phone when we are back in an area with reception. Then Elizabeth hangs up the phone and starts jumping up and down, clapping her hands.
Kellen, I got a job.
What? That's fantastic. What's the job?
I'll be the program coordinator at the center,
She says, squealing again.
Amy called as soon as Mandy gave her notice. It's a part-time job and I can work remotely a lot of the time and oh, Kellen, it's just the perfect space for me.
I laugh, catching her enthusiasm. I'm so happy for you. Beth does a little shimmy in the sunlight, and I stare, wanting to capture this memory. Her happy face on the day we first exchanged I love yous.
This is my favorite camping trip of all time,
She tells me, linking her arm through mine again. Agreed, I tell her. And then I wink. Let's go back to the tent and celebrate. And we do. Gasping, moaning, sighing, we celebrate together. We celebrate our love, Elizabeth's job, our families. We celebrate the life we're building together. It's not the experience either of us was expecting, and it hasn't been easy. But we're here, together, under the stars. I love you, Beth. I whisper into her ear as she falls asleep in my arms. I love you too.
This has been Retrofit Analysis, a Silver Fox romance, written by Lainey Davis, narrated by Carly Robbins and Tom Taylorson. For access to bonus scenes and the inside scoop on upcoming releases, sales, and giveaways, be sure to sign up for Lainey's newsletter at laineydavis.com/audio. Text copyright 2020 by Lainey Davis. Production copyright 2022 by Lainey Davis.